Chapter 401 Duel Between Mages. When Shui Nai flapped her demon wings and landed outside the poisonous insect valley, his appearance surprised and envied those who had never seen the demon wings with their own eyes. Mina's demon wings come from the ability of vampires. Although the inheritance strategy of the vampire race is now familiar to players, and some vampire players have appeared, the troubles of this race have stopped more players. So far, no one has the ability of a vampire like Mina, but can maintain the status of a normal player who does not feed on blood. There are also many players in the Holy Light camp who have sent messages to ask about this secret, but this method is not available to Mina. And I couldn't tell those players. I couldn't say that I had a relationship with the corpse wizard. I'm afraid that as soon as he said it, he would become a traitor or undercover in their eyes. Once there was a racial war, he would be excluded as a dissident. You have guts, I thought you would run away? Now surrender. Yu Huang said confidently with a hint of jealousy, attracting the eyes of those around him who were looking at Shui Nai. You too. Shui Nai didn't listen to his words, but just replied casually, which made Yu Huang squeeze her. Don't be so confident, the duel between mages is not the sneaky one you used to do. Let's talk about it after the fight. Is it meaningful to say so much now? Shui Nai completely ignored Yu Huang's impulse to make a bold statement and interrupted him again. After that, Shui Nai went directly to the place for duels. In fact, the place where the two dueled was just an open space made by a crowd of people. This open space was not very large, only a few dozen meters long and wide, but since the magic of the players now did not have such a large attack range, there was no need to make this natural arena too empty. And only by watching from a close distance could the crowd feel the taste of the duel and the atmosphere of the duel. Shui Nai glanced at the people around him. Although the crowd here was mainly composed of members of Sahaitang, plus some players from Yunmu town who came to join in the fun, the number of people was about 3,000. But if the video systems in these people's hands were counted, I'm afraid the number of people watching the live broadcast would definitely exceed 10,000. Unfortunately, since Shui Nai did not have the habit of gambling, he did not know that there were already nearly 100,000 people participating in the betting on the forum, which meant that today's duel between him and Yu Huang would have at least this number. Looking at Shui Nai who was already standing on the field, Yu Huang was so angry that his teeth itched. It was rare for him to appear in front of the crowd and show his strength and style, but he was ruined by this mortal. Yu Huang stood on the field angrily. At this time, he asked a mage from his guild to be the referee and read out the rules of the duel, the number of potions to be used, and the bets of both parties. Since this was a duel of life and death, in order to make the duel complete faster, after the unanimous request of the two, Shui Nai and Yu Huang could only use 3 bottles of high-level life potions and 3 bottles of high-level magic potions during the duel. Moreover, during the duel, both parties could not change equipment or move positions actively, and could not use other means of attack except magic. Anyone who violated the rules would be treated as a loser. As for the bet mentioned by Shui Nai, when the referee asked him to hand it over, Shui Nai did not hand it over, but only showed the attributes of the flame dragon ball. When those people saw that the red orb was actually a dragon orb, they all thought that the dragon race's reincarnation method was related to the dragon orb. But this dragon orb, I'm afraid no player has ever heard of it, at least none of the audience present has seen or heard of it, and everyone is surprised at the good luck of this mage, who even has the props that are not yet popular among players. What makes the warriors feel most sorry is that this treasure in the eyes of the warrior profession is actually covered in dust in the hands of a mage, which makes them feel unacceptable. Then what about the equipment you mentioned, can you hand it over? The referee scratched his head and said, in his eyes, this mage named Fanfiction basically has no chance of winning. Wearing it on your body? Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep his promises. Mizuna said this directly in the regional channel, so everyone present could hear it. This. The referee looked at Yu Huang. To be honest, the value of Yu Huang's former explosive flame wand and magic robe is so high that no mage would not know that they are things that no one has money to buy, and their value is difficult to estimate. So even if he knew that Fanfiction would lose, he was still a little worried about Fanfiction. After all, he had no idea about Fanfiction, so he naturally didn't trust him. Let him wear it for a while longer, just consider it as my charity to him. Yu Huang saw that everyone was looking at him, and he immediately straightened his chest and said magnanimously. Don't be too confident, it's not too late to talk about it after you win. Shui Nai didn't show any big emotional fluctuations at all to Yu Huang's words, and continued to replace the equipment on his body one by one. Like Shui Nai's phantom ring and undead phantom, these things are basically useless in duels, and there is naturally no need to waste these equipment slots. When Shui Nai took off all the useless equipment on his body and replaced it with the equipment given to him by Xiao Wen and Ya Yan, Yu Huang on the opposite side could not wait any longer. He waved the golden staff flashing with lightning in his hand, creating a piece of light and shadow. Are you done yet? You are really more fussy than a woman. Is it so troublesome to change equipment? They are just some useless junk equipment. Yu Huang looked at Shui Nai's equipment with some disdain. Although he did not turn on the halo effect of the equipment, all high-level equipment will have some external performance. Just like the staffs in his and Fan Chen's hands, as long as these weapons are at the golden equipment level, they will have some light effects such as elemental attributes in addition to their own equipment level halo. And other protective gear such as clothes and shoes, as long as they reach the golden equipment, there will be some golden patterns to embellish them. Therefore, whether it is a weapon or a protective gear, as long as it is a top grade, it can often be seen at a glance and is very easy to distinguish. On the contrary, for accessories such as rings, bracelets, necklaces, and headdresses, the quality of these equipment can only be distinguished by the halo of the equipment, and only their owners know their quality. There is no way, these equipment are not mine, so I have to spend some time to check the properties, but I can barely fight with you. Shui Na replied calmly, but his words made Yu Wang's expression a little stiff. However, Shui Na ignored Yu Wang's expression and looked at his equipment that increased magic defense and blood recovery speed again. Although the current equipment added up to Shui Nai's magic damage as high as 1200, and the magic defense reached more than 600. But in terms of physical defense, it was much weaker, and without the light gravity state of the phantom ring, Shui Nai was not used to it for a while. Barely? You dare to say barely? Yu Huang asked angrily. According to Shui Nai's meaning, he only needs to barely fight with him, the president, and from his tone, he is still a sure win. I'm ready, can we start? As Shui Nai said this, he took out 3 red and 3 blue potions, a total of 6 bottles, from his backpack and threw them at his feet. He had no interest in answering Yu Wang's questions. From the time Shui Nai appeared until now, he has been playing with Yu Wang's temper. The stimulation of the strings made Yu Wang's temper worse, and this was also Shui Nai's initial tactic, attacking the heart first. Humph, wait a minute, I will slowly torture you to death. Yu Huang, who was standing about 30 meters away from Shui Na, also threw 6 bottles of potion at his feet like Shui Na. In fact, Yu Huang didn't need to do this to Shui Na, but when Yu Huang saw Shui Na did so, he had to follow. He just didn't know that this was also part of Shui Na's plan. The mage referee glanced at Yu Huang, and then signaled the surrounding players to retreat a certain distance, and then said directly. The duel ends if you surrender or die. There is no time limit. The duel begins now. The referee, who still had some referee awareness, shouted in the regional channel and announced the start of the duel, and he immediately stepped back a few steps. The 2 people on the duel field did not rush to attack each other first, but armed themselves with defensive magic first. For a while, the 2 people were flashing with blue or turquoise magic halos at the same time. Chapter 402 Magic Attack and Defense Battle Part 1. Looking at Yu Huang, who was 30 meters away, Shui Nai didn't expect that this guy didn't attack first, but took a series of defensive measures on himself first. As for the current magic of the human empire, basically there are only a few defensive magics in the hands of players. As long as they are not strictly controlled mages like Sahaitang, they will have a few defensive magics of that system. After all, the applicability of these defensive magics is limited. For those lone rangers, it is naturally better to be prepared. After seeing that Yu Huang chose wind and ice defensive magics like himself, Shui Nai had some new views on Yu Huang, the mage. Although Yu Huang is usually more arrogant and rampant, he does have the capital, at least he is much stronger than Shen Long, a half-baked mage who doesn't even have a few instant magics. The most powerful thing about a mage is naturally his magic ability, but for mage players, the long chanting makes people a little frustrated. Only players who have practiced hard and practiced magic to the point of instant casting can be called qualified mages. Although it is not known whether Yu Huang practiced hard or learned magic liberation, no matter which one, Yu Huang's instant magic is already qualified. Because even if it is magic liberation, its impact on the chanting time and cooling time is still very limited. For a non-mutated mage like Yu Huang, if he wants to make the ice crystal armor that takes 23 seconds to chant instant casting, then the level of this magic liberation must be at least level 5. However, the magic liberation that is known to players now is only up to level 3 at most, and the number is also very few, basically in the hands of the presidents of those large guilds. As for Mina, she only relied on her 3 series mutation and her level 2 magic release to basically reduce the chanting time by 25 seconds. Plus, with some practice, it was much easier for her than other people. But Mina knew that the quality of magic that had been practiced was much better than that of magic that had not been practiced. There is a gap. The power of instant magic is very obvious to all players. Only mages with instant magic are qualified to compete with other professions. Although both of them used ice and wind defense magic in the duel, the order of their use was different. Like Shui Na, he first gave himself an ice shield, then ice crystal armor, and finally wind coat. The opposite Yu Huang was completely the opposite. He first used wind coat, then ice crystal armor, and the last ice shield was a bit decorative. Shui Na did this out of habit. Since Shui Na has phantom stealth, he has now trained this ability into instinct. Among all Shui Na's defense magic, only solid ice magic can follow him into stealth mode. An energy-based defense magic such as wind coat and lightning shield basically cannot enter stealth mode because of their strong halo effect. On the other hand, Yu Huang attached great importance to this duel, and he was a traditional mage, so he would naturally give priority to the wind robe with higher magic defense to guard against Shui Nai's sudden magic attack. In the defensive magic of wind and ice, the ice system is mainly physical defense, and its magic defense is much weaker than that of the wind robe. Moreover, the damage reduction effect of the wind robe is not comparable to that of the ice crystal armor. So, in the first round of their fight, Shui Nai miscalculated and lost to his own habits, but fortunately, Yu Huang was also cautious and did not attack first, which made Shui Nai not lose the initiative. Although neither of them expected that the opponent did not attack first, they were not ambiguous at all in the next moment, and basically used the same magic to test at the same time. They both used the magic of chain lightning at the same time, which was also instantaneous chain lightning, and basically hit each other at the same time. However, since the distance between them was 30 meters, they had enough time to react. Basically, when they saw the lightning flying in front of them at the same time, they paused for a while and immediately thought of the magic of chain lightning. They all raised ice shields to protect their heads from the jumping arcs hitting their heads and the strong electric shock. They are already very familiar with these magics. Although they have not reached the level of knowing what the magic is just by looking at the movement of the opponent's staff, as long as they are given a little time, it will be enough for them to react. Among all the magics, the lightning system is the most difficult to defend. It is a pure energy magic with an astonishingly fast speed. Basically, apart from quickly dodging, it is just a hard block. After watching the jumping arcs on the two people at the same time, the audience around them did not expect that the two wizards would use the same magic to test. However, judging from the damage from the two, Yu Wang's side seems to have more lethality. However, in terms of the quality of the ice shield, it seems that Shui Na's side is stronger. At least his shield was damaged by the chain lightning, but it did not break. Afterwards, the two entered a state of paralysis under the stimulation of the electric current on their bodies, and the only parts that could move were their eyes and mouths. Since Shui Na's physique was much higher than Yu Wang's, the paralysis on Shui Na's body was quickly eliminated. On the contrary, Yu Huang, a mage with a low physique, seemed to be still struggling in the paralysis of the electric current. Although mages have innate advantages over other professions in magic defense and elemental resistance, this does not mean that mages can resist all elemental states. Therefore, Shui Na, who has a little more resistance than Yu Huang, has a much greater advantage in this regard. After coming out of the slight paralysis, Shui Na immediately carried out the second round of magic tests. This time, he took advantage of Yu Wang's lack of paralysis and directly launched the big move of Firestorm. Since the distance of 30 meters has exceeded the attack range of the intermediate magic of Flame Wall, Shui Na had to use this Firestorm to try to attack Yu Huang continuously. All magic has a maximum attack range limit, but magic like Flame Wall and Fireball has the smallest attack range. Fireball is only 10 meters, and Flame Wall is only 25 meters, and the attack range of these magics also limits their use space. However, since the Firestorm, Shui Na rarely uses them anymore. After all, Shui Na has no intention of refining these magics. Calculated with Shui Na's current spirit value of more than 300, his magic damage is at least 1,200 points now, plus the magic damage added by the equipment, and the skill damage of the current level 10 Firestorm itself, as well as the influence of the environment and status. The power of Shui Nai's firestorm can now produce nearly 400 points of fire damage per second, but this damage value is a pure value without magic defense. However, it must be said that the growth of the advanced magic firestorm is very powerful. From only a few dozen points of damage at level 1, the pure skill damage is now more than 300 points. Basically, every level up is about 20 points per second. However, this magic is obviously not used for players, especially mage players. The damage calculation of this magic is somewhat different from those one-time magic. Because this magic lasts for a long time, the damage it produces per second is calculated independently. That is, it can produce 400 points of damage in 1 second, but if a person's magic defense is higher than 400, then this magic will only force 1 point of health to be deducted. This is okay if it is against those monsters that are afraid of fire or have little magic defense, but against players, this magic itself is useless. So when Mina saw that the opposite Yahuang was not hurt by the fire in the firestorm, he immediately knew that his opponent's magic defense was much higher than his firestorm, at least 800 points of magic defense. 800 points of magic defense, this is a number that makes many mages without good equipment completely lose their temper. What can 800 points of magic defense do? If a flaming bomb can only cause 1000 points of damage in Yunwu town, then Yu Huang will only suffer 200 points of damage at most. This data itself is already envious and jealous. Before the duel began, Shui Na had already checked Yu Wang's attributes with his advanced reconnaissance technique. Although his health and magic power were always lower than his own, his most important attribute, spirit value, had reached 521 points, which was converted into magic damage of about 2082 points. Shui Na, who put away the firestorm, immediately used several thunder spells on Yu Huang. Although this thunder spell was only an intermediate magic and might not be comparable to chain lightning in terms of power, this magic won in terms of speed. It was not like chain lightning, a magic that had to fly in front of the player to attack. It was directly struck from the air and had no horizontal distance. As long as the target does not exceed the attack range of this magic, it can hit the enemy directly from the air in an instant. However, due to Yu Wang's extremely high magic defense and the fact that he is a high-level magician, he has a resistance of up to 30% to this intermediate magic, so this intermediate magic itself does not contribute much, and it only slowly reduces his health and paralyzes him. And Shui Nai, at the beginning, was calculating him by taking advantage of Yu Wang's low physique. The head of his staff was pointed at the sky above Yu Wang's head. Whenever the lightning flashed on Shui Nai's staff, lightning would appear on Yu Wang's head and strike down. A series of electric snakes as thick as thumbs, like a continuous line segment, constantly hit Yu Wang's head, as if to connect him with the sky, but the damage was only a few dozen points. The suppression effect of occupational level is very strong. The effect of intermediate magic on high defense high-level magicians is pitifully weak. They can only rely on the advantage of numbers to win. However, when everyone around saw that Shui Nai used the continuous thunder magic mixed with several chain lightning to control Yu Wang's body, they couldn't help but feel that this duel was a bit boring. There was no flirtatious movement, no gorgeous skills, just watching the two people use magic to bombard each other on the field. This is too boring. And everyone knows that once you are controlled by the mage's thunder magic, it is basically very difficult to escape. At this time, Yu Huang roared, and the golden mage robe on his body flashed, and then a dark blue magic shield appeared directly on Yu Wang's body, taking all the thunder. Seeing this scene, Shui Nai flashed a look of as expected, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 403 Magic Attack and Defense. Shui Nai was very familiar with the mage robe on Yu Huang. After all, it looked the same as the one he was wearing, and the function was probably the same. Hot Book Pavilion. As for the advantages and disadvantages of this mage robe, Shui Nai was naturally very clear. Although the magic shield attached to this equipment was very powerful, it was still very different from the formal magic shield, and the disadvantage was also quite obvious, that is, it consumed too much magic. Yu Huang, who used the magic shield to block Shui Nai's series of lightning strikes, came out of the paralysis state not long after. He took advantage of the existence of the magic shield and began to wave it slowly. At the same time, the water elements around him began to turn into ice blue ice arrows. With Shui Nai's eyesight, he could see from afar that there were 13 ice arrows, which meant that the ice arrow rain in Yu Wang's hand was already level 3. In addition, the water element magic was used in Yunwu town. I'm afraid no player would be willing to bear the power. Because the chanting time of the ice arrow rain was very long, and Shui Nai himself was possessed by the flame dragon, he felt the power of the ice arrow rain. Not very good, so even if he never learned it. But I have to say that the effect of using the ice arrow rain in Yunmu Town is really good. In Yunmu Town, all ice magic not only has a 50% enhanced effect, but also has some very powerful changes. For example, the original half-body armor of the ice crystal armor directly becomes a full-body armor. And what about the ice arrow rain? Shui Nai, who has seen Xiaoan's ice arrow rain, also knows that this ice arrow rain will have a frost effect on the original damage, which is similar to the forced freezing effect of the mutant wizard. But it is more obvious. Anyone or anything hit by the ice arrow rain will be covered with a thin layer of snow-white frost. In addition to slowing down the movement speed and attack speed, this layer of frost also has an elemental damage state called cold injury, which can slowly reduce the life value of the person hit by the arrow. Although the ice arrow rain looks like a magic that mainly attacks physically, it is not actually like that. At least in the later stages of the ice arrow rain, it does not rely on physical impact to cause damage. Although there is damage caused by impact, the amount is not too much. The real killing effect of the ice arrow is the cold air released after the ice arrow shatters the enemy instantly after hitting it. Moreover, as the level increases, the easier it is to shatter the ice arrow, but the more lethal the cold air contained in it is, and the lower the physical damage. Although Shui Nai is very afraid of the effect of the ice arrow rain, he did not guard against Yu Wang's magic in advance. Instead, he kept using the advanced magic of chain lightning to continuously reduce his magic value. Yu Wang's total magic value is now more than 4,000, which is about half of Shui Nai's. As long as Shui Nai can continue to maintain this attack intensity, I am afraid that he will have no magic power available in a short while. When Yu Huang waved his staff at Shui Nai with all his strength, the ice arrows that he had finally summoned all shot towards Shui Nai. Looking at this somewhat sparse rain of arrows, Shui Nai just waved his hand casually and directly released a flaming bomb, and then ignored it. Instead, he kept repeating the thunder and chain lightning just now, trying to drain Yu Wang's magic power as quickly as possible. For many professional mages, using magic to break magic is very difficult, but it is not impossible. And magic like flaming bombs that explode when touched, naturally no one uses it to attack the enemy. After all, magic that can't hit people is basically a waste of magic power, and it is also easy to cause accidental injuries. But if it is used to break the enemy's magic, this magic is very practical. Not only does it have a large explosion range, but it is also a high-level fire magic with amazing power. Basically, there is no magic that it can't destroy. If the pyrotechnic bombs were not slow and prone to accidental injuries, Shui Nai would have been able to destroy the lightning magic above his head with them, but the outcome would have been even worse than being struck by lightning. With a bang, the pyrotechnic bomb was immediately pierced by one of the ice arrows when it collided with the rain of ice arrows. The powerful explosion shook the surrounding weak ice arrows into powder. The cold air contained in the ice arrows and the heat waves of the flames when the pyrotechnic bombs exploded were immediately thoroughly mixed in the powerful explosion, turning into a ball of fog with a diameter of 3 meters. Shui Nai, who saw this result, did not spend too much time to care about it. Although he could not see the situation on Yu Wang's side, he continued to use lightning magic to attack Yu Wang's magic shield. At this time, the players who were closer to Yu Huang found that Yu Huang was smiling, as if he had already known the result. Just as the fog appeared and cut off the sight of the two, the staff in Emperor Yu's hand flashed with lightning, and then the lightning on the staff condensed in front of the staff in an instant, and a large white lightning ball as big as a basin formed directly in front of the staff. All the mages around were stunned when they saw this magic, because they had never heard of or seen such a magic that could make such a big scene in the current lightning magic. This large white lightning ball took shape very quickly, and it only took 2 seconds from appearance to formation. After that, Emperor Yu waved his staff, and the large lightning ball passed through the fog in a straight trajectory. The speed of the large lightning ball is the same as all lightning magic, and it has an innate advantage in speed. It is afraid that it has broken through the fog and appeared in front of Shui Nai in less than a blink of an eye. Shui Nai, who was startled by such a sudden large lightning ball, instinctively threw out the ice shield in his hand. The ice shield and the big lightning ball collided less than 1 meter in front of Mina. The big lightning ball suddenly expanded in all directions, becoming more than twice as large, and the blazing white light became stronger and stronger, so strong that it was impossible to look directly at it. Mina, who was closest to him, was even more blinded by the strong light and could not see anything clearly. And then there was a strong explosion. It even made Mina's head and internal organs shake at the same time, as if his consciousness was about to be shaken out of his body. Then he felt dizzy for a while, and the strong dizziness made Mina hit by the arcs running around, and he was hit by dozens of points of damage without knowing it. What's going on? Mina, who was blinded, dizzy, and paralyzed at the same time, was stunned, and his mind didn't react for a while. However, even if he reacted, he probably couldn't make his body react. After checking the system's record file in an instant, Mina immediately knew the name of this magic and its specific effect. It's just that the magic mentioned in the file should not appear in the hands of the current players, but Mina immediately thought of the golden staff with flashing lightning in Yuhuang's hand. This thunder magic is called Thunder Sound Bullet, which is a magic of the wizard level. As a group magic, it doesn't have much lethality, but it has 3 special effects: group dizziness, group blindness, and group paralysis. Moreover, since this magic is of the thunder type, its speed is as fast as a ghost. Basically, if someone shoots you from behind, it is impossible not to be numb, blinded, or stunned. Haha, don't think you are invincible just because you stole my explosive flame wand. I still have a lot of equipment. If that explosive flame wand was not dark gold, I would not take it out with me. Yu Huang said excitedly in the team chat. At the same time, his hands were not idle. After shooting a few thunderbolts, the ice arrow rain condensed and formed in his body again. Since Shuinai and Yu Huang wanted to prevent the red name from appearing in this informal duel, Shuinai proposed to form a team with Yu Huang. This not only avoids their instant communication with other players and reduces unfair events, but also prevents red names. It can be said that it kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Shuinai, who was fixed by the 3 special effects, immediately saw another scene that surprised him. This time, Yu Huang's ice arrow rain actually took shape within 2 seconds, which was 2 seconds faster than the previous time. Sure enough. Shui Na thought to herself, while silently calculating the distance between the rain of ice arrows and herself. Seeing that Yu Huang had shown his true ability, Shui Nai no longer hid it. A green light full of vitality appeared from Shui Nai's left ring finger, and quickly spread to the whole body. The body that was originally full of problems returned to normal in an instant. Shui Nai, whose negative state was eliminated by the light of life, immediately threw a flaming bomb towards Yu Huang, blowing the rain of ice arrows to pieces. However, this time Yu Huang did not use the thunder sound bomb again, and according to Shui Nai's estimation, this thunder sound bomb could only be used once a day. Are you surprised? Shui Nai said lightly in the team chat, but the magic in her hand did not slow down, and the lightning on the staff kept flashing. After seeing the green light appear on Shui Nai, Yu Huang moved, and he was really surprised. Although this magic of the wizard level does not have much lethality, its special effects are very strong, especially for players who have not reached the wizard level. Due to the level suppression, it is basically difficult for players to get out of those states. Even those powerful monsters will basically be slaughtered if they are hit. Looking at his remaining magic power, Yu Huang also knew what Shui Nai was planning now. However, in terms of resistance, he asked himself if he had the ability to compare with Shui Nai, who did not add points according to common sense, so he did not dare to stop the magic shield on his body, so he had to pick up the magic recovery potion on the ground and drink it. At the same time, he also began to use the very safe magic of chain lightning to bombard Shui Nai. Chapter 404 Magic Attack and Defense Battle Part 2. Looking at the chain lightning flying from Yu Huang, Shui Nai could only sigh and activate the magic shield on the magic robe. To be honest, if he could dodge, Shui Nai would definitely have disappeared. Shui Nai was also very helpless about this kind of immovable duel, but since he said he couldn't move, he wouldn't move around and attract criticism. As soon as Shui Nai activated the magic shield, he immediately changed the continuous attack at the beginning. Shui Nai moved the staff down from Yu Huang's head a few points and aimed the staff head at Yu Huang's body. When Yu Huang, who was far away, saw Shui Nai's reaction, he immediately became cautious and immediately added an ice shield to himself to prevent Shui Nai from having any equipment skills. Although Yu Huang was very clear about the properties of Shui Nai's explosive magic staff and knew that the charged explosive bomb could not hurt him, it was not only weapons that had offensive equipment skills. So he had to be careful when facing this mortal mage whose information was very incomplete and outdated. Yu Huang's confidence from the beginning came from his thunder bullet. After all, as long as he used this magic, he would be able to control even a level 50 boss. However, he didn't know that Mina actually had a piece of equipment that could eliminate status. Now, Yu Huang miscalculated because he only knew one side of Shui Nai's information, and was misled to a great extent. From the information in his hands, Yu Huang knew that the attribute point distribution of this mortal mage was obviously biased towards agility, and with some old information from Shen Long, he knew that Shui Nai might have several states that could strengthen fire magic. Because from Shen Long's previous information, mortal magic was not biased, and basically the degree of use of his three major magic systems was similar. But only the fire magic had a strong power. As for the other ice and thunder magic, the power was very different from the fire magic, which was not normal at all. This is impossible for a normal mage. After all, for the same mage, his attributes are fixed, so even if he uses magic of different systems, the power will naturally not be too different. Although the player's own attributes may not be as easy as equipment, but the accumulation of a little makes a lot, and the potential should not be underestimated. This is also the reason why mages add points to spirit, warriors add points to strength, and thieves add points to agility, because in the later stage, the extra 1 or 2 points of attributes per level, once accumulated to a sufficient difference, may be the key to your success. However, from the data obtained in the information, it is found that this Fanfiction fire magic may be a little higher than the traditional fire magic of the same level, but what about other systems of magic? This is similar to those non-traditional mage players, because they all have low spirit values, which affects their own magic damage. Since Fanfiction has the state of enhanced fire magic, then in this world of water elements, this Fanfiction naturally has no power enough to hurt him, because Yu Huang is still very confident in his magic defense. This is the result he got after getting the information from Shen Long, and with his high damage and his own equipment, it is reasonable to absolutely suppress him. However, it is a pity that he has no way to scout out any information from Shui Nai, and there is no way to know the equipment situation of Shui Nai now. However, just when Yu Huang was uneasy, Shui Nai's series of actions also made Yu Huang very puzzled. At the same time, he had to speed up the rhythm of attack and learn from Shui Nai to use the thunder and chain lightning. Because Shui Nai actually put countless lightning shields on Yu Huang, one after another, and in a few seconds, Yu Huang had 10 lightning shields and nearly 40 lightning bombs on him. Shui Nai's actions not only confused Yu Huang, but also the players around him. How powerful is the lightning shield? If the mage has not trained it to level 20, that is, the level of a high-level mage, it will not be of much use to high-level players. The levels of the 3 levels of skills, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, can be upgraded to levels 60, 40, and 20 respectively. When a fireball reaches level 20, its power can be compared with intermediate magic. Although it is not as powerful as the fireball spell that has been upgraded to level 20, it no longer needs to be suppressed by the intermediate profession and can exert its original power. However, looking at the lightning shield of Mina, it is obvious that it has not even reached level 10, otherwise there would not be only 4 lightning bullets on a lightning shield. A mid-level magic that is not even level 10, against a high-level magician, this is not only suppressed in terms of professional level, but also in terms of level, so the audience felt ridiculous about Mina's obviously unwise behavior. Lightning shield can hurt people, and it can also hurt the blessed. This matter is no longer a secret. Lightning shield is different from flame shield and lightning shield, which are magic that only have an external effect. So as long as the conditions are right, those lightning shields that protect themselves may electrocute you to the ground in the next moment. And this condition is still very simple, that is, conductor. As long as the lightning shield's lightning bullets can find a way to contact the blessed person, then the lightning shield, which originally would not attack the owner, will not be able to control its instinct and directly electrocute its owner. And this is exactly why the lightning shield gradually faded out of the mage's skill bar. Although the lightning shield can hurt people, it is very doubtful whether this magic with such power can hurt Yu Huang even when it is difficult to break the defense. However, Yu Huang, surrounded by these 10 lightning shields and 40 lightning bullets, turned blue in front of his face, and the cold sweat on his forehead never stopped. Unfortunately, no one can see his expression now, because his body has been completely covered by the lightning of the lightning bullets. Although Yu Huang does not know Shui Nai's tactics, he knows that Shui Nai is not a fool, and will not do these seemingly thankless things, so he is so nervous, because he does not know what dangerous activities Shui Nai wants to do. After suffering a few chain lightning attacks, Shui Nai immediately found that his magic value dropped to only 40%. I have to say that Emperor Yu's attack power is really strong. This forced him to spend time using explosive bombs to try to destroy the chain lightning while adding the lightning shield. However, when seeing that the lightning shield on Yu Huang was added to the limit, the smile on Shui Nai's mouth became more and more intense. Although Yu Huang is now trying to dispel the lightning shields around him, if he wants to destroy them without the help of outsiders, he can only bear the damage of the electric current by himself. However, Shui Nai will not give him time. I saw several lightning bolts flying out from Shui Nai's staff. After flying to a place not high above Yu Huang's head, these lightning bolts immediately stretched into several electric snakes, crackling and jumping on Yu Huang's body. However, the jumping method of chain lightning is a little different now. The first chain lightning hit Yu Huang, but the second hit the surrounding lightning bombs. Although the lightning bombs that were hit were extinguished in an instant, the chain lightning that was originally thin became thicker. If there are no lightning bombs around, the chain lightning will jump to the nearest target Yu Huang. But if there are lightning bombs around it, then this chain lightning will jump to the lightning bomb again, then grow stronger, and jump again. And these chain lightnings that hit the lightning bombs while jumping not only have a tendency to get bigger and bigger, but also faster and faster. Even the chain lightning that could only jump and hit the enemy 5 times has now jumped at least 10 times, and because it is getting faster and faster, no one can count the number of times. However, the most obvious thing is that the color of these chain lightnings has slowly turned blue and white after several charging of the lightning shield, and the elemental fluctuations emitted by them can make the sensitive mages around feel its power. Although there is no damage value when hitting the magic shield, Yu Huang is desperate because his magic power has reached the extreme in an instant. The power of the lightning shield was indeed not strong when it was against Yu Huang, but it was not reduced at all when it was against the magic shield created by the equipment. Because the damage will be directly converted into the consumption of magic power, and it is more than twice the consumption. All the people saw that the chain lightning that was growing stronger and stronger, in an instant, split Yu Huang's magic shield into pieces with a snap. Now, all of them have seen a new strategy for beating monsters and bosses. For a while, those forgotten lightning shields were also dug out from the skill column. 4 consecutive lightning bolts as thick as arms directly struck Yu Huang, who had lost his magic shield, and hit 4 consecutive damage values of more than 300 at once. Although the subsequent attacks became weaker and weaker, they also hit Yu Huang's health value wildly. Mizuna's combination of lightning shield and chain lightning had been used a long time ago, but at that time he used the thunder technique instead of this chain lightning. Since Shui Nai basically fought alone at that time, he spent a lot of effort to kill the monster in an instant. Later, after entering the team action with the players, the magic of the lightning shield could not be used. Because the classic way of fighting monsters with the warrior in front basically cannot be used with the lightning shield, otherwise the first warrior to be knocked down must be the warrior who rushed to the front. From the beginning of the duel to now, Shui Nai has basically led Yu Huang to fight. Although he was once shocked by Yu Huang's equipment, it did not make Shui Nai's plan much different. Just when Shui Nai was about to use the thunder to electrocute Yu Huang in a paralyzed state, the ring on Yu Huang's hand, the necklace on his neck and the headdress on his forehead flashed a few green lights in an instant. This is the same green light full of vitality as the ring of life in Shui Nai's hand, but those on Yu Huang are a little weaker. A layer of green light film appeared on Emperor Yu, which not only eliminated his state, but also rapidly restored Emperor Yu's health and magic value under this light film. Under the protection of the green light film, Emperor Yu was no longer affected by the paralysis of the Thunderfall technique, and even the damage caused by the weak attack power of the Thunderfall technique was restored in an instant. Chapter 405 Life Guardian vs Combination Magic. Jewelry Set. When Shui Nai saw the positions of the equipment on Emperor Yu, she immediately thought of this thing. There is no rule to the equipment in this game world, but it is generally defined as low level is not as good as high level. But sometimes there are special situations, such as the blank jewelry sets on Emperor Yu now. Through the feedback of several consecutive reconnaissance techniques, Shui Nai discovered that the 3 blank equipment on him turned out to be a set of jewelry sets, namely the 2 lifeguarding wooden rings on the ring fingers of the left and right hands, the lifeguarding chain at the neck, and the lifeguarding forehead guard on the forehead. If these 4 pieces of equipment are separated, the added items are all the attributes of mainland goods, and there is no special, but once their suit attributes are activated, it will become what it is now. Although Shui Nai can use advanced reconnaissance to scout Yu Huang, no matter what level of reconnaissance, he can only scout one thing. For example, if he wants to scout Yu Huang's attributes, he will not see his equipment. From the beginning, Shui Nai did not take the time to check his equipment one by one. After all, this did not mean much to him. Through reconnaissance again, Shui Nai knew the name and effect of Yu Huang's magic. Gain status, Life Guardian. The status generated by activating the Life Guardian suit made of branches of the Tree of Life. Because the life essence in the Tree of Life is excited by the elven spell used by the dwarf craftsman, it can form a wood attribute light shield that absorbs 50% of the damage and speeds up the user's recovery speed. Status effect: Life Guardian can absorb a total of 10,000 points of damage, and the overall recovery speed is increased by 200%. Note 1: the Life Guardian set can only be used once a day. Each time the Life Guardian set is used, the durability of all parts of the set will decrease by 1 point. Note 2: the Life Guardian shield can last up to 1 hour. As long as the Life Guardian shield does not disappear, the effect will not expire. Note 3: under the Life Guardian shield, the player's advanced skills will not be able to be used. Turtle Shell. This is the common idea that Mina and a group of players got in their minds after using the reconnaissance technique to check 10,000, plus absorbing 50% of the damage, that is, at least 20,000 damage must be dealt to blow up this turtle shell. Perhaps, some people will ask that this 20,000 points of damage is a bit difficult, but this equipment skill attached to the equipment has the same fatal flaw as the magic robe, that is, this skill does not calculate the player's own attributes. If calculated based on the lethality of Mina's strongest magic, the explosive bomb. About 1,500 magic damage, plus the skill damage of level 9 explosion bomb of nearly 1,500, and the bonus of Shui Nai's own status and equipment. Even if the power of the explosion bomb is weakened by half, it is already about 3,000 damage. In other words, as long as Shui Nai releases 7 explosion bombs, he can break the life protection shield of Yu Huang. For Shui Nai, it seems that he can only use the magic of explosion bomb now, otherwise it is not feasible to use chain lightning to deal with his turtle shell. Although I don't trademark know what the wood attribute of this shield means, everything I hear reminds me that wood is afraid of fire. After Shui Nai took a look at the continuous lightning strikes from Yu Huang, he directly released a layer of water mist around Yu Huang, blocking Yu Huang trademark's sight. Then he released a water mist around himself to disperse the current of the lightning strikes, and finally directly removed the magic shield on his body. Although the audience was somewhat puzzled by Mina's actions, they all knew that he must have something to hide from Yu Huang. After that, Mina waved the staff in his hand in a regular and measured manner, and a series of basin-sized explosive bombs lined up and rushed towards Yu Huang in the mist. The audience outside counted carefully and found that there were as many as 6 explosive bombs. Although these 6 explosive bombs seemed to be fired in a straight line, if you pay close attention, the firing directions of these 6 explosive bombs actually have slight differences in position. After flying through this 30 meter space, these 6 explosive bombs will form a left-facing V-shaped stepped layout. And that's not all. I saw fire again on Mina's staff, and this magic was also an explosive bomb. It's just that the way this explosive bomb appeared was a bit strange, because Mina took 3 seconds to get this explosive bomb out. This last flaming bomb was not like the previous batch, which appeared in one wave. Instead, it slowly condensed and grew until it reached the size of a basin and then stopped changing. However, if there is any difference between it and the flaming bomb, it is that it has a little more red than those flaming bombs, and a light green light on the surface. This specially made flaming bomb quickly chased the flaming bomb in front of it as soon as it appeared. At its current speed, it actually has a feeling of catching up. Seeing this special version of the flaming column that is at least 20% faster, Mina was finally a little happy. This new version of the combined magic that combines the characteristics of the 3 magics of acceleration, flaming bomb, and flame wall was specially made by Mina on a whim just now. It not only has the explosion damage of the flaming bomb, but also the continuous burning effect of the flame wall, and the acceleration effect of the acceleration. With Mina's current level 5 acceleration, the speed of this flaming column has increased by about 20%. After completing this accelerated version of the explosive flame column, Mina immediately launched a series of lightning strikes in an attempt to divert Yu Huang's attention. On the other side, although Yu Huang didn't know what Shui Nai was planning, he was sure that he was up to something bad. But once he used this lifeguard, he couldn't use those advanced magics. And he was still very confident in this lifeguard, just because it was a pity to use it once now. He had to keep using thunder to vent his anger and drain Shui Nai's magic power. However, under the influence of the mist, he didn't know that Shui Nai had turned off the magic shield. Now he completely relied on his high resistance brought by his high physique and endured the tingling sensation brought by the electric current in the mist. The speed of the explosive bomb was really slow, so slow that Shui Nai, who had already calculated it, was a little scared to calculate the distance between them and Yu Huang. Even if it was an accelerated version of the explosion column, it couldn't change the characteristic of exploding when touched. At most, it could fly a few more meters and then explode. So what he feared most now was that Yu Huang would know his plan, and then he could destroy Shui Nai's plan with just an intermediate magic. 10 meters, 9 meters, 5 meters. When the group of explosion columns was 5 meters away from Yu Huang had already reacted because he had stopped releasing the thunder. At this time, the accelerated explosion column also flew over them at a slightly higher speed than the first 6 explosion columns, and rushed to the front in an instant. The trajectory of the 7 explosion columns was controlled very accurately by Shui Nai, and even the 30 meter space was calculated. In this distance of less than 5 meters, Shui Nai was already confident enough. Even if Yu Huang reacted now, he probably couldn't change anything, unless his equipment had some special effects. As for Yu Huang, who was in the mist, he was put in the mist by Shui Nai at the beginning, so in order to prevent himself from losing Shui Nai's position, he never changed the height and position of his staff to ensure that Shui Nai was still at his magic attack point. However, as the explosive bomb approached, he still felt the hot element fluctuations. Although he could not keenly sense the fluctuations of these elements from a long distance like Shui Nai, when the explosive bomb was only a few meters away from him, if he, a mage, could not feel it, then he was not worthy of being a mage. There is no element that a mage cannot feel, it just depends on how far they can feel it. When the explosive bomb came into contact with the water mist in front of Yu Huang, a small part of the intermediate water mist was immediately evaporated by the heat of the explosive bomb. It was because of this that the audience players around could clearly see the route of the explosive bomb and the situation around it. At this moment, a lightning arrow shot out from the water mist just hit the accelerated explosive column. Alas, what a pity! The players around felt a little sorry for the failure of Mina's plan, because Mina's magic control made them feel bright, and the explosive bomb that was obviously different from the ordinary explosive bomb made them feel even more sorry. As we all know, the explosive bomb explodes when it touches, which makes it completely helpless against players. And now in their minds, I am afraid that this exploded explosive bomb will detonate the 6 explosive bombs behind it at the same time in an instant. Although it can cause certain damage to Yu Huang, it is not a core explosion, and the power will be somewhat weakened. Hey, that explosive bomb did not explode. Boom, just when those players realized that the explosive bomb did not explode instantly, the explosive bomb hit by the thunder arrow exploded 1 second after being hit by the arrow. But in this 1 second, it has already rushed in front of Yu Huang. What made everyone feel strange was that the explosive power of this flaming bomb was not very strong, and it was 20% faster than the previous batch of flaming bombs, so it also opened a safe distance in this 1 second delayed explosion. However, when Yu Huang found that this flaming bomb that was not immediately detonated turned into a tilted flame column at the moment of explosion, like water poured out, it was driven by the inertia of flight and stuck to his life protection light shield, and then burned fiercely. Seeing such an unreasonable flaming bomb, Yu Huang was immediately surprised. Moreover, these flames with the characteristics of flame wall sticking to the body flame, once they touched the life protection light shield, they turned into a layer of red flames, basically making Yu Huang inside lose his vision in front again. Boom 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 boom. These 6 flaming bombs rushed to him together before Yu Huang could react, followed by continuous explosions and flames, as well as the shaky life protection light shield. Chapter 406 Disruption. Shui Nai looked at the raging flames 30 meters away, thinking to herself that there was no way that Emperor Yu would survive. With Emperor Yu's health remaining at 1,500, as long as a strong blow was dealt to him in a short period of time, even if the life protection shield was not broken, Emperor Yu inside would not be able to bear it and would not survive. Life value, no matter how fast the blood recovery speed is 100 times faster, it is meaningless. Although the explosion timing of the 7 explosive bombs of Mina may have some errors, there is no way to use all the power of the core explosion of the explosive bomb on the life protection. But the power of the explosive column of Mina at the beginning is not comparable to ordinary explosive bombs. The continuous burning effect of up to 15 seconds, as long as you are touched, you will be burned a layer of skin even if you don trademark T-dye. Just when Mina called up the team panel, she found that Yu Huang, who was in the flames, was not dead yet. Although the life value has dropped to the lowest point, it is still fixed at 1%, and it is still motionless in the flames. What is going on? Mina thought in confusion. Although this life protection only absorbs 50% of the damage, and the remaining half will be reduced by the player's own magic defense, the remaining is not something Yu Huang can bear. If we calculate based on the 3000 damage of a flaming bomb of Shui Nai now, 50% is only 1500 points. Even if his magic defense has reached 1000 points, there is still 500 points of damage, and the attack of those flaming bombs alone can take his life. At this time, the flames around Yu Huang slowly faded. Under the shock wave and heat wave of the flaming bomb just now, the mist had long been evaporated. Now, the emerald green lifeguard on Yu Huang in front of everyone has disappeared, but a layer of silver but close-fitting light shield has emerged on Yu Huang's body, blocking the flames of the flaming column that has not yet been extinguished. No one would have thought that Shui Nai's unique flaming bomb had not disappeared. For a while, all the mages asked their friends around them, wanting to know where this magic could be learned. However, no one knew or had seen this magic. Only a few mages who first discovered the peculiarities of the explosive bomb frowned and thought hard, seemingly having gained something. Skill combination may be a very new thing for many players, but for some people who often fight between life and death and often survive, it is nothing. Combination skills were first discovered when two skills were activated at the same time in a wrong way in dangerous and tense situations. To activate two skills at the same time is a big challenge for most players. Because they are now surviving in this world in the form of a consciousness, and at the speed of a consciousness, a skill can often be activated in a moment. The difficulty of combination skills lies in the fact that the speed of consciousness is too fast, and players are already accustomed to releasing skills one by one, and the subconscious has already formed it. It is impossible to change without hard work. Sometimes, fast speed is not a good thing. Shui Nai ignored the impact of his combined magic on everyone. Now he was paying attention to the silver light shield on Yu Wang's body and the ring on his finger that gradually turned into silver powder. The light shield on Yu Wang's body was created by the silver ring. This is a disposable equipment. As long as the wearer's life is in danger, it will automatically release a silver shield to protect its owner, but the price is that the equipment will be automatically destroyed. For this kind of disposable equipment, it is basically rare in the market, and once it appears, it will be bought at an outrageous price in an instant. However, this kind of rare equipment has basically no practical value for most players. For 99% of the players in this game, death is the most normal thing, so many players agree with the famous saying, players who have never died are not good players. In this world with such a high mortality rate, wearing such a piece of equipment is the same as not wearing it. It is better to put it on the market directly and wait for people to buy it at a high price. It is more valuable. Therefore, the equipment that ordinary people dare not use, but those people in the big guilds will use it without hesitation. Because for the presidents of these big guilds, they are the image representatives of the guild, and they must be made into an immortal mythical existence. Give up, you don't have much chance anymore. After Shui Nai chopped off a few chain lightning and thunder, he found that Yu Huang had not lost blood at all, but it seemed that Yu Huang could not attack him. Since the appearance of this silver shield, Yu Huang just looked at Shui Nai steadily and did not make a move. It seems that although this silver shield has amazing effects, it also has many limitations. Judging from the speed at which the silver ring disappears now, this silver shield will last at least 1 minute. Shui Nai doesn't want to fight anymore, and Yu Huang is now pale and a little scary, which also means that Yu Huang has no equipment for him to use. In order to take care of Yu Huang's face, Shui Nai did not use the regional channel this time, but only used the team chat and said calmly, "What kind of magic is this? Why haven't I seen this kind of explosive bomb?" Yu Huang's tone was a little depressed, and he no longer had the arrogant and domineering tone before. Just when Shui Nai was thinking about whether to answer him, he suddenly felt extremely uneasy, as if a strong danger had been staring at him. Shui Nai, who had been used by crossbows several times, immediately released a water mist around him. However, even with the obstruction of the water mist, Shui Nai's uneasiness still loomed in his heart. It seems that he has been locked, but I don't know why the sniper has been hesitant to act. Is he concerned about this duel and intends to use this method to warn him not to act rashly? And the speed dragon in a forest 100 meters away is also very puzzled now. Since he found that Yu Huang, this guy, has no ability to defeat Shui Nai, he has decided to come out to disrupt the situation. If Yu Huang wins, that would be the best, although he loses a reason to deal with Fan Chen. But at worst, he can let Shen Long come forward and arrest Fan Chen and Dao Yiyu Dao on the pretext of forming an alliance. At that time, not only can they act openly, but they can also weaken the strength of Fan Chen, the most troublesome mage. But Yu Huang is not sure about the current situation. If Yu Huang, the representative of Si Hai Tang, loses to Fan Chen now, then Si Haitang and Dark Shenlong Guild will not be able to unite to deal with Fan Chen and Dao Yiyu Dao, at least not in public, even in secret. Si Haitang will be subject to a lot of constraints. However, when he aimed the sniper crossbow in his hand at Shui Nai, he found that he was surprised again. Because this time, it was the third time he dealt with him from a distance, but unfortunately, he seemed to be discovered every time. Looking at the mist that suddenly appeared there, So Long didn't know how to start. Logically speaking, the situation on the duel field is now clear, and Yu Huang will definitely lose. So the only explanation for Shui Nai's adding water mist around him again is that he found something wrong. So even if he shoots the crossbow arrow now, he probably doesn't have much chance. So Long doesn't want to expose his whereabouts in advance without gaining anything. Moreover, although Yu Huang is going to lose now, he can still hold on for a while, so he thinks he can wait and see. However, Shui Nai, who has never moved in the water mist, did not let go of the person who wanted to snipe him. Now the magic cannon in his hand is almost fully charged, and he has found the source of danger. The audience around him still don't know what Shui Nai is thinking. After all, although this mage does things unexpectedly, he has not done anything useless so far, so they don't think much about the meaning of this sudden appearance of water mist, but just pay attention to the development behind. But in the next moment, a dark blue beam of light shot out from the water mist, at an inclined angle, and shot out into the forest on one side. The beam of light from the magic cannon swept the place where the speed dragon was hiding in an instant. Although it did not hit the speed dragon in the end, it made his figure appear for a moment. Yu Huang, I misjudged you. Shui Nai said angrily after seeing the figure flash by, and then there was no reaction. It's not me. Yu Huang also saw the beam of light and the figure, and wanted to explain in the team chat, but Shui Nai left the team at this moment. Just now, there was a figure there, a thief. Yes, and he was holding a crossbow in his hand. Judging from the size, it should be a sniper crossbow that can shoot 100 meters away. The players from other forces around did not pay attention to the people around Sahaitang. They directly said what they saw loudly and said it to the uninformed players around them, clearly questioning and doubting the style of Sahaitang. And now it is with the explanation of these players who saw the figure of the thief that they understand why Shui Nai used the magic cannon in violation of the rules in the end. Now even the people from Sahaitang who were originally noisy did not say anything anymore. After all, so many people saw a thief holding such a large crossbow and squatting in the woods behind people. If he said that he was just passing by or resting here, I am afraid that not many people would believe it, especially when Yu Huang had little chance of winning. Yu Huang, although I don't know whether this is your plan or your men self-willed. In short, today's duel cannot be fought. If you really think you can beat Fanfiction, then we will ask an NPC from Yunwu town to notarize it. Now, what I want to say is that today's duel is invalid. As for you Sahaitang, hehe, I hope you don't take the opportunity to show off. Dao Yiyu Dao's words were said directly in the regional channel, suppressing the noise. At this time, the mist where Shui Nai stood had disappeared, but Shui Nai was gone, and only the 6 bottles of intact potions were left on the ground. Yu Huang looked at the 6 bottles of potions, 3 red and 3 blue, and his face had flushed red. The comparison, coupled with the meaningful looks from the people around him, made him extremely angry. Chapter 407, Exploring the Poisonous Insect Valley again. When Emperor Yu walked to the woods destroyed by the magic cannon with a gloomy face, there was no one there, except for the huge sniper crossbow that had been broken on the ground. Emperor Yu knew that no one in his guild used this sniper crossbow, but no one would believe him even if he explained it this way. However, this matter was really not arranged by him. If Emperor Yu wanted to clear his name now, he could only investigate along this sniper crossbow. He would rather lose openly, but he didn't want to be pointed at behind his back and said that he was a shameless villain who didn't keep his word and did whatever he wanted. Does anyone know that there is someone in Yunwu town who uses this sniper crossbow? Emperor Yu asked the thieves around him, and then he looked at the other side who were not in his guild. However, none of them had seen anyone use a sniper crossbow in Yunwu town, at least they hadn't seen it. The sniper crossbow is different from those ordinary crossbows. Since it is a weapon controlled by the human empire, ordinary NPCs not only cannot sell it, but also dare not repair it, so it is impossible to get it under normal circumstances. Only those players can get it from relics or opportunities, but how many relics and opportunities are there in this world for players to encounter? President, I remember that Speed Dragon seemed to have used this sniper crossbow, but... Suddenly, a confidant of Emperor Yu suddenly said something in a private chat, forcing Emperor Yu to give up the information he was looking for. Is it true? Emperor Yu no longer had the energy to ask, but he was unwilling. Yes, I once provided him with some information about the time and place where those friends in the mortal world appeared, and not long after that, we found that Dawn was killed once. At that time, it was the sniper crossbow that killed Dawn. The confidant also said weakly. Because he knew that this speed dragon was invited by Emperor Yu, although he had nothing to do with Sahaitang. But, could they reveal the matter of speed dragon? That was impossible. Let's not talk about whether it was done by speed dragon. Even if it was, they couldn't reveal their allies. This is a taboo in the alliance of guilds. And Shui Nai in the poisonous insect valley ignored Emperor Yu's anger and helplessness. Now he was worried about the follow-up of this matter. Although after he left, the words of Yudao seemed to be speaking for Emperor Yu, but it still made people point the finger at the people of Sahaitang. However, Shui Nai's sudden departure made people somewhat suspicious. For players, being killed is just a very normal thing, but Shui Nai's current appearance shows that she is very afraid of death. She disappeared without even figuring out the situation. This is very rare for players. However, Shui Nai did this out of helplessness. He and Dao Yudao still have a state of divine power source, although with the help of the lurking mask, those players do not know to detect this state. But as long as he is killed by a player, the effect of that state will be reduced by 10% and transferred to that player, and at the same time, the fact that he has obtained the divine power source will also be known to others. At that time, I am afraid that many people will come to trouble them. After all, as long as they successfully kill Shui Nai, they can get 10% of the divine power, which is much easier and more efficient than killing people to get equipment, so there will naturally be many desperate people. Now facing the last Sahaitang has forced Shui Nai and his team to suppress the leveling plan. If there are more people who are willing to kill, he doesn't know if he has the opportunity to reach level 60 and solidify the divine power. For Shui Nai, the divine power can make him stronger than other players. The most important thing is that this divine power was given to him by the corpse witch Nabi, and that was because the corpse witch had enough trust in him, so he must try his best to preserve this divine power. What's the situation? Shui Nai asked Dao Yudao who came in from outside. There won't be any problems today. After all, in the fight between you and Yu Huang has no right to fight you. If I'm not mistaken, the people of Sahaitang will definitely find a way to find the thief, and then find a way to clear his name, so I think they don't have time to trouble us these days. Dao Yudao said, looking at the innermost part of the poisonous insect valley. By the way, just now in the guild forum area, the people of Sahaitang issued a statement. Do you want to respond? The beautiful fox also intervened at this time. Does it mean that they didn't send thieves to disrupt the situation? But there's no need to respond. We don't need to care about anything now. Just watch how the people of Sahaitang end it. Anyway, in the duel just now, as long as you are not blind, no one can see the winner. Dao Yudao said, while starting to look for the snake ring and spider ring in the cave. Let's go to the rock snake basin and see if there is a way to cross. Let's go to that basin. Dao Yudao said as he started to form a group with the Fox Fairy Guild. He didn't want to miss out on the treasures that might exist in the Poison Insect Valley. The sooner he got them, the sooner he could enjoy them. Okay, but wait a little longer. I'll go there after I reply to this letter. You guys go first. While Shui Nai was speaking, he checked the large amount of junk mail in his mailbox one by one and deleted them. Many mages were very interested in the combination magic used by Shui Nai, and many mages sent messages directly to ask about the source. The letters from these people seemed very enthusiastic, but Shui Nai knew that these people were snobbish and greedy for petty gains. When he was suppressed by those people from Sahaitang, these people didn't even fart. And now, seeing that he had what they needed, they immediately came to call brothers and sisters, and were extremely enthusiastic. What made Shui Nai impatient the most was that there were too many letters sent by these people, and Shui Nai had not activated the automatic selection system before. So now these junk letters are mixed with those useful letters, and it is very troublesome to find the useful letters. As for the combination magic asked by these snobbish people, Shui Nai didn't think of responding, just pretend that he didn't receive it. Okay, then you have to hurry up. Dao Yudao said, and then he walked out of the cave with the beautiful fox, ready to call the people who were practicing skills at the exit of the spider basin. Hey, Poxio, aren't you going? When Shui Nai finished replying to the letter from the unscrupulous profiteer, he looked up and found Poxio in the cave, constantly making blank scrolls from pieces of magic spider skin. No, my level is already 40. If I don't lower it, it will be too late to regret it. And now you need a lot of experience, and I can't commit suicide to lower the level, so I can only do these things to help you. Poxio said as he worked hard to clean the spider fur in his hand with the tools in his hand, cut it into the corresponding size, rolled it up and put it aside. The fur of the spider in Poxio's hand is the material for making high-level scrolls. However, since these furs have their own properties, if you want to make them into magic scrolls, you must choose blank scrolls of the corresponding system. However, it is precisely because these furs have the properties of elements that the mage can attach the corresponding high-level magic to them without exploding, because the scroll cannot withstand the power of those magic. Well, then you have to be careful. If there is any danger, it is best to log off immediately. Mina glanced at Poxio, who was working hard, and did not call him again. By the way, Fanfiction, do you regret it? Help us. Why should you regret it? Don't ask this kind of question next time. Okay, I'm leaving. After saying this, Mina disappeared directly at the entrance of the cave, and the whole person was so fast that he seemed to turn into a sharp arrow and rushed to the deepest part of the venomous snake basin. After the venomous snakes in the venomous snake basin were led to the spider basin by Mina and others, it has become quiet again. When he came to the magic spider basin, Mina saw that Fox Butterfly and the injured little fox were fighting hard with the 3 rock snakes around them, while the small mosquito and the small eyebrow around them were trying to use magic to attack them. After seeing this, Mina immediately joined the battle, and the lightning spell almost turned into a silver line, which electrocuted one of the rock snakes and ran away from the battle. Tisk, come here to steal the business. The beautiful fox guarding the wizard immediately grumbled. However, Shui Nai's doing this just happened to free the fox butterfly and the injured little fox. They were approached by 3 rock snakes, and they had no way to completely absorb their hatred, which also made Xiao Wen and Xiao Mei dare not attack these rock snakes too hard, so they fought without rhythm. Although Shui Nai's thunder spell was only an intermediate magic, it was not a big problem to fight against the rock snakes of only level 30. It could at least deal more than 100 points of damage, and now Shui Nai had to practice his thunder spell hard. After Shui Nai spent several minutes using the thunder spell and used his speed to kill the rock snakes bit by bit, he immediately went to help Xiao Wen and the others. Okay, now Lao Fan is here too. I plan to go with Lao Fan to see the situation inside. You wait outside first, how about it? Dao Yiyu Dao immediately proposed his plan after everyone solved the rock snakes that were lured out. I want to go too. The beautiful fox immediately stood up and said. Next time, we'd better be more careful this time. We have tried it before, there should be something inside. Dao Yiyu Dao reminded the beautiful fox. It turned out that when waiting for Shui Nai to come over, the beautiful fox and Dao Yiyu Dao had already tried to use the crawling technique to climb over, intending to see what was inside first. However, when they were about to climb to the highest point, they found that there was a layer of transparent thing covering the top of the basin cliff. This thing was not only too smooth to climb, but also impossible to attack. And when Dao Yiyu Dao climbed up from the other side the cliff belonging to the rock snake basin, when looking inside, found that the sky above the basin was tightly covered by a grey shield, and this shield was the same as the one on the cliff. It was too smooth to walk on, and it was impossible to attack, and the most troublesome thing was that there was no way to see the situation below clearly. All these different places told others that there should be something important inside. And in this world, if there are important things, they will naturally be guarded. In this kind of place, I think there may be a red boss guarding it, so I want you to stay away from it. Dao Yiyu Dao said. Now the ordinary bosses in this poisonous insect valley are so perverted. If it weren't for the boss killer Shui Nai, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to get through without finding hundreds of people. Okay, then you have to be careful. The beautiful fox also understood the meaning of Dao Yiyu Dao's last look at Ye Yan and the others. Didn't he want her to be a bodyguard? Let's go, let's climb over there. Dao Yiyu Dao said, and then he went along the mountain wall to the deepest part of the rock snake basin. Chapter 408 Boss Basin. When Shui Nai followed Dao Yiyu Dao to climb to the deepest mountain wall of the rock snake basin, he immediately found that the mountain wall in front of him was indeed very different in color from the surrounding mountain walls. This mountain wall seemed to have been added recently, and it was made with earth magic. Can it be blown up? Dao Yudao asked Shuinai, who was studying the mountain wall. If there is a road here, it will be no problem to open it, but... Shuinai said halfway, and looked at the rock snakes below with some worry. Although the rock snakes below did not attack them now, if several powerful monsters emerge after opening this mountain wall, they will be in trouble. Shuinai dare not underestimate the monsters in this poisonous insect valley. Are you planning to blow it up directly with a pyrotechnic bomb? Then, go to a farther place and use the pyrotechnic bomb. Once it's opened, I'll go check out the situation inside and then talk about other things. Dao Yudao also knew that among Shui Nai's magic, only the ice cone and the pyrotechnic bomb could open the wall. Of course, they could also use digging tools such as pickaxes, but it would be unwise to use these tools when magic was available. After listening to Shui Nai, he first put an ice cone on this mountain wall as a mark, and then found a place where there were no rock snakes to stand. When the first pyrotechnic bomb exploded on the mountain wall, only a small piece of rock was blown off the mountain wall immediately. Although the sound of using pyrotechnic bombs was very loud and could easily attract the monsters in the fifth basin, out of consideration for the possibility that unknown monsters might lurk, both Shui Nai and Dao Yudao felt that it would be better for them to startle the snakes. After this 1-meter-thick mountain wall was attacked by nearly 20 explosive bombs from Shui Nai, a small hole not much bigger than a basin was finally blown out. Afterwards, Dao Yudao looked outside the hole for a few times, but it was grey and dim inside. Lao Fan, I can't see inside. Dao Yudao said unwillingly. I'll cast a fireball into it now, can you take a look? Shui Nai also knew some of the situation inside through the telescope. Because the basin was covered by something that didn't seem to be transparent on the upper side, it was dark inside. However, when Shui Nai's fireball went in, they saw 8 red light bulbs flashing inside, and a sharp sound like scratching glass stopped abruptly. The fireball just now seemed to hit these light bulbs and burned for a long time. Damn, it's the evil poisonous spider. Dao Yudao was the closest. Although the 8 spider eyes disappeared as soon as they appeared, Dao Yudao knew the evil poisonous spiders so well that he couldn't make a mistake. So he immediately took out a few magic scrolls from his backpack and jumped back. Now he didn't dare to stick to the mountain wall anymore. With the size of the evil poisonous spider, he was afraid that the mountain wall that had been blown up by Shui Nai would not be able to stop it. However, the good thing was that the bottom of this mountain wall seemed to be the place where the boss of this basin appeared, so those rock snakes rarely appeared here, but even so, Dao Yudao didn't dare to stay here for a long time. The petrification ability of the rock snake was really disgusting. I'll try again. Shui Nai also saw it, so he immediately added a flame shield to himself and Dao Yudao, and then prepared to use magic again. However, this time, he planned to use the continuous flame pillar. I saw 5 consecutive fireballs plus 1 small fireball quickly shot into the 5th basin. Except for the small fireball that went out quickly, the other 5 fireballs turned into pillars of fire in an instant, temporarily illuminating the inside. This time, the evil poisonous spider that was standing right behind the cave entrance disappeared, but the situation inside shocked Shui Nai and Dao Yudao, and the hairs on their bodies stood up. Because, at the moment when the flame pillar was trampled by the monster, they saw at least 3 evil poisonous spiders guarding the side of the cave entrance, waiting for the moment when the prey would stick its head in. And in the distance, there were 5 large black shadows swaying and making a hissing sound. Damn, this is the boss basin, and there are so many bosses at once. Dao Yudao came to Shui Nai immediately after seeing so many bosses. Just now, the illumination range of Shui Nai's flame pillar was only a small corner, but such a small corner had gathered no less than 8 evil poisonous bosses. I doubt it, this is just the tip of the iceberg. After all, we didn't see any non-boss monsters in there. Shui Nai looked at the dark area in the basin, not knowing how big the 5th basin was. Lao Fan, try the magic cannon first. I feel like they are reluctant to come out. Dao Yudao knew from the previous basins that these evil spiders and snakes would fight to the death as long as they saw the enemy, and now they obviously didn't dare to come out of this boss's rented land. Wait a minute, wait until Xiaowen and the others get rid of the rock snakes in their hands. Shui Nai had thought of this a long time ago, but considering the relationship with Xiaowen and the others outside, he had to wait. You should still consider it comprehensively. Oh, by the way, do you have enough potions in your backpack? I'm afraid you don't have enough potions. Dao Yudao thought of himself and his people, who were now so poor that they only had contribution points. Although they could fully meet their needs by buying potions, it was really a bit of a loss to use these contribution points on this. This is no longer a problem. Tomorrow, the elemental city will be able to communicate with Yunwu town, and Uncle Wuliang will be the first group of people to come in tomorrow. So, today, we can use the magic cannon to treat the rock snakes here properly. In the communication with the unscrupulous profiteer just now, Shui Nai had learned that he was the first batch of players approved to come, and he would also bring a large amount of supplies he needed. Are you sure? Dao Yudao looked at the rock snakes below, and his heart couldn't help but warm up. He was very jealous of the physical gems and earth element gems on the rock snakes. Basically, as long as these rock snakes were killed, a physical gem would definitely explode. Although the level is a bit low, in the player market, physical gems are the most popular. Don't worry, today, not a single rock snake here can escape. Although the rock snakes are difficult to fight, for the magic cannon with sufficient magic power, it is only a matter of time. From the beginning, they came here to dig out the deepest secrets of the poisonous insect valley, so they never used the magic cannon to waste these potions, and therefore using the rock snakes here became a headache for them. But the unscrupulous profiteers came, allowing Shui Na to use the magic cannon. Okay, the outside is ready, now we can start. Shui Na grabbed the magic cannon, and the muzzle was already flashing blue light. On the side, Dao Yudao took out the scrolls in his backpack again. These magic scrolls were all high-level magic scrolls made of the fur of the magic spider. Even if he faced the evil boss, Dao Yudao had the strength to fight. In the next moment, a faint blue beam of light quickly split the darkness in the boss basin into two. However, the two people who saw the situation inside took a breath again. However, soon, their surprise was replaced by excitement. Because there were no less than 20 evil poisonous spiders and snakes inside, and with the 200 meter range of the magic cannon, it seemed that it had not yet reached the deepest part. This was a veritable boss basin. Chapter 409 The Arrival of Unscrupulous Profiteers. Damn, these evil bosses will escape, is this an evil boss? Dao Yudao looked at the evil boss that was swept by the magic cannon beam, and actually fled to the depths of the boss basin one by one, and disappeared into the darkness in a short while. Basically, no one thought of coming out for revenge, but Dao Yudao also found that the small hole they opened now had become a place where bosses gathered. The bosses were guarding the hole, but none of them planned to come out. Then Mizuna tried to use the magic cannon to attack them, but the result was the same as before. They were seriously injured and ran away in an instant. Mizuna didn't even have the chance to fire another shot to kill them. Seeing this, Mizuna and Dao Yudao had to put away the magic cannon. After all, it would not be good for them if they couldn't kill these evil bosses now, so they should not waste time and magic power. Hey, you guys came out so quickly, can't you get through the mountain wall? Xiaomei, after watching the two people come out, she immediately asked a question, and her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Since they received Shui Nai's message, they immediately solved the matter at hand, and now they are waiting for their next message. It is opened, but the situation inside is a bit strange. There are dozens of evil poisonous spiders and evil poisonous snakes inside, but the strange thing is that none of them can be lured out. Dao Yudao said simply. They don't come out? Why don't we sneak in and take a look? The beautiful fox immediately made a suggestion. As a thief, if you don't even have this kind of adventure experience, it's really unprofessional. No, there are evil poisonous snakes guarding the entrance of the cave, we can't sneak in. At this time, Shui Nai also spoke. The combination of evil poisonous spiders and evil poisonous snakes has basically been blocked by the thief's ability. If it is just a pair, then with Dao Yudao's suit ability, there is still a chance to sneak in. However, there are more than one pair of evil poisonous spiders now, and the environment inside is also very dim. If there is no light source, the player can basically not see the road clearly. No way, the evil poisonous snake is guarding the door, what is in there? The beautiful fox asked suspiciously. She is very familiar with the ability of the evil poisonous snake, but in the fifth basin, it is only used as a guard, which is very abnormal. Unless there are very important things or treasures hidden inside, the beautiful fox thought to herself. And Dao Yudao also obviously guessed in this direction, so he also wanted to rush in now to see what treasures are inside. However, he also knew that if he went in like this, he would be completely sending himself to death. So, today we will first clean up the rock snakes in the rock snake basin, and wait for the unscrupulous profiteers to come tomorrow, and then see the situation. Mina took a look at the situation in the rock snake basin, and now they can only set their target here. The rock snakes basically had no ability to resist the absolute power of the magic cannon. Coupled with the effect of the snake breath in Mina's hand, the rock snakes in the rock snake basin probably didn't even notice the enemy's location, let alone resist. They were killed by Mina and became the dead souls under the cannon. But Mina's magic potion in her backpack was almost used up, and only 2 groups were left for emergency. The things that thousands of rock snakes exploded were very rich. When the rock snake basin was cleared, the beautiful fox brought a group of people from the spider basin to clean up the battlefield before going offline. Except for Yuying Qingchen, who was guarding the entrance of the poisonous insect valley, the remaining 9 people all gathered at the rock snake basin. Now the gems and rock snake teeth that exploded in the rock snake basin have been plundered by them, leaving only the dead rock snakes on the ground that have not been brushed away. And it was these rock snake corpses that made them very embarrassed. The skin of rock snakes has mucus that can petrify people. If these mucus are not collected, they will easily solidify in the air. These mucus are very rare venom materials for thieves, but now the mucus on these dead bodies makes it impossible for them to successfully peel off the snakeskin of the rock snake. The snakeskin of rock snakes belongs to the material of leather armor, and because rock snakes are semi-magic beasts of the earth system, this snakeskin not only has extremely strong physical defense capabilities, but also has good magic defense capabilities. Its effect is no weaker than the armor of the warrior profession. And they are very clear about these, after all, they have tried them. Hey, this is the first one, it's too uncomfortable. The thief with the highest physique, Yuyudeo, looked at the broken snakeskin in his hand and threw it aside heavily. In the process of collecting, being interrupted will be directly judged as a failure by the system, and failure at this time means that the materials in hand are directly scrapped. However, it is unlikely that they will not fail when facing these petrifying slimes. Only Mina succeeded once when the rock snake was about to disappear and the slime solidified. Now, Mina and the others who were destroying the corpses of the rock snakes were already in an extremely unhappy state. After being tortured by the rock snake corpses for so long, no matter how good their mentality was, they could not maintain it. Damn, I actually forgot this magic. Mina threw the failed snakeskin in his hand aside again. Is there something wrong? Yayan, who thought he was petrified, immediately shot out a light of elimination. With Mina's personality, he rarely said such words. But now in this situation, even if he has a good heart, he will probably have a lot of complaints. However, she soon discovered that Mina was not petrified at all, because the light of elimination never gave off the flickering light it gave when it was in effect. Restoration magic should be able to wash off the slime on the rock snake. Although Mina was just guessing, he was very sure. Will this work? The recipient of the restoration magic can be a dead body? After hearing this, Xiaomei also raised her own question. Yes, I have tried it before. Shuai did not say much, and directly launched a recovery spell on the rock snake in front of Dao Yiyudeo. Although this recovery spell could not restore the life of the rock snake whose health value was 0, its strengthening effect washing ability, has already played a role. A wave of blue light flashed on the snake for a few times, and then the mucus and mud that had not dried on the rock snake were swept to the ground by the blue light. It's done. Dao Yiyudeo, who did not drink the anti-petrification potion, happily activated the collection skill on the bodies of these rock snakes. With a lift of his hand, he got a complete snakeskin. After that, everyone immediately participated in it. Even the 2 priests, Yayan and Xiaomei, had to lower their status and join the ranks of skinners, because the bodies of rock snakes were getting fewer and fewer, and now time was gold coins. After a while, complete snakeskins began to pile up behind them. Alas, if you had thought of this magic earlier, it wouldn't be so wasteful. Dao Yiyudeo looked at the hundreds of rock snakeskins in front of him, and couldn't help but say with some heartache. Although the Shuai magic cannon is very powerful in killing monsters, it can only collect the last batch of dead bodies. This wasteful behavior has always been a pain for Dao Yiyudeo. The skins of these rock snakes are very large, and basically one piece can be made into a set of leather armor. Although the effect of these snakeskins is not as powerful and useful as when they are alive, it is far from comparable to the fur on those ordinary monsters. In addition, these snakeskins are very soft and not cumbersome at all, which is very suitable for professions such as thieves that require speed and flexibility. Do you have any magic recovery potions? Give some to Fanfiction. Let's go to the spider basin to burn monsters while there is still time. The beautiful fox asked Yayan and other mages, and only they would carry the magic recovery potion. Later, when Yayan and the others gave all the magic recovery potions in their backpacks to Shwina, the result was that Shwina killed more than half of the poisonous snakes and spiders in the spider basin by himself, but everyone had no choice but to log off. Early the next morning, Shwina and Dao Yudao had already returned to Yunwu town, and stood on the retaining wall of Yunwu town with Xiaoyu to witness the final process of the construction of the teleportation point below. When the most core teleportation stone staff was inserted into the center of the huge stone below by an NPC mage while chanting a spell, the spell on the entire ancient board below lit up. For a while, all the visitors on the retaining wall were dazzled by the sudden light. When the light gradually dimmed, everyone saw that the teleportation stone staff had disappeared from the magic circle, and it seemed that it should have sunk to the bottom of the magic circle. Now, the teleportation array below has begun to operate slowly. Shuai looked at the light on the teleportation array, which was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, like a pulse, very regular. This is the same as the elemental city in Lanluo village, indicating that the movement is very normal. Since this teleportation array is built outside the wall of Yunwu town, the Lord of Anwei City had to find some players and her subordinates to form a guard group to protect the teleportation array, which is responsible for the completeness of this teleportation array. 5 minutes later, Shuai and Wu Yang Treason had met in the Mage Tower Square. "Brother Fan, long time no see." Wu Yang Treason hugged Fan Chen first. "By the way, I have to go to Anwei City Lord first. The elders of the Elemental City also want me to bring a letter to her." Wu Yang Treason said, while following Shuai's finger, he walked towards the Mage Tower to find the Lord of Anwei inside. "I didn't expect that even Uncle Wu Yang has done this." Dao Yudao looked at the unscrupulous profiteer who was only level 10 but had 2 level 50 NPC swordsmen as followers, and felt a little sad about the difference in this game world. In the games he had played before, strength was the main factor. In the game, the player's fist was the truth, so the game was either leveling up or PK. In the reality now, even soft power such as power can be obtained by players. I am afraid that even the president of the Yahuang Shenlong would not dare to offend the unscrupulous profiteer now. "By the way, your noble title is a little low, right?" Dao Yudao suddenly said to Shuai. Now the unscrupulous profiteer is already a baron, while Shuai has not even reached the baronet. "Alas, my mission of the baronet has not been settled yet. Those rebel generals may be hiding in some corner. You want me to find them?" Mina smiled bitterly. Chapter 410 We are here to buy Dragon Balls. You mean, you came here specifically to buy Dragon Balls? Mina took a look at the player in a suit and tie, who looked like a successful person. Not long after the unscrupulous profiteer entered the Mage Tower, Mina suddenly saw the man in front of her come over to chat with her. Moreover, he came and directly proposed to buy the Dragon Ball in Mina's hand, and even wanted to buy his magic cannon. And from the tone of this person's speech, it was definitely rich and powerful, as if no matter whether it was gold coins or credit points, they were just numbers in his eyes. "Yes, as a qualified professional collector, I am very interested in what you have, so I hope you can satisfy my wish." The player who claimed to be a game collector immediately bowed to Mina after seeing Mina's question, and the smile on his face never disappeared. However, what this person said had a sense of superiority, which made Mina frown a little. This. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, but Mina didn't know why she didn't want to talk to him anymore. "Don't worry, I will offer a price that is most suitable for these 2 treasures." After seeing Mina frowning, the collector immediately threw out his usual means. "Well, what price are you going to offer? If the price is attractive to us, we certainly won't refuse it, right?" Dao Yudao winked at Shuai to let him join in. Shuai was not a fool, so he naturally knew what Dao Yudao meant, so he nodded directly, indicating his agreement with Dao Yudao's words. In the past 2 days, many players have asked Shuai about or intended to buy the Dragon Balls in Shuai's hands, but he pretended not to have seen the letters from these people. However, now that a collector has suddenly come, Shuai is a little confused about how to deal with it. After all, he has come to the door. If he refuses directly, it will not only offend people, but also cause some problems. "Well, this, in fact, the main reason I came here is to buy the Dragon Balls in your hands. It would be best if I can buy the magic cannon." After hearing Dao Yudao's words, the collector immediately thought that his chance had come. "Well, I don't know if you want credit points or gold coins. But to be honest, I don't have many gold coins. I bought a lot of things some time ago, so I may not be able to make ends meet in the game. Why don't I just use credit points? 50,000, what do you think of this number? When Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao heard this number, their brows frowned at the same time, but what they were doing was different. Now, Shui Nai was thinking that such a thing that was of no use to him could be worth this price, which he found a little incredible. Because this was too unrealistic for him who had only a few thousand in his net worth, so he had to re-evaluate the situation of this game. And Dao Yiyu Dao? He was thinking that these 50,000 credit points seemed too small for a wealthy family. In the current exchange of credit points and gold coins, 50,000 credit points are equivalent to 500,000 gold coins. Haha, it seems that you don't know the value of Dragon Balls. Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly said this with a smile. Why? The collector immediately asked back, and the smile on his face also faded a little. It's like this. I wonder if you know who triggered the Dragon Man's comeback last month. No, it's you, right? No, I don't have that much power, it's just him. Dao Yiyu Dao pointed at Shui Nai, and then said, since then, although many players have been looking for the props for the Dragon Man's reincarnation, unfortunately, so far, no one seems to have succeeded. Although the first player to become a Dragon Man does not have much practical significance, the symbolic meaning is not that simple. After all, the first player among players is very attractive to players. Moreover, I suspect that as long as someone becomes the first Dragon Man, the Dragon Man's system will be fully opened. So the price you offer is a bit low, and it is far from the price that makes us excited. Although Dao Yiyu Dao's words did not have much basis, for players, this itself is very likely. Since Shui Nai triggered the Dragon Man's comeback, no one has known how to complete this reincarnation. Because on the side of the Orc Kingdom, the players had almost turned it over and over again, but no one had found anything even related to the Dragon people. But the most common thing those players got from the NPC was, the time has not come yet. And that so-called time, Dao Yiyu Dao estimated that it was the Dragon Ball in Shui Nai's hand. This, then how much do you think it is worth? 10 million, at least this number, to match the value of this Dragon Ball. 10 million, is it credit points? The collector's face has become very ugly. It is too unacceptable to use 10 million to purchase data in a game. Yes, if it is gold coins, it is 100 million. Dao Yiyu Dao continued to stimulate. 100 million. Shui Nai's Heart Li was also surprised. Although he knew from the beginning that Dao Yiyu Dao would definitely raise the price to the highest place, he did not expect that he would raise it to this point. Then, I wonder, as the owner of the Dragon Ball, do you think this price is appropriate? The collector also noticed that Mina's face had changed, and immediately caught the message that it turned out that this guy didn't understand the price, so he asked Mina this question, wanting to start from him. His words are my words. Mina replied directly, and then let Dao Yiyu Dao negotiate. You. Hey, the price you offered is too high, can't you offer a normal price? The collector suppressed the anger in his chest, took a step forward and asked. No, buying and selling requires mutual consent, so I didn't force you to accept this price. It's just that this price is the lowest limit on my side. You have done a lot of buying and selling, so I think you will know this kind of thing. You. The collector knew that Dao Yiyu Dao was deliberately making things difficult, but now he had to ask for help, and there was no way to change this. Brother, I say, why don't you sell it at a lower price? Anyway, that thing is of no use to you, and it will take up space if you keep it. As the saying goes, it's better to make more friends than more enemies. A player bodyguard behind the collector stepped forward and flexed his huge fist towards Dao Yiyu Dao. The threat was obvious at a glance. Even if the sale fails, we are still righteous. However, if you want to use violence, I advise you not to underestimate us. Dao Yiyu Dao was not afraid of such threats. He shrugged and replied helplessly. Although he didn't say anything harsh, his demeanor revealed disdain and contempt. Boy, you won't give us face, as long as we are willing, you three little kids will never get out. The bodyguard was at least 40 years old, with a very burly figure, and it was unknown whether he had a scar on his face or not, or whether he added it in the game. His scarred face had turned red after being despised by Dao Yiyu Dao, and he was looking at Dao Yiyu Dao and his group of three with murderous intent. Well, let's go. Shui Nai just glanced at the collector, and then walked towards the mage tower. Wait, how about I use some collections and some money to exchange with you? Although the collector did not come in to play the game, he also understood that the value of the Dragon Ball might really be as high as he said after being enlightened by Dao Yu Dao. So he compared it in his mind and felt that being able to acquire it would definitely be his capital for showing off. Well, tell me the truth. This Dragon Ball is a life-saving tool for me. No matter how high the price you offer, I will not sell it to you before my problem is solved. Mina thought about it and felt that it would be better to tell this person the truth. Life-saving tool? Then why are you using it as a bet? The collector saw that Mina did not say what the problem was, but he immediately thought of the duel the day before, and couldn't help but ask loudly. I didn't think I would lose at the beginning. Mina said, and walked towards the mage tower. By the way, I don't know what the problem you are talking about is. I think I can help a little with my ability. The collector fully exerted his ability to pester, and still refused to stop. It's hard to say. Mina said without looking back. Humph. The bodyguards behind the collector were obviously angered by Mina. It seems that no one dared to put on airs in front of them, so they didn't think much and directly blocked Mina and the others' way. Chapter 411, Mina's Guard. The 5 men under the collector were all burly, and the most surprising thing was that none of them was not murderous and fierce. Hot Book Pavilion. They gave people the feeling that they were like beasts lurking in the dense forest, ready to devour people at any time. Looking at their cold eyes, Mina suddenly remembered the members of the hunting team for some reason, because their temperaments were somewhat similar, with a military atmosphere coming out of their bones. However, the hunting team was much gentler and more upright than Mina. Looking at the actions of these 5 people, they were actually secretly cooperating with each other. No matter how Mina and his men advanced or retreated during the march, they would be trapped by them. Moreover, the distance between them was just right, and no matter which one was attacked, they could react the fastest. Seeing this, Mizunao immediately felt a cold breath coming from them, as if being stared at by a poisonous snake. Mizunao looked at the thief who was blocking her way, and reached out with some dissatisfaction, ready to lift up his big hand on her shoulder. When the thief saw that Mizunao was so arrogant and wanted to raise his hand, he immediately showed a smug look of contempt, and pressed down again, intending to suppress him directly. However, when he saw when Dao Yu Dao and Xiao Yu smiled faintly, he felt his wrist tightened, and a strong force suddenly appeared, almost lifting his hand up, which scared him. However, before he could say anything and laugh at this arrogant mage, he felt his palm suddenly empty, and his hand on his shoulder was lifted up. You. This bodyguard thief did not expect that his strength of more than 100 points would be directly compared to a mage. Uncle, his strength value is not even comparable to mine, you should save some. Dao Yu Dao looked at this thief who was only about level 40, and wanted to tease him. For early thieves, the role of strength value is not prominent, so few people will increase the strength too much, and it is capped at more than 100 at most. But once Mina uses the strength burst, it will have a strength value of 264 points. Humph. The thief shook off Mina's hand. Although he pretended that nothing happened, his face, which was about to bleed, became more and more gloomy, and there was a trace of coldness in his eyes, just like the beasts outside attacking the wall. If you are fine, please make way. Mina was not afraid of these beasts of only level 40, but he didn't want to cause trouble, so he just talked to them nicely. Humph, nothing. You guys have wasted so much of our time. Do you think it's possible that nothing will happen? A soldier on Mina's left reacted immediately when he heard Mina's words, and grabbed Mina's hand, which obviously didn't want to sell the Dragon Ball, but expressed the intention to sell it. Well, if I rejected you at the beginning, would you agree? Mina looked at the collector. Although he didn't say anything now, his bodyguards dared to say so, which must have something to do with him. Well, if you had explained the reason at the beginning, we would not have made it difficult for you. The collector deliberately pondered for a while and pushed the question back to Mina again. Unfortunately, that question concerns the safety of my character, so I can't tell it. If I tell it, it will be the same as losing this character. Mina saw him circling around her demon wings again, so she had to take another step back. Then I don't know what the specific question is, because now it's only you who is talking. If we can't be sure of the content, we basically don't know whether what you said is true, or you are deliberately playing with us, which is not fair. A paladin on Mina's right side pressed forward step by step, obviously wanting Mina to tell the question. I can't say that. From the beginning, we plan to let you retreat when you see the difficulty. However, it is obvious that you prefer to use force, so I don't want to talk to you anymore. We like to use force? It seems that you people are not sincere first, right? We have already negotiated the price with you in a good tone, but you are so difficult. Aren't you forcing us to use force? Sincerity? 50,000 credit points are enough to buy the only reincarnation item in the whole server. Do you think this sincerity is enough? If your friends hear this, they will laugh to death. Dao Yudao looked at the collector and said, not wanting to give him any good face at all. Indeed, our price may be a little low, but you can't tease us like this. The collector also recognized that Mina and the others were in the wrong. No, didn't we say that as long as you can offer a price that makes us excited, after all, with 10 million, it is not a big problem to delete the account and start over. Dao Yudao went back to the question of price and excitement. So, if you insist that we are not sincere, then please show enough sincerity. Otherwise, we will also feel that it is not fair. Dao Yudao said to the bodyguards around him in a friendly manner, completely ignoring the murderous eyes of those bodyguards. Humph, boss, don't bother with them anymore. We just need one word, whether you give it or not. If you give it, we will still be friends in the future. If you don't give it, humph. The swordsman wanted to intimidate them again. Want to PK? You are really not qualified. Dao Yudao saw that these bodyguards had already taken out their weapons, and naturally he didn't want to talk to them anymore. Looking for death. The swordsman who was provoked by Dao Yudao immediately showed his weapon and stabbed Dao Yudao. Judging from his posture, he wanted to pierce Dao Yudao's throat. The speed and vision of this swordsman were not bad, and the direction of the sword was also very tricky. Although this sword thrust had no skill bonus, it was very steady and direct. In addition, there were other people blocking around, and the distance itself was not far. If Dao Yudao wanted to escape, it would be a big challenge for him. But if he was facing an ordinary thief, he would have been caught off guard. However, the swordsman's sword was directly deflected by Dao Yudao with a dagger. The gap between thieves and warriors, in addition to defense, is also in a heat-in confrontation. The biggest problem is strength. In the game, players can dodge or block through various postures and actions, but the gap in strength can only be made up by strength. However, Dao Yudao's strength is not small. It is impossible to block this sword, but it is very easy to deflect it. After watching the swordsman's sword pierce the air from the side of his neck, a ball of red mist appeared above the swordsman's head in the blink of an eye. Dao Yudao smiled and stabbed the dagger directly into the swordsman's throat, ready to fight back. However, just when the swordsman made a move, his 4 companions on Thursday also took action in an instant, and 1 dagger and 3 long swords stabbed at Dao Yudao and the other 3 in an instant. Kill. Just when Mina and the others were ready to fight on their own, a loud shout suddenly came from the direction of the teleportation array. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared in the corner of Mina's eyes, approaching quickly. However, before they came over, 5 clear sword lights flew over and inserted into their battle accurately. Puff! The sound of 5 sharp swords piercing into the human body, accompanied by a few screams, passed through this distance in an instant. When the white light disappeared, only Mina and his group were left on the field, not knowing what had happened. I'm very sorry, Master. We are late and frightened you. Please forgive us. The 5 swordsmen who came from the direction of the teleportation array suddenly half-knelt in front of Mina, 1 in front and 4 behind. And the leader in the front raised the long sword in his hand above his head and placed his hands in front of Mina, as if Mina was using this sword to punish them. Master. Mina looked at the 5 people in front of him who were about to fall to the ground with their heads down, and was extremely puzzled. Shui Na and his companions have now discovered that the 5 swordsmen who were half-kneeling were the rebels that Shui Na had captured last time. But now they are surprised that these 5 guys who were originally sitting in the prison of the elemental city came to this place and called Shui Na their master. Murder! Just when Shui Na and his companions were puzzled, the powerless collector screamed and ran outside. Hey, you 5 came so quickly, don't kneel, come here first. The unscrupulous profiteer came out of the mage tower at this time and immediately saw the dead bodies and the 5 kneeling people on the ground. And then the unscrupulous profiteer walked away and just said in Shui Na's private chat, they are now your guards and your servants. Chapter 412 Noble Guards. By the way, what happened just now? You had an argument with that guy. Was it because of the magic cannon? The unscrupulous profiteer also heard the collector's scream just now. Do you know them? Shui Na asked immediately. Now he felt that the 5 NPC guards behind him made him feel very depressed, and now the words of the unscrupulous profiteer just became his outlet. I guess so. He once bought a few rare things from me, so I still remember him, but he is not a big shot, so it's okay if I offend him. Seeing Shui Na frowned, the unscrupulous profiteer immediately said indifferently. In reality, there will always be some people who feel that they have too much money and have nowhere to spend it, but if these people don't rely on professional players in the game, they are just the players' ATMs. There is no big problem, so there is no need to be in the middle. The unscrupulous profiteer said in Shui Na's private chat, and then he glanced at the swordsman lined up behind Shui Na. Are you Olin? You should say it. The unscrupulous profiteer suddenly said to the man behind Shui Na and called him over. Yes, sir. The man named Wakabayashi was the leader of this former rebel army, and one of the rebels that Mizuna had to kill in the previous Baron mission. Master, the sinner Wakabayashi would like to thank you for not killing us and for giving us a new life. At the same time, we swear here that our souls will always be loyal to you, and we will never have second thoughts. Wakabayashi glanced at Mizuna, then suddenly knelt in front of Mizuna and swore very respectfully. He grabbed the hilt and the blade with both hands, and then with a snap, he broke the long sword that represented his life in two. After that, the 4 swordsmen behind Wakabayashi also knelt down and broke the long swords in their hands to show their rebirth. However, their behavior stunned Mizuna and Dao Yudao. In the real world, a world that advocates fairness and equality, such things are not seen, let alone thought about. Do you have any long swords in your backpack? If you do, give them a few first to deal with them. At this time, the unscrupulous profiteer, who had experienced it, immediately reminded Mina. Wait. At this time, Mina was immediately rummaging through the boxes in his backpack, and temporarily dug out the long swords that he had replaced from the injured little fox, Hudi, and asked him to sell on his behalf. Get up first, don't kneel down. Mina took out the long swords from his backpack and pulled up Wakabayashi and the others. However, he did not expect that when he pulled up Wakabayashi and the others, they would have a flash of surprise in their eyes. Thank you, master. After Wakabayashi took the sword given to him by Mina, he followed Mina's hand and stood up. While Mina distributed the long swords in the backpack one by one, Wu Yanjai also explained in the team chat why Wakabayashi and the other 5 were like this. It turned out that since Mina handed Wakabayashi and the others over to the Lord of Anhui City, he had never dealt with them, so they had been in prison. Later, with the help of the Lord of Anhui City, Wu Yanjai was also accepted as a noble by the Lord of Anhui City because of his outstanding contribution to the Element City, and was responsible for the trivial matters of the trade in the Element City. After that, he began to get in touch with the affairs of the nobles, and when he learned that Mina's task had not been completed, he began to help him complete this task. When he tried to contact Wakabayashi and his men to find the remaining rebels, he found that Wakabayashi and his men actually wanted to submit to Mina, so he began to guarantee them in the name of Mina's agent, and tried every means to protect them and their families. Hehe, now they are your noble guards, and there are 5 of them at once, which is 1 point stronger than the Viscount. Moreover, these people are now swearing with their souls, although there is not much binding force. But for these people with the spirit of chivalry in their bones, this is the supreme promise. The unscrupulous profiteer said happily in the team chat. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome, this is the cause you planted before, and now it's time for you to reap it. Hey, your name is Wakabayashi. Mina took a step forward and glanced at Wakabayashi. Yes, master, what can I do for you? Wakabayashi immediately half knelt down, waiting for his master's order. However, Mina frowned slightly when she saw Wakabayashi like this. Will you do everything I say? Mina tried to test him. Yes, whether it's climbing a mountain of swords or descending a sea of fire, as long as it's your order, we won't frown. Well, I only have 2 requests now. First, don't call me master, I don't like this title. Second, I don't like others kneeling to talk to me, that's all. If you think it's acceptable, get up, if you think it's not okay, don't follow me. This. Wakabayashi and the other 5 looked back, all a little hesitant. Get up and listen to him. At this time, the unscrupulous profiteer also spoke. But we are sinners, if we do this, we Wakabayashi was interrupted by the unscrupulous profiteer before he finished speaking. Your sins have gone with your titles and ranks. Now you are just commoners. Although you will never have the chance to become nobles, there is no need to always regard yourself as sinners. Get up! The unscrupulous profiteer said with a very serious expression. At this time, a crisp and gentle voice suddenly came from the side of the mage tower. Hey, Fanfiction, so you are here. Ruolin and his family have been settled according to your instructions. Now, Ruolin and his family have become your noble guards, that is, your retainers. You can ask them to do anything in the future. At this time, when the Lord of Anwei came out of the mage tower and saw Mina and the others, he obviously knew about Ruolin and the others. However, her words made the eyes of the unscrupulous profiteer and Dao Yudao brighten, because they all found that there was a light of hope in Ruolin's eyes. Hey, uncle, why didn't you tell me about all the things you did? This is not a good play. Mina complained to the unscrupulous profiteer, but she had a learned expression on her face and humbly returned the greeting. Later, Mina also knew that the unscrupulous profiteer had settled Wakabayashi's family in his shop, which not only gave them a livelihood, but also made Wakabayashi and his family more devoted. However, he felt that he didn't seem to be of much use to these noble guards, and it would be better for him to be a bodyguard for the unscrupulous profiteer. Hee, surprise? It's a surprise, right? These are powerful NPC fighters with a minimum of level 50. When they fight, no player can stop them. Lord City Lord. Seeing Anwei's Wakabayashi and his group, they were a little excited, but they quickly lowered their heads and dared not look at her. You have already disappointed me once, so don't disappoint Lord Fanfiction again. After saying this, Lord Anwei glanced at Shui Nai and the others, and then walked towards the teleportation array with a group of guards. It seems that Anwei is going back to the elemental city, but Shui Nai sensitively feels that the noble young men in gorgeous clothes behind Lord Anwei have hostility towards him. And Ruolin and the others bowed deeply to Lord Anwei, and then stood behind Shui Nai, like a rock. Xiao Fan, send Ruolin and the others away first, I have something to tell you. They. Unscrupulous profiteer suddenly said something in the team chat. Ruolin, why don't you go downstairs and find something to do first? It's boring to stay here. Shui Nai's weak words almost made Dao Yudao fall down. Is this what a master and servant say? Chapter 413 Nobles. Watching Wakabayashi and his 4 brothers, like beasts out of a cage, killing the beasts below like cutting melons and vegetables, they were extremely powerful. However, wherever they passed, apart from the dead bodies on the ground, no equipment was seen to explode, which made the players who originally planned to follow behind to pick up things curse. Shui Nai and his group, who turned their attention back to the unscrupulous profiteers, also began to learn some common sense about the upper class of the human empire in this world from him. In this world, except for the nobles of the night level who do not have full-time guards, the nobles of other levels will be equipped with guards of varying numbers by the empire. These guards are deployed by the empire and paid by the empire. There are restrictions on the number of guards for these nobles. Of course, the people that the nobles find themselves are not included in this list, and naturally they cannot enjoy the treatment of the empire. And now, Mina belongs to the second category. However, because of the good things Mina did before, Wakabayashi and others became his free laborers. Hearing what you said, Wakabayashi and others were also nobles. Now they are here with me, I am afraid. Mina looked at the 5 snow-white papers that the unscrupulous profiteer had just given him. These 5 papers were full of information about Wakabayashi and others, and the title on them was the 3 big words selling body contract. Whether it is name, age, or even their skills, weapons and strength levels, they are all clear. Don't worry, in the world of nobles, there are many noble youths who have no way to inherit the family title. They often lower their status and run to some great nobles to become these guards, hoping to get the favor of these great nobles, so as to become a phoenix. Therefore, among the nobles, the status of a guard is not low in itself, and it is also a very promising job. So, it is not a big problem for a noble to be someone's guard. In addition, Wakabayashi's noble title is not inherited, but accumulated military merits, from a soldier to a general, so they will not have any shadows from such things. Moreover, Wakabayashi and others are now recruited as guards as criminals. For them, this not only saves the lives of their entire family, but also gives them a chance to start a new life. Although they can no longer become nobles in this lifetime, their descendants have this opportunity. As long as you, the master, can make a name for yourself, their descendants will naturally have other benefits. The unscrupulous profiteer spoke for several minutes before explaining these words clearly. So, are there also great nobles and small nobles among the nobles? Dao Yudao glanced at the unscrupulous profiteer. His current noble rank is not low. He is probably the first among the players. In fact, this is the classification of the noble circle itself. In addition to the two quasi-titles of Knight and Baron, there are 5 other titles: Baron, Son, Earl, Marquis, and Duke. There seems to be a prince above. Only when you reach the position of Earl can you be considered a great noble with a say. The 2 before are generally just chores working under them. To be honest, in fact, most of the nobles in this empire are at the level of Baron or Viscount. Only less than 10% of the nobles can be considered great nobles. So we, the so-called nobles, are actually higher level workers. But for those of us who don't level up, playing this power game is not bad. The unscrupulous profiteer smiled self-deprecatingly, and then said another sentence. By the way, Xiaofan, you have to work harder on your mission as a baron. The noble elders of the Element City are somewhat dissatisfied with the progress of your mission. In addition, you have offended the people of the church. Now no elder is optimistic about you. If it weren't for the strong intervention of the great sage Yangzhen, and the Lord of Anwei also favoring you, I'm afraid you would have been removed from the list by those old men. You have to pay attention. This, I can't do anything about it. The world is so big, and those rebels want to escape, and I can't do anything about it. Shui Na smiled bitterly. There is no relevant information at all. Where should he start looking? The most unfortunate thing is that the people in Ruolin's unit were used as abandoned pawns from the beginning. Otherwise, with their help, even if they can't persuade all of them to surrender, it's better than being unable to do anything now. The unscrupulous profiteer was actually quite jealous of Shui Na's 5 loyal bodyguards and guards, and hoped to get a few of them through this method. I've asked a few friends to help me keep an eye out, but there's no information yet. Shui Na also remembered that she had asked the people in the hunting team to help keep an eye out, but they haven't responded yet, and it's obvious that they haven't found the rebels. Otherwise, with their abilities, they would have come to notify us long ago. Well, you have to pay attention to this. The Lord of Anwei City is under great pressure now. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a large number of people from the Dark Camp, I'm afraid your noble title would have been put on the agenda long ago. The unscrupulous profiteer reminded him again. By the way, Uncle Wu Yang, how did you become a noble? Do you have any tricks? Looking at the noble titles of Shui Na and Wu Yang, it turned out that this had no real meaning, but he didn't want to fall behind others, so he also wanted to get one. Well, in fact, there are 3 ways to become a noble. The first is to complete the trials of those great nobles so that they can appreciate your abilities. Shui Na is already doing this. The second is to make enough contributions to a region. As long as you make enough contributions to a place, you will naturally be recognized by them, and this is the way I am taking. The third is to go to the battlefield, first get military merits, get an officer, and then work harder, and you can basically get a lower level noble title. The unscrupulous profiteer talked freely, sharing all the experience he had gained during this period. Contribution to a region, is this the same as our current one? Dao Yiyu pointed to the projection of the contribution point in the sky. Now he and Shui Na didn't know what task they had triggered in the Poisonous Insect Valley. Anyway, the contribution points of those who are in the Poisonous Insect Valley are steadily increasing every day. It's about the same, but mine is an economic contribution. During this period, due to good management, I have generated a lot of tax revenue for the Element City every day, so I was taken in as a retainer by Anwei. Now I am at least half an official. Hehe, I didn't expect my luck to be so good this time, haha. The unscrupulous profiteer became more and more proud as he spoke, and almost laughed wildly at the end. Haha, profiteer, if you were here too. At this time, a voice came from behind the unscrupulous profiteer, interrupting his pride. After that, the unscrupulous profiteer sitting on the ground soon found several shadows in front of him. Looking at the people who surrounded him, neither Shui Na nor Dao Yiyu took them seriously. Hey, it's you. When the unscrupulous profiteer heard the voice, his eyebrows immediately frowned, but when he turned his head, he had a bright smile on his face. Watching the unscrupulous profiteer and the collector talking for a long time, Shui Na and Dao Yiyu had to say hello first and prepare to clean up some useless things in their backpacks. Want to leave, have you asked us? The bodyguards who surrounded Shui Nai and the others immediately surrounded them when they saw that Shui Nai and the others didn't take them seriously and were ready to leave. Hey! At this time, Xiaoyu snorted angrily, and a light shield suddenly flashed out of her body, pushing away the bodyguard who tried to approach her. At this time, Xiaoyu, who didn't know what stimulated her, had already aimed the bow and arrow in her hand at the bodyguard. After that, everyone only heard a hum sound of the string vibration, and white light appeared. From the appearance of the bow to the sudden rise of the white light, both were completed almost in an instant, so that Shui Nai, who had been paying attention to that side, couldn't see clearly whether the white light rose first or the bowstring sound was heard first. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao, who saw the scene just now but didn't have time to react, didn't say anything, and directly attacked angrily, sending the bodyguards back to the resurrection point again. It turned out that just now, the bodyguard who went to block Xiaoyu didn't know which nerve had a problem, and dared to take advantage of Xiaoyu in a weak state after death. As a result, he didn't take advantage, but because of the obscene and malicious behavior, the people in their team were stained red again. If a male player dares to deliberately tease a female player, it will be a serious crime. You, actually. The collector saw his bodyguard lying on the ground again, pretending to be a dead body, and immediately screamed in fear and ran towards the resurrection point. Alas, it seems that the power of Yunmu town is very weak now, and these guys were not directly driven out. Dao Yiyudao looked at the dead bodies that had not disappeared at his feet, frowned and took a look at the defense of Yunmu town. There is no way, now the main battlefield of Yunmu town has moved from Yunmu town to the periphery of Yunmu mountain area. Basically, those players with a little strength have followed the people of Yunmu town to the outside, and it is impossible not to weaken here. Xiaoyu was still a little unhappy after shooting 2 people, but she didn't get cold anymore. Hehe, let's go out and fish in troubled waters when we have time. Dao Yiyudao, who was a little bored in the poisonous insect valley, wanted to find some new fun immediately. Chapter 414 Show Off Your Skills, Part 1. After talking with the unscrupulous profiteer about the elemental city and some problems of the current human empire, Shui Na and Dao Yiyudao learned some secrets from the unscrupulous profiteer that only nobles had the opportunity to know. However, these secrets did not have much impact on them. By the way, Ruolin and the others, I suggest you show off your skills in front of them, so that they can know your strength, and by the way see if you can stimulate them. If you stimulate them properly, you may get a few sword master level thugs in the future. After the 3 exchanged the things in their backpacks, the unscrupulous profiteer suddenly reminded Shui Nai. Under normal circumstances, noble guards are stronger than their masters, but in front of players, this law may be a bit problematic. After all, the upgrade speed of players is much faster than that of NPCs, and if those guards want to save their guard's face, they just have to work harder. I was planning to send them directly to you. Shui Nai didn't know why she didn't want to face her NPC subordinates. In addition, she was a player, and they were NPCs with only 1 life, which made Shui Nai dare not use them. Why don't we take them to fight that boss basin? With their average level of about 60, it should be no problem for them to help us pass that basin. Dao Yiudao's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the words of the unscrupulous profiteer. Okay, but we have to re-equip them with equipment first. After thinking about it, Shui Nai decided to live with them for a while, and then find a way to let them be the bodyguards of the unscrupulous profiteers. At this time, when the unscrupulous profiteer was sorting out the backpack that was messed up during the transaction, he immediately found those level 30 physical gems and earth element gems, and his heart couldn't help but jump. Although these level 30 gems are not expensive, they are not available to everyone with a large number of players. Not to mention the physical gems, the role of which is very important to any player. The earth element gems are different. If these gems are embedded in armor, they can strengthen the player's earth resistance. If embedded in the wizard's staff, it can increase the effect of earth magic. If embedded in melee weapons, they can be used to have earth attribute damage. These attribute damages have no effect on ordinary monsters. But if you face those monsters that are restrained by the earth element, such as water or thunder monsters, then this earth element damage will be effective. You can deal elemental damage on the original basis. However, since the explosion rate of gems has always been low, even if there is such a gem mine in an area, there will not be many players who can get it when there are too many people. Moreover, gems are consumables. As long as they are embedded in equipment, there will always be a certain chance that they will be broken when they are in close combat. Therefore, elemental gems are still very popular in the current gem market. Did you get these gems in there? The quality of these gems is too high. The unscrupulous profiteer pointed to the 2 gems in his hand. Although the level of these 2 gems is not high, the quality and integrity are very high. We still have some materials for making clothes from the half-monsters, but we have used them to make clothes. As for these gems, we have already got 1 set each. Dao Yudao picked up a physical gem in his hand. This perfect level 30 gem can add 30 points of physical strength to the player whether it is embedded or equipped in the accessories column. As for the earth element gem, the damage of the earth attribute is not very high. It can only deal attribute damage equal to its level multiplied by the quality rank, and it is still targeted. The quality rank of gems is calculated like this. For example, if a gem is of ordinary quality, its quality rank is 1, and the highest perfect is 4. Of course, this is based on a complete gem as an example, and those fragments have only a quarter of the effect of a complete gem. These are good things. Especially these complete ones, because they can be equipped directly in the accessories column and there is no chance of damage. Many people are rushing to buy these things. The unscrupulous profiteer looked at the gems in his backpack, and his eyes were already shining with the luster of gold coins. Although there were not many complete gems, only about half of the gems, at most a dozen, but the price of complete gems was more than 10 times that of those fragments. After that, the unscrupulous profiteer flipped through the backpack again. Although there were many remaining items, they could no longer arouse his interest. How are you going to deal with these materials? These are all good things. The unscrupulous profiteer took another look at the materials of the monsters in the backpack. Although these things are not of high level, some of them come from bosses, and some have some elemental attributes. These are rare materials in the hands of players. There is no one on our side who can use these materials, so I'll give them to you. You can do whatever you want. Mina knew that the unscrupulous profiteer had a life skills team in his hands. This team was the strongest guarantee for the unscrupulous profiteer to slowly grow in the elemental city. Well, okay, then what else do you need me to prepare? The unscrupulous profiteer said. At this time I also saw Wakabayashi and the others coming over the parapet. It seemed that the beasts below had been cleared, so I asked. Potions, we need a lot of potions. If possible, it would be best to provide 100 sets of the potions just now every 2 days, with a ratio of 9 red, 1 gas, and 90 magic. Dao Yudao said casually. 100 sets of high-level potions. Xiao is an unscrupulous profiteer. Even a businessman like him was a little surprised. 100 sets of potions are equivalent to 2,500 bottles, and high-level potions, whether they are for blood, magic, or chi, are 1,500 per bottle. If it is just for magic, it means 3.75 million magic. How much magic is 3.75 million? The unscrupulous profiteer can't imagine it. However, if the unscrupulous profiteer knew that Mineruo was fully operating the magic cannon, the 7.5 million magic could only be used for 6 hours. You are too cruel. The unscrupulous profiteer muttered in his heart. If the pharmacists under him provided a large amount of pine nut wine every day and worked overtime, one person could only make 20 sets of high-level potions. Well, it seems that I have to recruit people again. If this goes on, I am afraid that my grocery store will not even be able to sell potions. The unscrupulous profiteer muttered, and asked Wakabayashi and others for the long sword given to them by Mina under the laughter of Dao Yudao. The long sword given by Mina was not suitable for them to use, and these weapons were just symbolic things. If this place was not far from the elemental city, I am afraid that Wakabayashi and others would have kept these weapons at home long ago. Okay, I'll go back first, and I'll find time to come back tomorrow. The unscrupulous profiteer saw that basically everything had been handled, and it was time to go back. After that, Mina took Wakabayashi and his group to find the big hammer, and Xiaoyu was also called over by Miyuki to help her deal with those housework. Master, sir, actually, we only need ordinary equipment. The things you have here are too expensive. Wakabayashi was a little surprised when he saw his master taking one weapon and armor after another from the dwarf. Among all the forgers, the dwarfs have the best skills and produce the highest quality, but the principle of you get what you pay for cannot be reduced. Humph, I really don't have any ordinary goods here. These are the most ordinary ones. Tataikoi was immediately a little unhappy when he heard what Wakabayashi said. It's okay. As the saying goes, Good steel should be used on the blade. Now you are my blade, so of course I can't be careless. Mina ignored Wakabayashi's grateful eyes. While looking for various equipment from Dataikui based on the information on the 5 indentures. In terms of armor, this is easy to solve. After all, the armor is basically the same, and the things here of Dataikui are also blue equipment at the lowest level. Although it is a little expensive, the attributes are very good. What makes Mina embarrassed is the weapons. Although Wakabayashi and the others are all swordsmen who practice fighting spirit, the weapons they use are different from those of the players. Like Wakabayashi, his usual weapon is a spear, and his spearmanship is very strong, and he also has relevant spearmanship skills. And the weakest swordsman, Lan, who is only level 50, is even more abnormal, because his usual weapon is not a melee weapon such as a sword or a knife, but a giant bow. At that time, when Mina saw Lan's ability, he was also very surprised. He knew that the NPCs in this world only have 2 major categories in terms of professions, swordsmen and mages. In addition to learning magic, the rest are people who practice fighting spirit. But he didn't expect that the swordsman here can use so many kinds of weapons, which is much freer than players. However, this is just freedom. In terms of skills, the archer Lan only has 1 skill in bows and arrows. In fact, Shui Nai didn't know if this could be considered a skill. Anyway, it was to attach the wind-attributed Do Chi to the arrow, so that the arrow shot out could be increased in power and speed. However, this Do Chi attachment ability is basically used by Wakabayashi and his team, and it is the most basic ability. Although the weapons used by Wakabayashi and his team are very different from those of the players, fortunately, there are still many swordsman NPCs in Yunmu town, so basically the weapons here are quite complete. Some weapons are of higher quality, and some are weaker. Among them, the strongest one is Lan's steel bow. Although it is only a blue 50 level weapon, it requires 300 strength to pull it. In addition, the bow itself has a very strong damage ability, so Lan's weapon is the most powerful weapon. Looking at Wakabayashi and his team's bright and majestic equipment, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyudao can feel a strong fighting spirit from them. However, when Mina saw that his contribution points had dropped from 900,000 to less than 10,000, his smile became a little bitter. Although the weapons bought from Hammer were not high-end goods, but because Wakabayashi and his friends were of high strength, and Mina wanted to find some equipment that matched them, so he would rather spend a little more contribution points and try to pick some equipment of the same level as them. The final result was that Mina almost went bankrupt. Although the contribution points bottomed out all of a sudden, he also gained something after seeing Wakabayashi and his friends' loyalty increase from 100 to 101. Chapter 415 Show Off Your Skills, Part 2. When Mina saw Wakabayashi and his friends' loyalty increase from 100, he was actually very surprised. Bubble. Logically, if we talk about the loyalty of pets, wouldn't this value theoretically be kept at 100? Why can it go up to 1 after 100? And reaching 100 is already the realm of diehard fans, so is there anything after diehard fans? After that, Mina couldn't think of anything else, so she had to send a message to ask the unscrupulous profiteer who also had noble guards, but his reply was very weak and full of sour grapes. No way, the loyalty of my guards is only 50, you should explore it yourself. Unscrupulous profiteer. Mina didn't expect that there would be such a big gap between him and his guards. With his 50 points of loyalty, he could make his guards go through life and death. And what about his 101 points? Mina didn't dare to think about it. Although in the end, he didn't figure out what the difference was, but the higher the loyalty, the better, so he didn't waste his energy anymore. Master, sir, do we need to get rid of those thieves behind? At this time, Wakabayashi, who had the highest strength, suddenly moved to Mina's side and said very accurately in his ear. At this time, Mina was in the phantom stealth state. Well, let's ignore them. They can't keep up with us anyway. Shui Na thought about it and decided not to waste energy. Although he didn't know they were being followed, because these were players, even if they were allowed to kill them, they couldn't kill them. At most, they would just have to go back to the city. It would be better to rush over earlier. Yes. Although Ruo Lin said so, they still surrounded Shui Na and Dao Yiyudao very cautiously to minimize the danger that might occur when an accident happened. I didn't expect that they could easily sense the stealth skills of thieves. It seems that there is still some gap between us players and them. Dao Yiyudao, as a thief, admired Ruolin very much for being able to detect stealth thieves without even turning his head. Ruolin is a level 70 great swordsman. How can he survive on the battlefield for so long without any strength? Level 70? No wonder I can't see through their strength, but your indentures are too much. It feels like Ruolin and the others have become your pets, without any privacy. So, I don't want to be with them. I feel guilty when I'm with them. Mina was not used to being called sir or master, which made his hair stand up. When Mina and his group arrived at the entrance of the poisonous insect valley at the fastest speed, everyone became very careful. Whether it was Mina or Ruolin, they tried not to make any sound when walking. Although Ruolin and the others didn't know the reason for Mina's request, since it was Mina's order, they executed it unconditionally. Wait a minute, I'll cut off the sight of the people behind me. Mina said, while releasing a stream of water mist towards the valley behind him. When the mist enveloped the space around them, Dao Yiyu Dao began to take out dozens of spider rings from his backpack and distributed them to everyone. What is this? Ruolin looked at the 4 rings with a strange aura in his hand and asked Shuinai in confusion. Put them on first, and you will know later. Shuinai did not answer him, but put on the spider ring directly, and then walked lightly towards the depths of the valley. When they turned the corner without any danger and came to the entrance of the spider basin, Ruolin also knew why Shuinai asked them to try not to make any noise. This. Ruolin wanted to speak with a tingling scalp, but he didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. Do you have the ability to go through? Shuinai pointed to the countless poisonous spiders in front of him and asked with some concern. The poisonous spiders here are almost stacked up, 4 or 5 layers high. If they are allowed to rush out all at once, it will be like an avalanche, unstoppable. While he was asking questions, he did not stop the magic in his hand. Ice crystal armor, wind cloak, speed up and fire shield were added to Wakabayashi and others one by one. Although the spider breath can make them immune to the attacks of poisonous spiders, it does not mean that the poisonous spiders here will automatically give way and run away. They were allowed to go, and they were the life forms of this world, and there was no such thing as resurrection, so Shuinai didn't want to put them in danger. Well, we don't have any problems, but the 2 adults. Ruolinian glanced at Shuinai and Dao Yiyu Dao. He didn't believe that they could force their way through with their current strength. We naturally have a way, since you can get through, then let's go. Shuinai didn't say much, and directly activated the devil's wings and let himself fly. In the sky, even the evil poisonous spiders couldn't catch the Lord Shuinai, it was the birds in the sky that made him dare not fly too high. Then let's meet inside, I'll leave first. Dao Yiyu Dao said, while transforming into a wind element and flying directly in. This. Lan looked at the 2 adults who had already flown to the depths of the basin, and his mind was shocked. Although they were also people who had seen the world, what happened today was not something they could imagine. Especially the master he served, those advanced magics were just at his fingertips, so skilled that even the magicians who were more advanced than them in their previous army were not as good as them. It seems that our master is very strong. After saying this, Wakabayashi took a breath and jumped up. The jump in front of him was already more than several feet. When he jumped up, his whole body was covered with a layer of blue-purple dochi. Since this layer of dochi appeared, it would flash star-like lightning from time to time, just like the stars in the river at night. And the brothers behind Wakabayashi saw that their leader had used dochi to strengthen his ability, so they naturally did not fall behind, and each of them used their own dochi. The 4 of them flashed dochi of different colors at the same time, some were blue, some were khaki, some were red, and some were ice blue. After activating their fighting spirit, they did not hesitate and jumped several feet in the direction of the spider basin. Mizunao, who had time to look back, saw Wakabayashi and the others coming over and was a little worried about their fighting spirit. However, since there were a few shouts and magic fluctuations flashing in the fog from time to time, Mizunao had no time to pay attention to Wakabayashi and the others. In fact, when Mizunao and the others saw that the evil poisonous spider in the spider basin had disappeared, they knew that Yayan and the others must have caused trouble for it. Although he knew their strength very well and knew that they had the ability to deal with it, he was still a little worried about them because of his understanding of the perverted ability of the evil poisonous spider. To deal with the evil poisonous spider, their current number was still too small. In the absence of firepower attack, fighting the evil poisonous spider was a protracted battle. In terms of protracted battles, I am afraid that no one can be the opponent of those bosses. After all, they have thick blood and fast blood recovery speed. Even if they fought in the cave, they had to be very careful. If anyone made a mistake, they would often be wiped out by the evil poisonous spider. As soon as they arrived at the exit of the spider basin, Shui Nai had already taken out the magic cannon, and Dao Yiyu Dao had long disappeared. And just as Shui Nai expected, when he arrived at the venomous snake basin, he immediately saw the evil poisonous spider climbing on the mountain wall and launching a fierce attack on the figures in front of the cave entrance. However, under the perseverance of the injured little fox and fox butterfly, the evil poisonous spider could only scratch them a few times at most, but was quickly treated by Ye Yan and Xiao Mei behind them. Xiao Wen, hiding behind the two female warriors, would occasionally throw the prepared ice arrow rain to the evil poisonous spider to reduce its health with the greatest force. And at the moment when Xiao Wen used the ice arrow rain again to freeze the evil poisonous spider, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao both took action. Suddenly, a green shadow pounced on the evil poisonous spider from the mist, and the two ethereal daggers in his hands cut back and forth on the evil poisonous spider's head. When Dao Yiyu Dao's figure flew towards the cave, a dark blue beam of light almost brushed against Dao Yiyu Dao's green shadow and hit the huge head of the evil poisonous spider. Hiss! Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao attacked at the same time, causing the newly refreshed evil poisonous spider to immediately enter a violent state. The 8 blood-red light eyes stared at the person who injured him the most without blinking. Just as the evil poisonous spider rushed towards Shui Nai, a loud shout of kill suddenly sounded from behind Shui Nai. A long spear with a blue-purple aura appeared from behind Shui Nai, and then a figure flew out from Shui Nai's side. Lao Fan! Seeing this, Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly shouted loudly to Shui Nai, and there was a rare tremor of fear in his tone. Ruolin, don't hurt its life, just restrict its movement. Mizuna, who had been with Dao Yiyu Dao for a long time, immediately understood the meaning of Dao Yiyu Dao's exclamation. Yes, sir. Ruolin heard this, and the spear that was about to pierce into the evil poisonous spider's head immediately after a pause, a blue-purple gun flower appeared in front of the evil spider, and the 8 light bulb eyes of the evil spider were extinguished one by one. After that, the long spear suddenly turned into a blue-purple light and quickly hit the joints of the 8 thighs of the evil spider, and the whole evil spider was knocked to the ground. It took only 5 seconds from Wakabayashi to draw the gun and put it away. In these 5 seconds, the evil spider did not even fight back and was defeated by Wakabayashi. Chapter 416 Rock Demon Spider. Dao Yiyu Dao on the cave and Shui Nai under the cave looked at each other from a distance, and there was a spark of disbelief in their eyes. Bubble. The level 30 evil spider was defeated in one encounter. If Shui Nai had not called him, it would not be as simple as being defeated, but directly killed. Sisters, take action. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was the first to react, immediately reminded the shocked Fox Fairy Guild. Afterwards, with Shui Nai and Xiao Wen as the main attackers, the injured Xiao Hu and Hu Dai hacking in front, and Ruo Lin on the side on guard, the evil poisonous spider finally became the target for everyone to practice their skills. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was on the side, bypassed Shui Nai and directly introduced them to each other. I say, no wonder you have been gone for almost an hour. I thought you were caught by the people of Si Haitang. Xiao Mei said unhappily in the team chat, and the last sentence was full of curses. It seems that Xiao Mei doesn't like to wait for people. Hello, I will teach you more in the future. Xiao Mei and the beautiful fox suddenly said this to Ruo Lin and the others. For them, it was not the first time they saw Ruo Lin. I will teach you more. Ruo Lin and the others saw such an active girl and immediately short-circuited, and just shook hands with them passively. Don't be too restrained, we are all family after all. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Ruolin and the others' somewhat stiff bodies and spoke up, trying to get Ruolin and the others to integrate into the player team. By the way, Ruolin, if there is a group of these big spiders, can you handle it? Dao Yiyu Dao, who was idle at the side, walked up to Ruolin and the others and asked. A group? How many are there? If there are only a dozen, it's not a big problem. I can handle it alone. If there are too many, I can only call my brothers. Although Ruolin is strong, he is very cautious. This kind of caution is brought back from the army, and it has saved him several times. Oh, I understand. You may need to take action later. As for those small shrimps and fish, you don't have to take action. Yes, sir. Although this request was not made by his master, the sir in front of him obviously had an unusual relationship with his master. In addition, Dao Yiyu Dao had no contempt for a sinner like him, which made Ruo Lin voluntarily listen to his command. And the evil poisonous spider was finally dead under the thunder of Shui Nai, the ice arrow rain of Xiao Wen and the holy flame magic of Yayan. Although Dao Yiyu Dao was a little dissatisfied with their progress, it was rare to have a boss-level grindstone for them to practice their skills. If it were him, he would probably hone it slowly. After such an episode, Shui Nai and the others already knew the weak points of the evil poisonous spider. Although under the effect of Shui Nai's magic cannon, it basically has weaknesses all over its body. Although this magic cannon is useful, Yayan, Xiao Wen and the others have no way to use it. In addition, the frequency of using the magic cannon against creatures like bosses that cannot be killed with one shot has greatly weakened the effect. However, what surprised Shui Nai and the others was that the key points of these evil poisonous spiders, apart from its head, the remaining two simplest ones were its mouth and the spinning nozzle behind its buttocks. However, there was no way to do this. After all, these two places were not protected by the shell. As long as they were hit, they would definitely hit the flesh, and it would be difficult not to be injured. After cleaning up the items and parts of the evil poisonous spider, Shui Nai took Xiao Wen and Yayan to the poisonous snake basin, and now Dao Yiyu Dao had already led Ruolin and the others to the magic spider basin. Lao Fan, the demon spiders here are earth type, very prickly, you guys behind have to hurry up. Dao Yiyu Dao reminded Shui Nai and the others behind him in the team chat to hurry up, the boss's recovery speed is fast enough, if the people behind can't keep up, then it will be a waste of time to defeat it. Well, we know. Shui Nai replied, and then looked at the evil venomous snake in front of him that was nailed to the ground by Wakabayashi with a spear. Wakabayashi's spear was nailed in the middle of the evil venomous snake. If it weren't for the hole the size of a bowl, Shui Nai would not have found that this complete evil venomous snake had lost the ability to move. Because the nearly 2-meter-long spear had been completely immersed in the body of the evil venomous spider, it was completely invisible. Your people are too scary. Xiao Wen looked at the only one left. The evil venomous snake with 50% of its health value said with some surprise. Although those % of their health value that were dealt with by Wakabayashi and his team, the danger has been reduced to the lowest. Looking at the loud roar coming from the exit of the venomous snake basin and the sudden scream of the demon spider boss, Mina couldn't delay any longer. Hit its mouth with all your strength, that's its weakness. Mina said as he pulled out the magic cannon and began to charge it. And Yayan, Xiao Wen and the others also began to throw magic into the mouth of the evil venomous snake one by one, and even the injured little fox and fox butterfly who were originally guarding on the side took their weapons and rushed up to slash randomly. After a while, Mina took Wakabayashi's spear, left the 4 people behind to clean up the battlefield, and rushed to the exit of the venomous snake basin. The earth-type spider boss that appeared this time was called the rock spider. Like the rock snake, it was born with a layer of stone armor on its body, which had a strong defense against pure physical attacks. Even if magic was used, it would be difficult to cause any major damage to it. Wakabayashi, catch it! Mizuna, who rushed over, threw the spear in her hand as soon as she saw Wakabayashi fighting with the rock spider. Now Wakabayashi was holding a long sword and constantly wandering around the rock spider. Although the iron sword in his hand kept bursting out a little sparks on the spider's body, it was very beautiful, but the lethality was very insufficient. However, the distance between Mizuna and Wakabayashi was dozens of meters, and Wakabayashi's level 70 spear itself was quite heavy. If it were another magician, it would probably be difficult to even pick it up, let alone throw it out. With a ding sound, the spear thrown by Mina hit the body of the rock spider, and a few sparks burst out directly, but a big miss mocked Mina's overestimation. Wakabayashi's spear is not a mage's weapon. Even if Mina can pick it up, there is no way to deal damage. However, when Mina saw the shocked expressions on Wakabayashi's faces, he also felt that this hand was not bad. However, just when Wakabayashi lost his mind, the rock spider did not lose his mind. It opened its mouth. A ball of earthy yellow light suddenly appeared in this toothy mouth, and several stone arrows as thick as fingers had taken shape under the yellow. Mina knew that the magic of the rock spider was the primary magic of the earth system, the stone arrow, but so far, this stone arrow can only be used by the mage players in the elf empire, and it seems that it cannot be learned in the human empire. It is said that for every 10 levels of stone arrows, 1 more stone arrow will be added, and now this rock spider has 4 stone arrows in its mouth, which means that the level of its stone arrows has reached 40. From the time the rock spider opened its mouth to the time it shot out the stone arrows, it was only a blink of an eye, so Wakabayashi, who was in a daze, did not realize that he had been targeted by the magic of the rock spider. Just as Mina was about to remind him, a huge axe with a yellowish ochre color flew out from Dao Yiyu Dao's side, and in a flash, it hit the top of the rock spider's head fiercely. Although the lethality of this axe was not too strong, only a few thousand points of damage, it knocked its head crooked, and all 4 stone arrows were inaccurate and shot on the ground. Wakabayashi, who came to his senses, immediately abandoned the iron sword in his hand, and picked up the long spear that fell beside him with his foot. At the same time, he shouted and rushed to the front of the rock spider again. This iron sword is the second weapon that Shui Na prepared for them. Since Ruolin and his friends do not have advanced equipment such as space bracelets, in order to protect themselves in case of damage to the main weapons, Shui Na specially equipped each person with an extra standard iron sword. "You are too late," Dao Yiyu Dao said leisurely on the side. In this situation, a small thief like him can basically do nothing. Apart from sitting down and watching, he can only cheer on the side. "In fact, I am planning to practice the thunder technique," Shui Na said a little greedily. Now Dao Yiyu Dao and Ruolin's brothers are guarding the entrance of the demon spider basin to prevent the rock demon spider from suddenly rushing back. And in order to ensure that Ruolin and his friends have sufficient combat power, Dao Yiyu Dao did not dare to let them rush in. Ruolin, who was fighting the rock demon spider alone on the field, changed his spear and seemed to have gained new strength. His fighting style also changed from roaming to frontal attack. He wielded a spear like a mad dragon emerging from the water, and each shot was unstoppable. If Dao Yiyu Dao had not requested that he not kill it directly, I'm afraid that he would have put these shots directly into the mouth of the rock spider and would have stabbed away most of its health. The rock spider, whose 5 legs were broken by Ruolin, immediately roared angrily, and rock pillars with sharp tops like spears appeared under Ruolin's feet, forcing Ruolin to retreat. This is an intermediate magic, the Earth Spear. After using this magic, I'm afraid I can only use long-range attack methods. Lan, can your bow and arrow penetrate its stone armor? Although Ruolin was Sibility, it would only take time to defeat this rock spider, but this would greatly consume Wakabayashi's physical strength and fighting spirit, which was obviously undesirable. "This, I am not strong enough, I am afraid I can't break its legs like the captain did," Lan said with some shame. "What about me?" After saying this, Mina took an ordinary arrow and began to enchant it. Chapter 417 Earth Magic. "What is this?" Lan looked at the enchanted arrow Mina handed him, and looked at the cold and blue arrow in his hand with some doubts. "I attached an ice cone to it. With the effect of the ice cone, it should be no problem to penetrate the stone armor on its limbs," Mina said, while taking the quiver that Lan carried on his back, intending to enchant all the arrows. Although Lan's bow and arrow are sharp and powerful, that is for creatures of human size. If Lan wanted to kill the rock spider directly, he only needed to hit the spider's eyes hard. But now, neither Shui Na nor Dao Yiyu Dao wanted them to kill the spider. Earlier, Shui Na had already discovered that there were several arrows stuck in the joints of the rock spider, but unfortunately, these arrows only broke through the stone armor, and probably didn't even touch the flesh behind the thick stone armor. But if the ice cone arrow was used, with the cooperation between Shui Na and Xiao Yu in the past, the effect of the ice cone arrow would definitely be much more powerful than letting Lan do it alone. With Shui Na's current enchanter's enchantment level, even if he enchants the magic of the wizard level, there is a 50% success rate, but he has not learned that level of magic yet. And the reason why he was able to reach the level of enchanter so quickly was all thanks to the enchantment experience given to him by the old wizard at that time, which allowed him to cross the stage of enchanter in an instant and directly become an enchanter. Otherwise, considering the enchanter's proficiency, it would be difficult for him to get up to the level without practicing advanced magic enchantment for several months. Now, if Mina enchants ordinary items, the magic can last for half a day without dissipating. However, unfortunately, ordinary items without any elemental attributes can only be enchanted with intermediate magic at most, and they must be related to the shape of the magic to be enchanted. Otherwise, Mina wanted to attach a pyrotechnic bomb to the arrow, which would be great. However, this ordinary enchantment is generally a one-time consumable, and only items such as bows and arrows can make Mina feel relieved when using it. Lan held an enchanted arrow. At first, he did not draw the bow and shoot immediately, but first carefully felt whether the weight and shape of the enchanted arrow had any changes. This is to prevent the arrow from losing its accuracy due to these minor changes after it is shot. Shui Na had never thought of these things. After all, Xiao Yu had not discovered this problem when he and Xiao Yu cooperated before. However, at that time, the distance between them and the bosses of the Holy Flame Mountain was not as far as it is now. With Xiao Yu's ability, it is probably difficult to miss the target at this distance. But now, it is different. Since this rock spider can use advanced earth magic, they dare not approach it easily in order to reduce unnecessary trouble. Master, what is the spiral pattern on this ice cone arrow used for? Lan pointed at the arrowhead of the ice cone arrow and said in confusion. Spiral pattern. Shui Nai did not blame him for the name when he heard this. This may make the arrow rotate. Shui Nai said uncertainly. He only knew that when using the ice cone technique here, the ice cone would rotate automatically, the armor breaking effect would be a few points higher, and the speed would be increased, but here, it was only the first time for him to enchant the arrow. Spin? Then I'll try. Lan said, and immediately pulled the steel bow in his hand, aiming the arrow at the intact foot of the rock spider. Wakabayashi, who had been trying to approach the rock spider, seemed to feel Lan's murderous aura at this time, and actually looked back at Lan and the arrow with blue light in his hand while dodging. The ground spears of the rock spider are now one after another, as fast as if the ground spears it uses are a group magic. Often when Wakabayashi is still in the air, the ground spears of the rock spider are ready. If Wakabayashi didn't have a long weapon in his hand, he could tap the ground to gain leverage at the last moment. Otherwise, I'm afraid Wakabayashi wouldn't dare to wander around it now to find its flaws. It has to be said that earth-based monsters are thick-skinned. With Wakabayashi's strength, if he wants to break one of its legs, he has to spend 3 or 4 shots to break it, which is much stronger than the evil poisonous spider. Lan, who had already completed his aim, also shot the ice cone arrow at this time. A green light wrapped in a blue light flew out of the steel bow, and then with a pop, the joint of one of the rock spider's legs was shot through, and then it flew from the other side. Out, I don't know where it flew to. The rock spider, which was injured again, immediately found the people on Mina's side. Although they were far away from it, under magic, this distance was still within its attack range. The rock spider interfered with Wakabayashi's landing point while opening its mouth and aiming at Lan in the distance. Be careful! At the moment Mina shouted, the rock spider had already shot out the stone spear that had quickly formed in its mouth. When Mina saw the stone spear coming, he instinctively shot out 2 explosive bombs, but forgot that it was very easy for him to dodge the stone spear. The disadvantage of the slow speed of earth magic is still the same, and it is not strengthened because it is an earth-based monster. However, before the explosive bomb collided with the stone spear, Lan's ice cone arrow completed the aiming again and went towards the rock spider. This time, Lan shot through its other 2 legs in one breath, and the mobility of the rock spider was completely destroyed. However, what surprised Shui Nai was that the stone spear released by the rock spider was extremely hard, and it was not destroyed under the explosion of a series of explosive bombs. Looking at the stone spear that had been worn flat, which was originally as big as an arm but now half of it was gone, Shui Nai finally understood why the characteristic of earth magic is hardness. So far, Shui Nai has not seen any magic that is stronger than the earth magic, and it is no wonder that the wizards of the Elf Empire said that this earth magic is not suitable for attack. In the case of low speed, the power of earth magic, which is mainly physical attack, has been greatly limited, and it is much inferior to the defensive magic of this system. But the stone spear technique, which is also a high-level magic, has not been destroyed even after facing 2 explosive bombs, which itself shows that it is strong and durable. When this broken stone spear came in front of the crowd, the place was already empty. Seeing this completely incapable rock spider, Ruolin did not dare to stay around it any longer. He just knocked his spear on the giant axe on the ground, and the giant axe flew back from the ground. After that, this rock spider began to become a target for Mina. One shot after another, the blue halo at the muzzle of the magic cannon in Mina's hand did not stop for a second, except for the light column during the bombardment and the halo during the charging. Okay, leave the rest to us, you can find a place to rest first. Dao Yudao saw Mina busy there, and immediately said to Ruolin and the others on the side. Although in the previous battle only Ruolin, Lan, and Luo Li who threw the giant axe had fought, but they were not players and could drink potions when they were tired. So giving them enough rest and recovery is their way to last. Well, we understand. Hansen, Tianyun, you guys protect the adults and their friends. Wakabayashi gave the remaining 2 brothers a few instructions, then sat down cross-legged to rest. Yes, Captain. Hansen and Tianyun, who were named by Wakabayashi, stepped out at the same time, pulled out the weapons behind them, and placed them beside them. The guy named Hansen was the same size as Luo Li, and looked like a brown bear, with a strong back and waist. His fist was as big as Dao Yiyu Dao's thigh. He was good at using a heavy machete. Dao Yiyu Dao knew that he practiced fire-type Do Chi, which had extremely high attack power. The guy named Tianyun was very thin, but he was taller and good at using double swords, and the Do Chi he practiced was water-type Do Chi, which was not available among the players. Although he didn't know the characteristics of this Do Chi, Dao Yiyu Dao guessed that this water-type Do Chi was probably as continuous as a stream of water, and should be based on sustainability. Under the absolute force of Mina's magic cannon, the rock spider continued to fight back with stone spears and stone arrows, but Mina refused to approach it easily, and the earth magic wanted to hit Mina from such a long distance. Unless Mina was unable to think clearly and wanted to die, it would be impossible to hit him. After taking Mina's heat and bombardment several times, the rock spider could only throw away a sound of unwillingness, exploded a few items, and died. Skill book. Mina, who was sharpied, immediately saw a skill book next to the rock spider from a distance of dozens of meters. Today, this spider boss is the third one they have solved. According to the current rules, the spider boss will only explode 3 items, but the items that explode are top-notch. In addition to the strengthening stone that must be exploded, the remaining 2 will definitely be a golden equipment, and the other is a high-level magic skill book of the corresponding system. What exploded? Dao Yiyu Dao saw Shui Nai running and realized that he couldn't possibly get there before him, so he asked in the team chat. A stone spear technique and a petrified shield. Shui Nai looked at the shield in his hand. This attribute is top-notch. The petrified shield is a very large shield, obviously used by shield warriors. From the beginning to the end, the items dropped by the spider boss were all top-quality items, from the explosive flame sword on the first day, the lightning boots on the second day, to the petrified shield now, all of them are top-quality items. Although their levels are a little low, they can definitely be used up to level 60, or even higher. Petrified shield, it won't be able to petrify, right? The beautiful fox immediately dodged over, asking as she ran. Well, there is a 10% chance that the creature that hits this shield will enter the petrified state. And its petrification value is not low, as high as 50 points. Dawn, I have a book on stone spear techniques here, are you interested? Mina saw that the beautiful fox was going to take the petrified shield, so she went to ask Dawn. No, although the earth magic is good, its charging time is probably too long. Although the charging time of her own magic arrows is not the same as the chanting time, there is a regularity. That is, the longer the magic chanting time is, the longer his charging time will be. Chapter 418 Magic Technology. Lao Fan, it seems that there is no use for you to practice this stone spear technique. Dao Yiyu Dao asked doubtfully behind Shui Nai. Hot Book Pavilion. Since Shui Nai solved the rock spider, he has learned the stone spear technique he just got. With Shui Nai's fighting style, this stone spear technique is completely dispensable magic for him. Not to mention the slow speed of the stone spear, its power is basically impossible to compare with the fire system's explosive bomb, and it is a single magic itself, which is very different from the group magic of other systems that can hit several people at any time. No, if this magic is practiced to instantaneous and combined with other magic, this is a very powerful combination magic, and. Shui Nai has not finished speaking, and he first used a stone spear technique and aimed at a big tree not far away. Shui Nai spent a total of about 5 seconds of chanting time. The condensed stone spear is similar to the knight's spear in the West in ancient times. The entire spear technique is divided into 2 parts. The front part is cone-shaped with a sharp cone, and the back part is a slender buttstock. Seeing that Shui Nai spent so much time to make such a thing, Dao Yiyu Dao thought it was a waste of time. In these 5 seconds, if it was Dao Yiyu Dao, he could definitely interrupt his magic by death. However, when he saw the 1-meter-long slender stone spear in front of Shui Nai's staff, he suddenly felt something and understood Shui Nai's meaning. This stone spear is made of rock and looks extremely hard, as if it is made of metal. And the most important thing is that this stone spear is very different from other magic such as fire and thunder. It has a physical body. However, the preparation time for combination magic is too long. It's a waste of time in a fierce battle. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately thought of the combination of explosive flame bomb and stone lance technique, but even if this combination magic succeeds, although the power is certainly amazing, it still takes too long. When it comes to intermediate magicians, the time required for the combination of intermediate and intermediate magic is 2 seconds. But the time of this combination decreases as the mage's professional level increases. This is prepared for the future. Shui Na said confidently. Explosive flame stone lance is the magic he wants to combine the most now. The time required for the combination of skills will decrease as the professional level increases. He has known this since he became a high-level magician. However, due to the role of intermediate combination magic, the role of the continuous flame pillar is very small, so he has no use for it. According to his experience, the time required for a combination magic is determined by the highest level of this combination magic. After all, the main magic determines the form of the combination magic. For example, Mina's explosive flame pillar is composed of explosive bombs and flame walls, with explosive bombs as the main body and continuous burning of the flame wall as the auxiliary. With his current level as a high-level mage, it takes 2 seconds to prepare. But what if it is a wizard? I am afraid that only 1 second is enough. However, if you want to combine 3 magics, then this time must be extended accordingly. Although it is said that the player's skill position is limited. If you continue to learn like this, it may affect your future achievements. Dao Yu Dao actually wanted to say this sentence the most. In Mina's current situation, it is most appropriate for him to become a fire mage. However, he now learns all kinds of magic. Although this has greatly guaranteed survivability, people's energy is limited. There is no reason why Mina would not know this truth. Let's talk about it later. Mina did not delve into this issue. He had summoned the second stone spear, but he did not complete the last step of the magic this time, because he directly took the stone spear from the air, interrupting the normal use of the magic. The stone spear was held in Mina's hand, and Dao Yu Dao, who was watching from the side, thought as expected. With a thump, the stone spear was held by Mina. The powerful wizard threw it hard and stuck it next to the first stone spear. The stone spear released naturally and the stone spear thrown by Mina manually are not comparable at all. The cone-shaped spear body of the stone spear thrown by hand can no longer be seen. Only a thin buttstock is exposed outside the tree trunk, while the spear body of the stone spear released naturally can only penetrate halfway and there is no spare power, and this is the result of different speeds. Afterwards, Mina took out a javelin that had not been used for a long time from her backpack and threw it again. However, this time, this low-level javelin made of wood and metal gunhead could not withstand Mina's current power. When it hit the tree trunk, the whole wooden handle was broken. Seeing this scene, Wakabayashi and others were secretly shocked. Is this the power that a wizard can have? After the experiment, Mina was satisfied with the magic cannon and rushed into the magic spider basin and began to slaughter. Only the beautiful fox and Yayan who just returned were left to clean up the bodies of the rock spider. Master Yudao, I want to ask, what kind of weapon did Master Fan use? The power of this weapon is too amazing. Hansen, who was standing beside Dao Yudao, held back for a long time after seeing Shui Nai's figure, and finally couldn't help asking more questions. Hansen. Ruolin immediately shouted after hearing this question, obviously displeased with his words and deeds. Ah, I'm very sorry, I shouldn't ask such a question. Hansen's face changed immediately after hearing Ruolin's words. Because as a servant, you are not qualified to ask about your master. Don't react so much. Lao Fan used a magic cannon, you should have heard of it in the army. By the way, does your army have any control over this? Dao Yudao remembered that things like sniper crossbows have become controlled weapons, and now the one in Shui Nai's hand is many times stronger than the sniper crossbow. After hearing Dao Yudao's words, Ruolin frowned immediately. He pondered for a moment and asked. Then, may I ask, did Lord Fan get the weapon in his hand from the Imperial Army? No. A dwarf gave it to him. It seems that he is the only one who can use this weapon now. What's wrong? Dao Yudao saw Ruolin's expression suddenly changed after hearing his words, and his heart couldn't help but jump. Sir, with the current technology of our empire, I'm afraid we haven't made this kind of weapon to this extent. If Lord Fan's weapon is discovered by those people in the empire, I'm afraid it will be a disaster for his life. Ruolin said with some concern. Here, no senior officials of any country are willing to see the people below have such things. If these people have bad intentions, it will directly shake the foundation of the empire. Imagine that once an organization has 10,000 sniper crossbows, even if it is against a sage, it is probably a deadly situation, and this is also the reason why the empire will control certain dangerous things. No, it's not that serious. Dao Yiyu Dao is a player, and he doesn't know much about the stories of this world. Under the magic canon of Master Fan, I dare say that I'm afraid that everyone below the sage is not his opponent. Do you think those strong people will let him grow up? Unless the master joins the empire, becomes one of them, gets the protection of the empire, or hands over the magic cannon, otherwise. Dao Yiyu Dao heard this and immediately thought of the nuclear bomb crisis hundreds of years ago. It's just that Dao Yiyu Dao didn't expect that the magic cannon in Shui Na's hand would be a nuclear bomb level thing. However, it is impossible to hand it in. After all, if this thing falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, I'm afraid that this empire will fall faster. Let's keep it like this and try to use it less in front of people. Lan combined the experience of these people and put forward his own opinions. Betrayal, this is human nature, and those who have experienced it, but they have experienced it. Hand it over, this is impossible. Even if there are no so-called interested people, from the perspective of players, I'm afraid no player would be willing to give up this powerful weapon that can kill monsters and upgrade. At most, just don't use it in front of NPCs. Dao Yiyu Dao thought to himself. By the way, what do other magic cannons look like? Are they very different from the one in Lao Fan's hand? We don't know about this either. The magic cannon technology is not something that people like us can get access to. However, I heard that the magic cannon studied by our empire is not mobile, which is a world of difference from this portable one. However, in terms of power, it is not as powerful as the pure artillery design of the empire. How powerful is this? Dao Yiyu Dao rarely gets to know the information that only the top leaders can get, so he naturally won't let it go. I heard that even if the sage is fully prepared, he dare not confront it hidden. That thing is no longer something that humans can bear. It is a weapon used against gods. However, the manufacturing process of this thing seems to have been lost, so when he saw the thing in the owner's hand he was also very surprised when I saw the West. Afterwards, Wakabayashi told everything he had learned in the army. In this world, in addition to the magic of the wizard, the magic technology of the dwarves is an alternative magic. And once, in an unknown ancient time, the dwarves relied on their own magic technology to become the fourth largest race on this continent, and there was a faint trend of unifying the continent. However, when the magic technology was extremely developed, disasters began to befall the dwarf empire. First, an unknown force suddenly intervened and destroyed the powerful magic technology of the dwarves, leaving the dwarves without the most powerful protection. Later, the human empire also suddenly took action at this time, not only annexing the territory of the dwarf empire, but also slaughtering all the dwarves. However, what is strange is that the part of the magic essence that was originally very valuable in the eyes of all empires was completely destroyed by the destruction of unknown forces, and even the human empire that cleaned up the battlefield did not find it. Except for the few remaining relics, the most powerful part of magic technology was completely lost in front of the human empire. From then on, magic technology remained at the civilian level. Until now, magic technology has become a branch of magic and is no longer popular. Chapter 419 Petrified Breath. After Mizunao had been wreaking havoc in the demon spider basin for more than 10 minutes, except for the few hundred spiders that were lucky enough not to be hit directly by the magic cannon, the rest of the spiders were all curled up on the ground with their stomachs turned upside down, waiting for the fate of being skinned. Hot Book Pavilion. This was the first time Mizunao killed a demon spider and it was the most satisfying, because this time, Mizunao killed all the way in front, and the people behind picked up all the way, not only collecting a large number of random teleportation scrolls, but also getting a lot of elemental spider silk and fur. In the past, when Shui Nai used the firestorm to burn the spiders, even if Dao Yiyu Dao and his friends wore spider rings to avoid the spiders' attacks, they could not stop to collect the materials under the amazing lethality of Shui Nai's firestorm. But now it is different. Under the magic cannon, Dao Yiyu Dao and his friends don't have to worry about being hit. As long as they follow the beam of light, they can collect a large amount of materials and random scrolls that explode. However, even when using the magic cannon, the consumption of magic power is shockingly high. If it weren't for the unlimited supply of unscrupulous profiteers, Shui Nai would probably not use it casually. In the end, Shui Nai looked at the empty potion bottle in his backpack, and then looked at the already sparse spiders. He had no choice but to put away the magic cannon and start practicing the thunder and stone gun. However, Shui Nai's way of practicing the stone gun is very different now. Because he didn't use the stone gun to shoot the spiders, but took the stone gun to the front of the thunder spiders and stabbed them to death directly from top to bottom, directly and simply. As for those farther away, they were directly dealt with by thunderbolts. Although it was a little slower than using magic cannons, the use of magic power was very efficient. Hey, the fur of the magic spider you poked cannot be collected. It is shameful to waste it. Xiaomei was closest to Shui Nai at this time, and immediately reminded him of his wasteful behavior. Anyone who was poked by Shui Nai's stone spear had a big hole on his body, which made the people who were collecting behind him shake their heads. Now the girls of the Fox Fairy Guild have no fear of the poisonous creatures here. When collecting the materials of these poisonous creatures, they are not as resistant as before. It seems that the power of habit can really change a person. I don't want to do it either, but this way I can practice proficiency, and it's very fast. Shui Nai just thought it was more convenient to use the stone spear in this way at first, but he didn't expect that using the stone spear to kill monsters like this could actually improve his proficiency in stone spear techniques. This is all possible. Xiaomei said helplessly as Shui Nai poked down one after another, killing the fish that escaped the net one by one. She had never heard of such a way of practicing skills. Although elemental magic and holy light magic are both magic, the difference in essence is huge. At least, Xiaomei can't practice skills like Shui Na. Shui Na didn't pay attention to Xiaomei's words. Anyway, he didn't even practice the thunderfall technique now, and he focused on the stone spear technique. The proficiency of single magic is much lower than that of group magic, so Shui Na thinks that the idea of practicing the stone spear technique to instant in a short time is still quite feasible. As for the thunderfall technique is now instant. When Shui Na rests, he constantly uses this magic on the air to improve his proficiency. But the stone lance technique is different. It cannot be cast instantly, and can only increase proficiency a little when summoning. So now that I have the opportunity to practice this stone lance technique, I will naturally not waste the opportunity. However, even if the proficiency required for the stone lance technique is relatively low, the number of magic spiders is limited. After only poking for more than 10 minutes, there is no living magic spider in the magic spider basin. There are still half of the magic spiders that have not been skinned. It seems that we still don't have enough manpower. Dao Yudao said with some pain. The people here only have 8 hands at most, and Wakabayashi and his friends don't know skills like collecting. Apart from guarding the door, they can only watch them work. So now more than half of the furs of the magic spiders here are not available. After all, the refresh time of the system does not wait for anyone. Moreover, even if they can strip off the furs of the magic spiders here, their backpacks don't have that much space to store them. Because in the back, the rock snakes there are also good materials, which may be much more valuable than the furs of the magic spiders here. There is no way. Now large space backpacks are rare, even the unscrupulous uncle can't find them. Even if you can collect the furs of the magic spiders here, you still have to throw away some of them in the back. Mina said, while turning the fire attribute of the magic spider fur in her hand into a cannon storm scroll. These scrolls are useless to Mina, but for swordsmen like Wakabayashi, they are a very powerful auxiliary means. After that, Shui Nai spent some time to make several scrolls of the stone spear technique and other advanced magics that he had just learned, so that he could use them immediately when needed. Since the fur of the demon spider is not of high level and is a disposable consumable, there is still a great demand in the player market. However, since Shui Nai and his friends did not intend to expose this secret early, they did not let the unscrupulous profiteers open this market early. Otherwise, as long as people smelled that there were such resources in the poisonous insect valley, they would not be able to block this place at that time. After all, once the players go crazy, they are not able to bear it. Ruo Lin, are you sure you can control the rock snake? After resting, Shui Nai, Dao Yudao and Ruo Lin immediately sneaked to the edge of the rock snake basin and began to count the creatures in the rock snake basin. However, when they looked at the petrified rock snake boss coiled in the deepest part of the rock snake basin, Shui Na and Dao Yudao suddenly felt that they didn't dare to let Ruo Lin take action. Because around the petrified rock snake, there was a very strange light yellow mist, which gathered but did not disperse. From what they observed until now, although the mist was constantly fluctuating, it had not decreased at all. And this layer of mist had basically covered its body, as if it was a coat to protect it. Although they didn't know what this layer of mist was and what it was used for at first. But this made them more afraid to act rashly, because this layer of mist was obviously not a good thing. In the end, it was Shui Na who took the risk to fly over and used advanced reconnaissance techniques to scout it out. Damn, such a perverted passive state. Shui Na cursed in a low voice. This state was unusual. It turned out that the mist on the petrified rock snake was called petrified breath. Just as its name suggests, in this pale yellow mist, as long as there are creatures that come into contact with it, they will be affected by the power of the earth element in the mist and will be directly petrified. In addition to this short-term petrification, this petrified breath also has a permanent petrification effect. As long as this effect is triggered, it is equivalent to death for the player. And this is an instant death effect for those who are not saved. I don't trademark to know if the resurrection spell is useful. However, fortunately, the trigger rate of permanent petrification of this petrified breath is only 1%, which is not a big probability for players. However, even if there is no permanent petrification effect, Mina would not dare to ask Wakabayashi and others to take action. After all, the petrified state alone has restrained all melee professions. Let's retreat first and make a long-term plan. Mina immediately took the two people out of the rock snake basin. Under normal circumstances, if you want to kill this petrified rock snake, I am afraid that it is impossible not to send hundreds of players to grind it to death with the corpse-eating tactic. For this kind of Warcraft boss, players have always wanted it the most, but are most reluctant to face it. Warcraft bosses often represent high-end equipment and items. For these high-end things, as long as you are a player, there is no way to give up. But Warcraft bosses also represent extremely strong strength. When fighting this, there is probably no chance without hundreds of deaths. And this is the legendary, pain and happiness coexist. What can you do? If we had known that such a pervert would appear, we should not have slaughtered the rock snake inside yesterday. Dao Yudao looked at Rulin and the others. They had no chance to fight it in close range, so now they could only rely on Shui Nai. I will fly to the sky and use the magic cannon directly. Lan, you are responsible for protecting me and dealing with possible dangers in the sky. It is best for others not to enter the rock snake basin to avoid attracting this petrified rock snake. Shui Nai thought about it and said the most feasible way. The most favorable place for rock snakes to fight is the earth, and as long as you have the ability to fly force, basically it can be considered as restraining it. In addition, with the magic cannon in Mina's hand, basically any creature that can't fly or escape is not his opponent. This method is feasible, but now he is afraid that the petrified rock snake will hide in the mud at the last moment. Then even if Mina's magic cannon is powerful, it will not be able to blow the petrified rock snake out of the mud. Moreover, Mina's demon wings are also time-limited. If there is no way to kill the petrified rock snake within the limited time, then it may be impossible to do it again. After all, to deal with the same boss, the same tactics will be much weaker when used the second time, and sometimes it may not work. For this, all players call this intelligence boss evolution system, and it is the existence of this system that makes those bosses who are already very powerful and difficult to kill become stronger and stronger, and even beat them to the point where the boss advances. Chapter 420 Petrified Rock Snake. Fluttering his demon wings, Mina looked down from the air, looking at the petrified rock snake that had not yet woken up from its deep sleep, and immediately aimed the fully charged magic cannon at it. However, since the demon wings were not so stable in flight, the magic cannon also swung slightly. In fact, Mina originally planned to stand aside and use the magic cannon to wake it first. However, considering that if he touched the ground, if this petrified rock drilled into the ground at the beginning and planned to attack him from underground, it would be a bit troublesome to lure it out again. Trouble was what Mina didn't want the most, so he had to choose the way with the least trouble. Just as Mina was about to make a move, a green arrow passed through Mina's side and shot at a bird in the air that was trying to approach Mina. This was the arrow shot by Lan, an arrow with Mina's acceleration technique. Under the acceleration spell, Lan's arrows not only accelerated a lot, but also became more powerful. As an auxiliary magic, the acceleration spell can basically be attached to all tangible substances, but the effective time of this magic is not as long as enchantment. But this time is enough for Lan to shoot all the birds that dare to come over in the sky. Shui Nai calmed down again, and this time, he pulled the trigger directly. A dark blue beam of light hit the petrified rock snake in an instant, and Shui Nai was pushed higher into the air by the recoil force. The effective time of this beam of light is much shorter than when shooting on flat ground, and it only took 6 seconds out of 10 seconds. Because when the magic cannon was shooting, he flew out of the shooting range with the cannon due to the recoil force. Although this shot missed Shui Nai's head by quite a bit, Due to the magic cannon's defense ignoring effect and the petrified rock snake's curled shape, the magic cannon still hit a vital point other than the head, directly knocking off 60,000 of its health points. 60,000 is already a lot for a level 40 ordinary boss, so it is understandable that the petrified rock snake below is so angry. Old fan, be careful, it may cast magic. Deo Yiyudeo, who was hiding at the entrance of the rock snake basin, saw the petrified rock snake in a rampage state, constantly looking for enemies, and he immediately reminded Shui Nai, who was about to dive down. Now he relied on his stealth technique and Shui Nai's water hiding technique to stay at the entrance and monitor the latest situation of the petrified rock snake for Shui Nai at all times. Shui Nai's water hiding technique can deal with the thermal energy detection of snakes, and this is not the first time it has been used. Well, I understand. You have to be careful later. Shui Nai reminded Deo Yiyudeo while rapidly descending. Later, Deo Yiyudeo might have to risk his life to perform a mission. This mission is very dangerous. If he is not careful, he might die. However, he is the most suitable person to perform this mission now. This time, Shui Nai descended much lower than the previous time. Now he is only about 20 meters away from the petrified rock snake. With the ability of the petrified rock snake, he can be captured. The eyeless petrified rock snake was looking up proudly, looking at Shui Nai, who was flapping his wings in the air. The mist representing the petrified breath on his body tended to become thicker. This time, the reason why Shui Nai descended so low was not only to ensure that the precious 10 seconds of the magic cannon could be fully utilized, but also to attract its hatred and prevent the petrified rock snake from escaping because it was not within its detection range but was attacked by an unknown person. Mizunao, who had already drunk several bottles of high-level instant magic potion, took out a stack of high-level magic scrolls from his backpack while charging the magic cannon. If there was one material they were most in need of, it would be the fur of the magic spider. Basically, everyone was carrying more than a dozen stacks of the fur of the magic spider. Although the fur of the magic spider was not processed and without enchantment, it has no effect. However, since Mina and the others have no space to store them, they have to divide the furs of the demon spiders in their backpacks to ensure that everyone has enough space to store the things they need for battle. This time, the magic scroll that Mina took out was the Ice Arrow Rain scroll made by Xiaoyan. After hitting 4 Ice Arrow Rains in a row and dealing 3000 damage, Mina covered the huge body of the rock snake with frost. And as Mina expected at the beginning, although the rock snake here uses inductive heat to see things, it can only see hot things, so now Mina is using ice magic to hit it all the way, but it has no reaction yet, but it keeps twisting its body and making angry roars. And just after it roared, several stone arrows were formed and shot out in an instant. However, this time, the direction of the stone arrows was not Mina in the air, but the continuous flame column that suddenly appeared on the ground. This continuous flame column was also released by Mina using the scroll, and he did this to attract the petrified rock snake. At the beginning, Mina had planned to use this method to drag the petrified rock snake below, and with the effects of the ice crystal armor and wind coat on his body, Mina's exposed body temperature was not high, and this was why the petrified rock snake did not attack Mina immediately. It was confused. Although it could find that Mina's body temperature was a little higher than the outside world, such a little temperature did not alert it. Instead, it sensed the smell of Mina and the wind pressure of the devil's wings. However, these two pieces of feedback information could not accurately determine Mina's position, but only Mina's approximate direction. Now, several extremely high-temperature objects suddenly appeared in front of it, and naturally ignored Mina's smell and wind pressure. Mizunao calculated the petrified rock snake's trick, and used its most powerful ability as its fatal weakness, and let it slowly fall into the trap he set. After that, Mizunao used the Ice Arrow Rain scroll and the continuous Flame Pillar scroll in succession, bit by bit killing the time for the magic cannon to charge. Mizunao took a look at the number of continuous Flame Pillar scrolls in his backpack. Although this magic was only composed of 2 intermediate magics, it must be made with the fur of the fire-type magic spider, and the failure rate was also very high, so Mizunao didn't have much stock in his backpack, and it could only be enough for him to use for a while. Although he could use the flame wall as a substitute, the size of the flame wall was obviously not like a living thing, and he was afraid that the petrified rock snake would not be so easily fooled. And now the magic used by the petrified rock snake is also slowly moving upwards. From the stone arrows at the beginning to the intermediate ground spears, now it is using falling rocks to extinguish the flame pillars on the ground. Often, the flame pillars that were hit by falling rocks would only be extinguished. In this way, one man and one snake began to fight here for several minutes. During this period, Mina's magic cannon had fired 5 shots, but because the stability affected the aiming, although these 5 shots hurt the petrified rock snake, they did not kill it, but instead made it violent. Looking at the suddenly turbulent light yellow mist below, Mina flew up without saying a word, and at the same time, a scroll in his hand turned into powder again, and a rain of ice arrows hit the petrified rock snake directly. Facing this violent petrified rock snake, Mina did not dare to get close. After all, the momentum of the previous 1 square rocks was obviously not something Mina could bear. In Mina's current flying state, if a rock of this size suddenly appeared above his head, he would not have the ability to easily avoid it like he did on the ground. Just when Mina was about to fire the 6th shot, he suddenly felt a wave of palpitations, which was a feeling that only occurred when danger was about to come. As soon as Mina felt this, he immediately slowed down his finger that was about to pull the trigger. At the same time, a ring on his right finger flashed a burst of green light, and Mina's figure disappeared directly, appearing in another place 10 meters away. However, the location where he appeared now was closer to the petrified rock snake than before. And just as Mina had just left, a stone spear and several stone arrows directly penetrated Mina's previous position, and at the same time a large rock of 1 meter square fell from the sky, smashing the stone spear and stone arrow to the ground in an instant. Mina saw that these 3 magics were obviously aimed at him, and immediately pulled the trigger. While shooting the petrified rock snake, his figure also soared upwards. However, Mina's reaction was obviously a little slow, because a stone spear had already shot at Mina when Mina pulled the trigger. The beam of the magic cannon and the stone spear of the petrified rock snake hit the target almost at the same time. Although the speed of the stone spear of the petrified rock snake was not fast, he could not dodge it because the distance was shortened and Mina was in a flying state. However, the power of this stone spear was not enough to what danger did Mizuna encounter? It was just that a layer of ice crystal armor on his body was broken, and the damage he received was not even 100 points. But what puzzled him was that it had been fine all along, but why was it discovered at this time? However, he soon found out the reason, because when he looked at the magic cannon, he suddenly found that the ice crystal armor that originally covered his whole body was missing at the position of his left arm. Mizuna, who thought carefully, immediately thought of the answer. While the power of the magic cannon was amazing, its recoil force was also amazing, and this was just the reason why the magic cannon needed such a large power value. Not only because of its heavy weight, but also because of its reaction force, a wizard with insufficient strength might be directly injured or even killed. Under such a strong recoil, the ice crystal armor closest to the magic cannon was shattered a lot, and after the accumulation of several cannons, the ice crystal armor on Mizuna's left side could not bear it and shattered. Thinking of this, Shuai immediately took out an ice crystal armor scroll from his backpack, used it on himself, and then swooped down to find trouble with the petrified rock snake again. Chapter 421 Dancing with Snakes. Shuai, who returned to the petrified rock snake again, had already aroused its suspicion because of his previous exposure. Although he could still use the continuous flame column to divert its attention, every time he was hit by the rain of ice arrows, the petrified rock snake would shoot magic such as stone arrows and stone spears in the direction of Shuai. This is the boss's unique evolution system. Every battle will greatly improve their wisdom, making it stronger and stronger. Looking at the petrified rock snake whose health value was rapidly decreasing and began to see through his plan, Shuai had to use the continuous flame column to the extreme. Now he not only used the continuous flame column to attract it, but also used it to burn the petrified rock snake. Although ice magic can play a big role here, in terms of attributes, earth and ice do not have a mutual generation or restraint effect, so the effect of ice arrow rain is not outstanding for petrified rock snakes. The reason why Shuai uses ice arrow rain now, in addition to it can avoid the petrified rock snake's induction, the most important thing is to attack the blood recovery speed of petrified rock snakes. However, now the petrified rock snake obviously knows the general direction of Shuai. In addition to constantly using magic to attack him, it also began to wander around the field, making Shuai's magic cannon, which had already lost its accuracy, troublesome again. Lao Fan, it's my turn to play, and your demon wings are almost at their limit. Dao Yudao saw that Shuai had exceeded the charging time of the magic cannon this time, but it had not yet been fired, and he knew that Shuai's current situation was not ideal. The demon wings will cause Shuai to have some bad hallucinations when they are activated for a long time. Although these hallucinations are not as strong as the first time because Shuai has experienced more, it will affect him to some extent. In addition, the petrified rock snake's movement made it even more difficult for Shui Nai to aim. Wait a minute. Shui Nai wanted to delay a little longer after hearing Dao Yiyu Dao's urgent words. If Dao Yiyu Dao took action earlier, he would be in more danger. After pulling the trigger, Shui Nai's shot hit the tail of the petrified rock snake. Although it did not cause any major damage, it still hit it, thanks to the size of the petrified rock snake. The petrified rock snake, which was attacked by an unknown person again, also transferred all its hatred to Shui Nai, but Shui Nai had already flown out of its sensing range at this time. The petrified rock snake did not find the enemy, but was attacked by an unknown person. Now the petrified rock snake is in a dilemma. According to the damage it suffered, it should find this hateful enemy and respond with its anger. But it did not find such an enemy, and it had found that enemy before. Although it often attacks it, it is not as powerful as the unknown attack, and the enemy is targeting its flying system. Even if it wants to shoot it down, there is no feasible way. Should it find the person who caused it great damage first, or deal with the flying enemy first? It is hesitating. As for Mina, he does not know what the petrified rock snake is thinking at this time. Now he can only try to harvest its health while the devil's wings have not reached their limit. The idea is simple and direct, but it is not so simple to execute. As the area where the petrified rock snake roams expands, Mina's magic cannon's hit rate is also declining linearly. And because he is in midair, he has no way to adjust the shooting effect of the magic cannon like he did on the ground. What disappointed Mina the most was that the continuous flame pillars in his backpack had been used up, and now he only had 3 fire scrolls, explosive bombs, continuous fireballs, and flame walls. He didn't dare to use the explosive bomb. The petrified rock snake was very sensitive to temperature, and it seemed to be omnidirectional. As long as it was within its sensing range, its sensing was 360 degrees without blind spots, plus its earth magic was all of them are instant. Facing the explosive bomb that exploded as soon as it was touched, Mina didn't want to be killed by her scroll magic. As for the flame wall, as Mina thought, it didn't attack the magic that emitted high temperature at all. On the contrary, the continuous fireball, due to its size and temperature, could cause the petrified rock snake to attack desperately. After shooting out 5 continuous fireball scrolls in one breath, Mina finally stabilized the body of the petrified rock snake. Watching it constantly use falling rocks to smash the flames on the ground, Mina also pulled the trigger of the magic cannon. This time, it was his last time to use the magic cannon under the demon wings, because the time of his demon wings was almost up. If he delayed it, he would only be hurt. Mina didn't want to give up himself for a boss. Yudao, it's your turn, be careful. Mina used the recoil of this shot and the direction calculated before to get away from the petrified rock snake again. This shot directly pushed Shui Nai from the rock snake basin to the sky above the demon spider basin. After putting away the magic cannon and removing the demon wings, Shui Nai stood steadily on the ground. After drinking a few more bottles of magic potion, Shui Nai immediately rushed into the rock snake basin. This time, he didn't dare to use the magic cannon on the ground. After all, on the ground, Shui Nai didn't dare to fight it with the magic cannon. When passing by the resting place of Yayan and Xiaowen, Shui Nai took a few bundles of freshly made ice arrow rain scrolls from Xiaowen and replenished the number of scrolls in the backpack. Where is the fox? Shui Nai, who had already run far away, suddenly found that the beautiful fox was not there. She went to help Dao Yiyu Dao. I hope she didn't make things worse. Yayan said lightly in the private chat. Since Shui Nai flew out of the rock snake basin, the beautiful fox ran in with a few bundles of scrolls. Shui Nai, who ran into the rock snake basin, immediately saw that the entrance was shooting 2 arrows from time to time. Now he was following Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao's instructions, and when Dao Yiyu Dao was in danger, he would attract the attention of the petrified rock snake. After looking at the situation inside, Dao Yiyu Dao was not far from the petrified rock snake, holding a magic scroll in each hand, and waves of ice arrows rained on the petrified rock snake one after another as if they were free. Looking at the damage that kept coming out of the top of the petrified rock snake's head, Shui Nai felt that the corners of her mouth twitched unnaturally, which was the result of heartache. At present, Xiaowen was the only one who could use ice arrow rain, so the number of ice arrow rain scrolls she made was very limited. Although she has worked very hard to make them now, if she saw Dao Yiyu Dao wasting her scrolls like this, I am afraid she would be so angry that she would vomit blood. Because at the beginning, Dao Yiyu Dao's role was only to stop the speed of the petrified rock snake's blood recovery, so that Shui Nai had enough time to restore the demon wings to normal. However, with Dao Yiyu Dao's current fighting style, I am afraid that the scroll on him cannot support until then. There are some problems. Seeing Dao Yiyu Dao always avoid the close pursuit and magic of the petrified rock snake at the critical moment, Shui Nai didn't know whether to remind him at this time the consequences of not having a scroll. However, Shui Nai didn't need to remind him, because in the next moment, Shui Nai found that Dao Yiyu Dao no longer used the Ice Arrow Rain Scroll, but used Shui Nai's explosive bomb, sometimes mixed with a few chain lightning. Damn, I'm playing too much. Dao Yiyu Dao saw Shui Nai at the entrance and immediately came out to admit his mistake. Shui Nai, who heard this, felt that the veins on his temples jumped even more severely, because Dao Yiyu Dao's tone did not contain any elements of admitting mistakes. The petrified rock snake, which lost the slowing effect of the Ice Arrow Rain, immediately increased its speed. Although there was still a certain gap with Dao Yiyu Dao, Dao Yiyu Dao's speed was not much faster when a few rock snakes appeared on the ground from time to time to block his way. If Dao Yiyu Dao did not have the special effect of the spider suit, which could shoot spider silk and spider webs, allowing him to avoid the petrified rock snakes that wanted to get close to him at the last moment, he would probably have been petrified now. It must be said that the petrified aura of the petrified rock snake is abnormal. Even the rock snakes on the ground dare not stay in the petrified aura. As long as the petrified rock snake appears, those ordinary rock snakes will immediately flee away from their boss. When Dao Yiyu Dao used the spider web to stick the petrified rock snake to the ground again, he immediately jumped directly from the top of its head to its back when the petrified rock snake was about to get rid of the spider web. This jump not only prevented him from being surrounded by falling rocks and stone spears, but also allowed him to avoid the obstruction of the rock snake, allowing him to run faster. While Dao Yiyu Dao was dancing with the snake, a slender and tall figure suddenly appeared. The beautiful fox held a scroll in each hand and bombarded it one after another, drawing its attention away from Dao Yiyu Dao. Afterwards, Shui Nai saw Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox actually used the hatred kite attack that only mages can use to tightly control the petrified rock snake between them. As long as the petrified rock snake walks towards the other side, he or she will use the scroll with all his strength to directly attract the attention of the petrified rock snake. Generally speaking, the kite attack of the mage can only be used on mages with faster speed than monsters, and the monster cannot be long range. Otherwise, with the agility of ordinary mages, it is somewhat difficult to avoid those long-range attacks. After all, the speed of running is different from the flexibility of dodging. In addition to the petrified aura of the petrified rock snake, in this case, if there is no courage and technology, I am afraid that even if other thieves come here, no one will be willing to fight with it in a violent state, leaving it no time to rest and heal. Now, Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox, with their flexible bodies and speed far faster than those earth magic, always avoided the attack calmly at the last moment, without losing a drop of blood. If this petrified rock snake could see, it would have been so angry at Dao Yiyu Dao and his arrogant behavior that it would have vomited blood. Facing such thieves, even Mina did not dare to say that she could defeat them. Chapter 422 The Essence of Rock. Although the magic coordination between Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox was very coordinated, they were not mages themselves, so the magic scrolls they used were naturally limited, so their fighting style could not last long. I am afraid that in the next second, it might fail because one of them did not have a scroll. And if they really had the ability to cast this high-level magic, with their cooperation, it is probably possible to grind this petrified rock snake to death bit by bit. In fact, when seeing their fighting style, Mina also wanted to intervene, but considering that the two of them and the snake were already standing in the best straight line, her intervention might destroy this perfect balance. In addition, when the petrified rock snake was chasing Dao Yiyu Dao, it had cleared a strip of space from the surrounding rock snakes. In this strip of space, Mina didn't have much space to stand. Now, the only place Mina could stand was the sky. After resting enough, Mina flew into the sky immediately. First, a beam of light stunned the petrified rock snake again. When the two saw Mina flying into the sky, they immediately took out two scrolls from their backpacks, one for ice crystal armor and the other for acceleration. Under this targeted magic, the petrified rock snake was very depressed and lost the enemy's accurate position again. In addition to shooting a barrage of earth magic, there was no way to do anything else meaningful. In fact, this petrified rock snake has tried very hard, but once its ability is cracked, its efforts are in vain. Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox did not expect that these plans of Mina would have such a miraculous effect, not only allowing people to eat this petrified rock snake steadily, but also without casualties. However, it is a pity that the beautiful fox and Dao Yiyu Dao do not have many scrolls themselves, and even if they really have endless magic scrolls, it is impossible to defeat it without fighting for several hours. So they have already withdrawn from the range of the petrified rock snake, and can only change from participants to spectators. Mina is now repeating the work just now, charging, using magic to interfere with the petrified rock snake, bombarding and charging again, until the petrified rock snake falls. Although the counterattack of this petrified rock snake is getting stronger and stronger, in Mina's eyes, this is just a struggle before death. As long as it does not escape underground, Mina's plan will have no chance of failure. Hey, sisters outside can come in. After seeing Shui Nai land, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately called Yayan and the others outside to come in and prepare to start work. The final petrified rock snake did not choose to escape, which was a headache for Shui Nai. Although in Shui Nai trademark's mind, given the abnormality of this petrified rock snake, it would not escape in theory. It is almost invincible in close combat, has high defense and high health, and can cast magic. This abnormality itself is not something that even ordinary teams can handle. However, the boss trademark's evolution system has such a possibility. After all, Shui Nai trademark's fighting style has exceeded the scope of the petrified rock snake. So if the petrified rock snake can trademark T stand it and wants to escape, Shui Nai can trademark T do anything. What did it explode this time? Dao Yiyu Dao immediately asked Shui Nai. The Warcraft boss is famous for its generosity, which has become their consensus. I can't see it. The petrification smell hasn't disappeared yet. While changing the snake ring, Shui Nai landed and frowned at the yellow mist below. There is still a lot of mist left beside the petrified rock snake's body. This mist has been blowing the petrified rock snake's body away. The body was enveloped. If someone said that these mists were harmless, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao would never believe it. Can it be blown away? Dao Yiyu Dao flashed to Shui Nai's side and immediately reminded Shui Nai. You can try. Shui Nai nodded, looked at the surrounding environment, and released a whirlwind in front of him. I saw that the mist of petrified breath in front of me began to be slowly blown away from the body of the petrified rock snake after being subjected to the wind pressure generated by the whirlwind. However, although this petrified breath is in the form of mist, it still has another characteristic of the Earth system, heavy and condensed. Under the effect of the first whirlwind, it was only blown away a little distance. However, this distance has already revealed a corner of the first item, which is a corner of a yellow skill book. After that, in less than a blink of an eye, the item that had just been revealed disappeared, and at this time, Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox were discussing. No way, a local spear was actually dropped? How can this boss be so stingy? There is another skill book? Hey, it's a passive skill. This time, the beautiful fox was one step faster than Dao Yiyu Dao and grabbed another skill book in the petrified breath. What attributes does it add? At this time, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao asked in unison. Although the passive skill book is not as lethal as the active skill, the passive skill can allow the player to gain an extra attribute out of thin air, and sometimes it is much more useful than the general active skill. Rock Skin, Advanced Passive Skill, Magic Defense plus 25 points, Physical Defense plus 50 points, we want it. When the beautiful fox saw this, she immediately specified that she wanted this skill book. For this skill book, the most suitable one to use it is indeed the shield armor of the injured little fox, so Shui Nai and the others did not compete with her. In addition, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao both believe in the concept of the best defense is to be invulnerable, and they will not put such passive skills in the first choice. When all the petrified mist was blown to another place, the last item also came out. This is a cocky bead with a rock-like color and texture, which is very inconspicuous on the ground. If it were not for the slight yellow light it can emit, it would probably not be seen. No way, a stone exploded. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao, who lowered his head and was about to pick it up, said a little unhappy. After all, a mid-level skill book exploded before, and it is not impossible to explode a worse thing this time. Although this thing looks a bit like the crystal core of Warcraft, the crystal core will not explode, and it can only be obtained through the collection technique, so Dao Yiyu Dao immediately knew that this thing is not a crystal core. You guys! Shui Na looked at the strengthening stone on the ground that no one cared about, and had to pick it up with a wry smile. The strengthening stone was worthless in their eyes, and only Shui Na, a scavenger, would put all of them into his backpack. Damn, this turned out to be a good thing. Rock Essence, the same secret medicine as the blood essence of the vampires. Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly shouted when he saw Shui Na and the others preparing to clean up the body of the petrified rock snake. Dao Yiyu Dao's words immediately made Shui Na and the others turn around. Rock essence? Blood essence? At this time, Shui Na immediately walked to Dao Yiyu Dao's side and took the rock essence from him. Secret medicine, rock essence. Race restriction, none. Item, this is a bead that condenses the essence of earth energy. After taking it, you can absorb the essence of the earth element contained in it, thereby improving your own defense ability. Effect of taking, physical defense plus 50, magic defense plus 25. Shelf life, please take it within 1 hour after taking it out, it will be invalid after the expiration date. Note, each player can only take it twice at most. Once this limit is exceeded, the player will suffer from joint hardening due to excessive accumulation of earth elements in the body, and lose 50% of mobility. Blood essence? Secret medicine. The beautiful fox who has never fought against the vampires does not know what secret medicines such as blood essence are, but Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao are the first players to know these things, and Dao Yiyu Dao took countless blood essences at that time to have such a strong life value today. Damn, what is this, secret medicine? The beautiful fox looked at the rock skin in his hand, and then looked at the rock essence in his other hand, and could only sigh and return this thing to Shui Na, saying that he would not play this idea. This secret medicine is obviously much stronger than this skill book. After all, it does not take up skill slots or equipment slots. In addition, once taken, it will be a permanent bonus, which is more practical than anything else. However, there are some problems with the distribution now. Although Mina had put a lot of effort into beating this petrified rock snake, he was embarrassed to put it forward. After all, it hurts some feelings to say this benefit. Lao Fan, you should take it. This thing adds a higher physical defense, which is more useful for you. The physical defense of the mage has always been low, which is a permanent pain in the mage's heart. If it can be repaired, I am afraid that all mages will find a way to keep this shortcoming. Dao Yiyu Dao spoke first. For their current team, the importance of Shui Na is beyond words. Without him, it would be more miraculous than a miracle for them to be able to clean up here. Okay, I understand. Shui Na didn't say much, and directly put the rock essence in his hand into his mouth. Increasing defense is equivalent to increasing health in disguise, which is indeed a good choice for mages. After that, Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox each used the collection technique to clean up this huge petrified rock snake in the fastest and most thorough way. And Yan and her group outside also began to try their best to gather the rock snakes inside at the entrance to facilitate Shui Na and other magic cannons to deal with it. Just input ZW to see the content of the published chapter. Chapter 423 Material Wholesaler. Finally, after the unanimous decision of Shui Na and the beautiful fox, the crystal core of the petrified rock snake and the exploded earth spear magic were handed over to Po Xiao and the others as a means of balancing the benefits of this distribution. Although Po Xiao and Yu Ying Qing Chen did not participate in this action, they are now staying behind for their group, and they cannot miss this benefit. The value of the crystal core of the petrified rock snake is not much lower than that of the rock skin and rock essence. If it can meet a better master level NPC to process it, I am afraid its value will not be lower than them. The role of the crystal core of Warcraft is very wide, and there are large and small ones, from large armor and weapon magic arrays to small jewelry and pet feeding. These crystal cores can be used. The functions of these crystal cores are similar to those of elemental gems, but because the crystal cores are generally purified and condensed by the monsters themselves, their purity and effect are much higher than natural gems, but they are also much more difficult to obtain. This is not only due to the strength of the monsters themselves, but also the success rate of the player's collection skills. The biggest difference between the crystal cores of monsters and other materials is that a monster has only one crystal core. Once the collection fails, it can only be said that there is no more. Moreover, the crystal cores of monsters are often much more difficult to collect than ordinary materials. If the skills and mentality have not reached a certain level, collecting crystal cores is like bungee jumping, and the bet is luck. Therefore, when Mina and others collect crystal cores, they often let Dao Yiyu Dao, who has the highest level of collection skills, take action, and no matter success or failure, they will not have any complaints about him to stabilize his mentality. However, even so, Dao Yiyu Dao failed in the first two collection processes, and it was not until his collection skills were upgraded to a higher level that he began to change his fate of collection failure. As for the crystal cores of the previous demon spider bosses, since Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao had not been allocated suitable items, these crystal cores were distributed to Shui Nai and his group along with the materials of those bosses. This is the distribution method of Shui Nai and his group. Although it is not 100% equal, the most basic fairness is not a problem. Okay, now it's time to prepare. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the hole deep in the rock snake basin, which was their goal this time. And now, what they have to do is to find a way to clean up the rock snakes here first. With the injured little fox using itself as bait, the rock snakes in the rock snake basin have become unprecedentedly dense. The injured little fox now relies on her high blood and high defense to stand in the middle of the rock snakes. Although she was petrified by the rock snakes, the petrified state of the rock snakes has made her defense higher to a certain extent, which is equivalent to protecting her in disguise. In addition, under the great care of Yayan, a healing priest, the injured little fox still lost the ability to move and became like a statue, but it was not in danger of life and was very safe. Now, it was time for Shui Nai to take action. At the strong request of Dao Yiyu Dao, Shui Nai's magic cannon was fixed at the edge of the rock snake group, and then it ate away at the inside little by little. Under the continuous attack of the dark blue light column, Dao Yiyu Dao and the rest of the people played at the fastest speed and cleaned up the rock snake corpses on the ground to the greatest extent. Although there was a small chaos due to the broken snake ring, for this group of players who cooperated well, this small problem was not enough to disrupt their crazy collection rhythm. After about half an hour, during which Shui Nai rested several times at the request of Dao Yiyu Dao and others, Dao Yiyu Dao and others were satisfied to see the last rock snake corpse being swept away by the system. This time, Dao Yiyu Dao and his team harvested a total of there are no more than 1,000 rock snake skins. Moreover, these rock snake skins are all high-quality goods. Those with slightly lower quality are thrown away as waste. They have no choice about this because their backpack space is really limited. What makes them most happy is that after a long period of high-intensity training, the collection skills of several of them have been upgraded to the primary collection skills like Dao Yiyu Dao. Because the collection skills, and medicine skills are different from other limited life skills, such as the magic of the mage, the forging skills that require strength. These life skills without restrictions are generally called the most basic life skills, and for this reason, their levels are not as numerous as these life skills. The most basic life skills are often only apprentice, primary, expert, master, and grandmaster. Although the upgrade of these basic life skills does not require other attributes or levels to support, as long as the proficiency is fully practiced to 100% and the corresponding conditions are met, it will be fine. Although they have few levels, for the sake of balance, the proficiency of these skills is not so easy to obtain, and it is more difficult to upgrade them later. For example, Mina's collection skills are basically learned by any player with some common sense. Although its proficiency is related to the number of times you collect materials, this number is related to the quality. Just like a primary collection skill, if the quality of the materials you collect is lower than this level, then your collection proficiency will not increase, because the quality of the materials you collect can no longer meet the collection proficiency requirements. Due to the level and rank of the monsters in the magic myth, plus the level and strength of the players themselves, the matching materials have not been thoroughly studied so far, and the quality of each player's collection skills is different, so now everyone is crossing the river by feeling the stones. The only thing everyone knows is that ordinary monsters of the same level are not as good as half-magic beasts, and half-magic beasts are not as good as magic beasts. As for the conditions for upgrading these most basic life skills, they are much simpler than the quality requirements. That is, when the skill proficiency reaches 100%, collect or create things or items that exceed your current skill level, so that you can complete the skill promotion task. Now the rock snake skin here just meets the quality and promotion requirements, but when they are promoted, it means that the rock snake skin here can no longer help them accumulate proficiency, and they must find more advanced monster materials. Although there is no way to accumulate proficiency, the difference between beginners and apprentices lies in the success rate and the quality of the materials obtained. The higher the level of collection, the higher the success rate in collecting materials, and the higher the quality of the collected materials. The higher the success rate, the more quantity is obtained. Although the quality of the material does not affect the quality of the material, the quality of the material is related to the success rate and the best rate of the subsequent process products. In other words, the higher the quality of the material, the easier it is to create successfully, and it is also easier to produce top-quality items. Therefore, the quality of the material determines the value of the material. Now the snakeskins in their hands are all high-quality things that have been selected and left. If these half-monster materials are sold at the market price, they may have recovered the cost of these potions and made a small profit. However, these materials have been ordered by unscrupulous profiteers. Because both Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox know that it is better to concentrate firepower to create a monopoly market situation than to disperse these things, disrupt the market, and mix a little oil and water. Only in this way can they get the biggest profit. The unscrupulous profiteers are the masterminds behind this market monopoly, and what they are doing now is to provide the resources needed for this mastermind to monopolize this market. As long as the life skill players in the hands of the unscrupulous profiteers can improve their life skill levels earlier than other life skill players, then they can slowly monopolize these markets. For this plan, the beautiful fox and Dao Yiyu Dao are very yearning and very hard-working. Now, the resources that Mina and his team provide to the unscrupulous merchants include the raw materials for making poisons and poisons, the elemental spider silk for making cloth armor for mages, and the rock snakeskin for making leather armor for thieves and warriors. Although the level of these materials is not high, there are few or no such materials for sale in the outside market. Players who want to practice skills have no other way except to find acquaintances to buy them. These three are the materials they are currently providing with all their strength, and as for the fur of the magic spider that can be made into magic scrolls, as well as the various gems and random teleportation scrolls that explode from here, these will be accumulated for a period of time before being collectively sent out. The reason is simple. Then materials that have not been processed by the player's skills cannot be placed in the cave. If they are placed there, they will only wait for refresh. If these materials do not want to occupy the backpack space, they can only be delivered every day. Now they have become the material wholesalers of the unscrupulous profiteers. As long as they hand these things to the unscrupulous profiteers every day, his plan will move forward one step every day. For this, whether it is a friend of the unscrupulous profiteers or a shareholder, Mina must do it and is willing to do it. After that, Mina and his group began to rest. Although they all had drinks such as alcohol in their hands, they preferred to rest in the way of chatting. While resting, they can also increase their relationship with each other. And what about Wakabayashi and his group? They took a few bundles of scrolls and began to try them out one by one in the hole. Firstly, this is to enable these pure warriors to distinguish and learn to use these magic scrolls. Secondly, it is to let them have a general understanding of the situation inside, so as to make a comprehensive assessment for the expedition later and reduce risks. Chapter 424 Elite Monsters. After Wakabayashi and his team's research and Mina's explanation, Wakabayashi now has a certain understanding of the bosses currently seen in this boss basin. Due to Wakabayashi and his team's fierce attack before, the evil venomous spiders and evil venomous snakes were basically beaten to pieces without even using their best skills. But it must be said that the abilities of the evil venomous spiders and evil venomous snakes are very terrifying. Once they are touched, people like Wakabayashi will be disabled even if they don't die. Considering the ability of the spider webs and silk of the evil venomous spiders and the effect of the venom spray of the evil venomous snakes, Mina and his team decided to let Mina, Dao Yiyu Dao and the beautiful fox, three people with good mobility and responsiveness, go in and lead the charge. Wakabayashi and his team left Hansen and Luo Li, two people known for their strength, to protect Ye Yan and his team to prevent thieves from bypassing the blockade of the spiders and venomous snakes in front and threatening the safety of the rear. After seeing that everyone was ready, Shui Nai and Lan immediately scared away the big guys guarding the hole. Shui Nai first used the magic cannon to bombard the evil snakes and spiders around, and then Lan would use bows and arrows to disable their mobility when they ran almost far away, so as to ensure that they would not have the opportunity to escape back. Seeing these bosses who would run away when they were seriously injured, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao had to play along with them, and drove away the dozen evil spiders and snakes around one after another to ensure the safety of the entrance. When there was only one evil spider left guarding the door, Ruo Lin and Tian Yun immediately jumped in from the hole and beat it directly with a ruthless hand. After that, the two of them began to be on guard against the periphery to prevent other creatures from approaching, so that Shui Nai and the adults would have enough time to do their work. Under the light of the flame shield, Shui Nai and the others are not only not afraid of the influence of the surrounding paralyzing poisonous hairs, but also can get a certain amount of light in this dark environment, so they can see nothing. Hey, this one is not a boss, damn, it is an elite monster that looks like the evil poisonous spider. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao quickly swam around it, attracting the spider silk and spider webs it shot out, while carefully observing its situation. Because of the previous time, in this dark environment, they basically had no chance to study their identities, and could only determine their identities based on their appearance. And now? In this case, they, the players, can directly use reconnaissance skills on them. No wonder there are so many evil poisonous spiders and evil poisonous snakes. It turns out that they are not boss-level stuff. The beautiful fox also spoke at this time, and then she immediately picked up the crossbow and shot a few arrows at it from a distance. Puff puff puff. The beautiful fox's 5 consecutive arrows all hit the target, and they really hit its shell, causing it to be injured, and it made it twist its body frantically. Although it looks like the boss, its defense is so much weaker. It seems that there is a big difference between the elite and the boss. Dao Yu Dao also took out his crossbow at this time and fired continuously at the head of the elite poisonous spider. The attack ability of this elite poisonous spider is similar to that of the evil poisonous spider. However, since no one intends to try its attack power, it is unknown whether its attack power is as high as that of the evil poisonous spider. Lao Fan, leave this thing to us, you go to deal with those evil poisonous snakes. Dao Yu Dao saw that the magic cannon in Shui Nai's hand began to charge, and immediately said to Shui Nai. Dao Yu Dao, who has never had the chance to fight the boss, rarely saw a creature that looks like the boss but can't defend against crossbow arrows, so naturally he wanted to fight enough at this time. The elite poisonous spider has a long life value, almost the same as the evil poisonous spider, but the defense is not high, and it is several levels lower than the boss. This is for players, no matter how high the health is, it is only a matter of time. Looking at Dao Yu Dao and the beautiful fox, holding a crossbow in one hand and a scroll in the other, Shui Na knew that she could not intervene before they had enough fun, so she had to walk towards the evil venomous snakes controlled by Wakabayashi and others. Looking at the evil venomous snakes nailed to the ground by Wakabayashi with stone spears from a distance, although they were struggling all the time, these elite monsters could not break the stone spears in their bodies, which made Shui Na have to think of the power of earth magic. Although earth magic has no advantage in attack power, its solidity is speechless. Pick up the magic cannon, then aim and fire. However, these elite monsters that are not bosses made Shui Na feel that using magic cannons on them was a waste of behavior, which was completely a butcher's knife to cut chickens. Because under Shui Na's blue light column, this elite venomous snake did not even last for 1 second and was killed instantly. Killed instantly by the instant death effect and fatal damage. Among all creatures, only bosses are immune to instant death. For creatures of other levels, it is only the probability of instant death. Generally speaking, the larger the creature, the harder it is to trigger instant death, and even triggering 10 times the fatal damage is very difficult. Elite creatures are much harder to trigger than ordinary creatures, but it is only much harder. If you just hit the vital points, you will get it a few times. The real difficulty lies in finding the vital points of the creature, because in the creatures of this world, not all the vital points of life are in the same position. Some are in the head, and some are in the heart. These are not fixed, and players can only explore by themselves. Finally, after Mizuna's careful attempts, he also found that among the magic he had learned, only the ice cone magic had a very high fatal probability. The reason is nothing else, it is just because it can break armor. After learning this, Mizuna immediately asked Xiaoan outside to make the magic scroll of the ice cone with the greatest effort. Although it was a bit of a waste to use the fur of ice-type magic spiders to make intermediate magic, it was all they had now. In addition, using high-level materials to make low-level magic scrolls could enhance the player's ability to enchant magic to a certain extent, which was equivalent to improving the effect of magic in disguise. Dao Yu Dao and the beautiful fox also listened to Shui Nai's advice and no longer used explosive bombs with gorgeous explosion effects and sound effects. Instead, they used ice arrow rain with a high number of strikes to harvest their lives with the greatest force. Afterwards, Shui Nai saw that this elite basin had been able to stand firm, so he immediately called Yan, Xiaowen and others in and started to slaughter deeper. In this elite basin, as long as the situation of monsters guarding the cave entrance can be solved, there will basically be no big problems in the future. This basin has a large area. As long as you don't use the skills of a large group of elite poisonous spiders or snakes together, there is basically no danger. However, because there is no danger in this basin, the things that explode here are not very useful. Basically, they were all blank equipment, and even the materials on them were not very good. They were used to seeing good things, so they were naturally not interested in these things, and they were determined to leave their backpacks in the basin behind. So after the initial large-scale collection, they now only chose the most useful things to collect, such as the fangs and venom sacs of poisonous spiders and poisonous snakes. Although they were not satisfied with the items, these elite monsters were very high in experience, basically with a regular percent, plus there were many of them and they were easy to fight. They made a lot of experience, which made up for the lack of items. Chapter 425 True and False Boss. Mina and her group of 13 people have been traveling in this dark elite basin for almost half an hour. Soak. How big is the area of this basin? So far, Mina has not estimated it. In this basin, not only can you not see too far, but even the player's map has completely lost its due function. In addition to the light problem here, if they had not been moving along the mountain wall of the basin, they would probably think that they were under the influence of some magic and were slowly turning in circles. Because of this dim environment, it is very easy for people to lose their sense of direction. However, these situations have repeatedly shown that Wakabayashi and his team, who came from the military, have not taken the same route, which can only indirectly show that the area of this basin is really too large. Along the way, Mina and his team encountered many elite poisonous spiders and snakes. Although they were the kind of stuff that would run away once they were seriously injured, they had no choice but to die under the deliberate embarrassment of Wakabayashi and his team. Everyone, take a break first. Wakabayashi, you should also eat something, it's noon now. Mina looked at the time and called Wakabayashi and his team, who were walking in the front and the back respectively. After that, Mina distributed some food. They gave everyone food, and in order to prevent Wakabayashi and the others from feeling uncomfortable, the beautiful foxes also showed the momentum of camping. They picked up the dead branches around them with great interest, and lit a bonfire with scrolls. Xiaomei and the beautiful fox also started a barbecue, which dyed the dark environment with a warm color. Although Wakabayashi and the others frowned at the bonfire that might attract wild beasts, they did not ruin the interest of these people. Instead, they dispersed them and surrounded Mina and his group in order to protect them as soon as possible. Their actions naturally could not be hidden from Mina and Dao Yudao, but they saw it in their eyes, but did not express anything. After all, it is impossible for players and NPCs in this world to get along completely. They are not people from the same world. This is already very good. The environment here has been affected by the thing in the sky, and if I'm not mistaken, the thing above should be the environmental magic of the Undead Empire Dark Sky Curtain. At this time, Shui Na and Dao Yudao, who were discussing the next move with Wakabayashi and others, immediately heard Wakabayashi's guess. Indeed, the environment here has been changed. Take the big tree next to Shui Na, for example. It has completely withered. It withered because it lost the sunlight and the source of life. However, Shui Na saw some black gas surrounding them, which was somewhat similar to the dark spring that Shui Na had visited before. Dark Sky Curtain, dark magic. Xiaomei, who was more familiar with this, immediately jumped over and joined the discussion. Yes, that's right, dark magic. When Wakabayashi saw Xiaomei jumping to his side, he was immediately startled. He moved his body to make way to one side and kept a suitable distance from Shui Na and other adults. The Fox Fairy Guild members, attracted by Xiaomei's words, immediately came from all over the place and gathered around Ruelin and the others, finding a place to sit down one by one. Seeing the beauties of all sizes sitting around, some were bold and unrestrained like the beautiful fox and the injured little fox, and some were quiet and taciturn like Yayan and Xiao Wen. Xiao was a man who had fought in the battlefield. Being stared at by so many beauties felt a little unnatural. Women in this world are not as open and direct as in reality. In this world, women are subject to many secular constraints, just like the ancient feudal society. Mina naturally saw his situation, so she asked and helped him deal with this situation. I have heard of the Dark Sky Curtain. This magic doesn't seem to last long. If it loses the magic support of the Dark Wizard, it will soon dissipate. If there were Dark Wizards here, I am afraid that those elite poisonous spiders and snakes would have been sent out to attack them. After all, as long as those elite creatures come together and fire a volley, even Wakabayashi and his men will have to retreat. But the creatures here are obviously acting independently, and there is no one behind to control them. The Dark Sky Curtain is an environmental magic used by the Dark Camp to deal with the Holy Light Camp. This magic can suppress the effect of Holy Light magic, and at the same time shield the so-called divine light belonging to the gods, allowing those undead creatures to move around in the territory of the Holy Light Camp without being affected. No, if it is combined with certain rituals and the environment, this magic can exist for a long time, and some can even exist forever. Wakabayashi also told his own experience. As a country that often deals with the undead empire, the human empire has basically known this kind of knowledge among the officers of the army. So, if this is really the dark sky curtain, just find a way to destroy that ritual. Mina was very afraid of this dark environment. Although there is no big problem with Wakabayashi and his men now, it would be best to eliminate this thing. Yes, as long as the dark sky curtain exists by relying on the ritual, then if the ritual is destroyed, the dark sky curtain will naturally disappear. Wakabayashi said affirmatively. Then we will find a way to find the place of the ritual now, and then. Dao Yudao immediately interjected, his tone very firm. Players without maps can't be as relaxed as Wakabayashi and his friends. Losing the map means getting lost, especially in a place where even the return scroll cannot be used. After talking with Wakabayashi and his friends for a while, everyone immediately packed up and went to the place that Wakabayashi thought was most likely. After the exploration just now, this basin is a relatively standard circular basin. So I suspect that the place where the ritual is set up will mostly be set in the center of this basin. Because only in this way can the effectiveness of the dark sky curtain be brought to its extreme. Wakabayashi said as he led Mina and his friends away from the mountain wall of the basin and walked towards the depths. Along the way, Mina and his friends made marks to prevent possible problems. Just after the group walked towards the center of the basin for a short while, they suddenly heard the dong 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 sound of a large creature walking in front of them. When Mina and the others heard this, their first impression was the elite poisonous spiders. In this basin, only the huge poisonous spiders will make this drum-like sound when they move forward quickly. I'll go first. Dao Yudao first fired a flaming bomb in the sky ahead, and then under the light of the flaming bomb, he immediately found the big spider and rushed up directly, intending to fight the poisonous spider alone. In the previous encounters, the poisonous spiders here basically greeted them with such a fierce momentum, but once they were seriously injured, they would turn around and leave immediately, which was very anticlimactic. So now, basically as long as they find these elite big guys coming, either Dao Yudao rushes to the front, or the beautiful fox takes the lead. After all, there are not many opportunities to use magic scrolls and fight to their heart's content. As militants, they will not miss it. Wait for me. The beautiful fox holding the scroll in her hand immediately chased after Dao Yudao as soon as she saw that Dao Yudao had already taken the lead, and at the same time used a continuous flame column directly on the monster in the distance to increase the range of illumination. Alas, what a waste! Mina sighed with her face covered. If people outside knew that there were thieves using explosive bombs as flares and combined magic as street lights, they would probably drown these two people with saliva. For thieves, all magic scrolls are very important resources. Thieves with magic scrolls have more ways to fight, which means they have the capital to challenge stronger ones. The deceleration of ice and the paralysis of thunder, as long as these magic characteristics are used well, combined with the thieves' high speed and control skills, then the thieves will often win. At a time when magic scrolls are not really popular, Dao Yudao and the beautiful fox's fighting style is really too extravagant. At present, the magic scrolls in the hands of players are mainly low and medium level magic, not only because these two levels of magic have a higher success rate. More importantly, it is difficult to get scrolls that can withstand high-level magic. Generally, places with such resources will become places where forces compete. And it is precisely because of this that the high-level magic scrolls in the hands of non-magic players have become something like collectibles. They would rather collect them than use them until the last moment. Some people are like Dao Yudao and Beautiful Fox, who usually carry several sets of high-level magic scrolls with them. However, sometimes, no matter how many magic scrolls there are, nothing can be changed. For example, now, in the face of absolute strength, this kind of random magic behavior is at most just a playful nature. At first, Mina and her group looked at Dao Yudao and Beautiful Fox, the two figures with flames all over their bodies, rushing over fiercely at a high speed to compete with each other, but turned around and ran back the next moment they fought, which surprised everyone. After that, they saw the poisonous spider chasing them, spitting out spider silk and shooting at them. Damn, it's real, help me. Dao Yudao, who was the fastest runner at the beginning, now became the slowest runner. Seeing the big spider getting closer and closer behind him, he immediately asked for help from Ruolin and the others. This spider is much faster than the petrified rock snake, and Dao Yudao dare not tease it like he did with the petrified rock snake. Ruolin. Mina hurriedly called to Ruolin beside him. However, he didn't need to remind him. When Ruolin saw Dao Yudao running back, He had already taken out a stone spear scroll from one of his waist bags and summoned a stone spear, ready to save people at any time. Lan was even faster. With the bowstring in his hand, the arrow with the ice cone spell was already heading straight for the big spider. With 2 puffs, it pierced through its 2 legs. Seeing the Dao Yiyu Dao after Ruolin and the others attacked, he immediately slid to the left. At the same time, he turned around and raised his hand, without even aiming, and the machine crossbow in his hand tap 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 shot all the remaining crossbow arrows at its face. But this time, his provocative crossbow arrows only aroused its anger, and basically did no harm. And looking at the crossbow arrow that was bounced away, Mina couldn't help but tighten her eyes. This was not an elite poisonous spider with a similar appearance, but a real evil boss, the evil poisonous spider. Chapter 426 Dark Altar. Although this real boss who came over surprised everyone at first, causing a small episode, but under the absolute force of Mina's side, it was destined to come and go. Everyone, please be careful and stop messing around. It's too hard to tell the real from the fake. After seeing that the evil poisonous spider had been killed and cleaned up, Dao Yiyu Dao shamelessly warned Shui Nai and the others, which made everyone laugh and cry, and gave him at least 7 pairs of white eyes. And just as Dao Yiyu Dao said, they also encountered several real and fake boss incidents along the way. Looking at these evil bosses mixed in with the elite monsters, now no one dared to go forward, and they all waited for Wakabayashi and his team to control them first, and then Mina would use the magic cannon to kill them remotely, taking the greatest safety measures. One of the most dangerous times was when they encountered 3 big poisonous snakes, one of which was real and 2 were elite. Under the leadership of this real boss, they sprayed venom at Mina and his team from a distance as soon as they appeared. For this venom that they could not defend against temporarily, the only thing they could do was to run their own ways and avoid it first. These 3 poisonous snakes took turns to release venom, and except for Wakabayashi and his team who could dodge and attack at the same time, the rest of the players could only avoid it from a distance. If Mina's ice crystal armor cooling plan had not worked here, I'm afraid that Xiaoyan, who ran the slowest, would have been corroded by the venom and died without a complete body. Because Xiaoyan didn't run at all just now, she just relied on the ice crystal armor to hide under a dead tree only 10 meters away from them, and the others who had already run far away were also worried about her bold behavior. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of 1. Although they were fine in the end, the 2 elite venomous snakes were killed by Wakabayashi and his team in an instant because of the critical situation, leaving only the evil venomous snake. In response, Wakabayashi and his team acted a little depressed. After all, it was the first time that they failed to complete the orders given by Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao. Let's go, the order is dead, but the situation will change, let's go. Seeing the serious expressions of Wakabayashi and his team, Shui Na immediately said that she was very satisfied with the situation just now and would not blame them. It seems that we should be getting closer and closer to the place of that ritual. Dao Yiyu Dao's words may not have much impact on NPCs like Wakabayashi, but for players, it is different. The stronger the guard, the closer they are to the treasure defined by the system. Although this definition of treasure may not be valid for all players. Hey! Just as everyone was moving towards the center of the basin, Yayan and Xiao Mei, who were walking in the middle of the team, suddenly stopped at the same time and cried out in surprise. What's wrong? The people who saw them stop immediately surrounded them, thinking that they were attacked. After all, in the dark, there are many things that are hard to guard against. Yayan glanced at everyone, and then she and Xiao Mei looked at each other and said, I just felt the breath of darkness, and I already know where the ceremony is set up. Yayan said this to Ruolin and the others, with the purpose of passing the information she got from her player identity to Ruolin and the others through normal channels, so that they can completely believe their words and reduce the misunderstandings and influences caused by them. It turned out that just now, when they stepped into this area, Yayan and Xiao Mei received a prompt from the system at the same time, saying that they had entered the ritual range of the Dark Altar, and gave them an accurate map, asking them to destroy the altar and let the light of God descend on this land. Then please tell me, Miss. Wakabayashi respectfully gave up the position of the guide. Afterwards, under the guidance of Yayan, they went directly to a certain place in the basin, which was slightly different from the central location mentioned by Wakabayashi, but the difference was not too big. Otherwise, in such a large basin, it would be like looking for a needle in a river to find such an altar. What is the Dark Altar? As they moved forward, Mina and his team were also rapidly conducting popular science. The altar is a unique building used to worship gods and pray for blessings. It allows people to communicate with a certain god, and then through certain sacrifices, they can get a part of the power of the gods. To put it bluntly, it is to artificially enhance the effects of some magic or special abilities. You can understand that this altar is a super large amplifier. Yayan said while checking her priest's player manual. Sacrifice. Mina frowned and said, he had seen that dark ritual, which used living people as sacrifices. There are all kinds of things. Dark rituals usually use living things or undead spirits. On our side, we usually use treasures and the like. It usually depends on which god they want to talk to. Each named god has requirements for the sacrifice. Sometimes, the ritual requires the caster's own life to be sacrificed. God, so does this world really have gods? The beautiful fox, an atheist, asked immediately. Yes, at least the introduction of this game has mentioned it, and the old wizard that Mina knows has fought with gods. Yayan kicked the question to Mina. Is this true? Xiaoan and the others who heard this immediately went to ask Mina. Well, it should be true. Under the guidance of Yayan's little eyebrow, the group faced increasing pressure. But danger often comes with benefits. Now they are basically equipped with petrification rings and poisonous rings, and even Wakabayashi and others have begun to popularize them. After all, there are a lot of bosses here. After beating one, the sound or light effects during the battle often attract the surrounding monsters. The battle lasts for more than 10 minutes, and it is often impossible to leave. If it were not difficult to see in the dark, they would have to be reminded by Wakabayashi to avoid those long-range attacks. I am afraid they would have split Wakabayashi and his team into 5 groups and divided them into several teams to hunt the evil bosses here. No way, the guards here are too strong. Although they were all upgraded to 1 level just now, and with the help of Wakabayashi, they were already very confident. But when they saw the situation of the altar in the distance, they immediately backed off. Now this so-called dark altar is hundreds of meters away from them. If there were not 12 torches around the altar, and it was emitting a faint red light, I am afraid they would only be able to find it when they got close. But at that time, I am afraid they had been blocked by the guards around the altar. These 12 torches were as tall as a person, and the color of the flames was very strange. The more Mina and his group looked through the telescope, the more they felt that these pale blue flames were simply will-o'-the-wisps. However, due to the phenomenon of darkness under the lamp, Mina and his group's telescopes could not let them observe what was under the flames. However, under the light of the flames, they still saw several large spiders and poisonous snakes standing in a circle around the altar, and they all looked like boss level ones. After counting carefully, there were at least 3 evil poisonous spiders and 2 evil poisonous snakes here, and at the outermost edge, there was a circle of elite poisonous creatures. Can we beat them? Dao Yudao asked Ruolin, a master of the great swordsman level. Now they were the only ones who had to pass this level. It's a bit dangerous. There seems to be something in the center of the big altar. Although I can't see it clearly, it gives me a lot of pressure. Ruolin said after thinking for a while. Even Wakabayashi said it was dangerous, so they naturally wouldn't ask Wakabayashi and the others to take risks. How about this? I'll fly over and try to destroy the altar to see if I can break the dark sky. Shui Na thought for a while and said. Don't even think about it, your demon wings won't work here at all. If there's really a dark wizard hiding inside, you're dead. Dao Yudao knew the disadvantages of the demon wings very well. Then I'll get closer and use the magic cannon. Shui Na's words were interrupted by the beautiful fox before she finished. Tisk, the blue light when your magic cannon is charging, I'm afraid that people will come to find you before you walk over. Lan, can your bow and arrow shoot there? Wakabayashi asked Lan. There are several hundred meters between here and there, and even if you can shoot over there, you may not be able to hit it. Get closer, or you won't be able to hit it. Well, bows and arrows don't have much power against altars. To destroy this altar, you can only destroy it on a large scale. Bows and arrows don't seem to have much effect. Yayan reminded them that altars are generally very solid. Hey, Lao Fan, have you used up your thunder bombs last time? At this time, Dao Yudao suddenly remembered the thunder bombs he used to kill the president of Si Haitang last time. That one was quite powerful and had a great destructive effect on buildings. There are 15 more. Shui Na immediately took out 15 discus from his backpack. When he left last time, he only got 20 from Qin and gave 5 to Si Haitang, leaving only these 15 landmines. The beautiful fox immediately thought of landmines when she saw this thing. Chapter 427 Blowing up the altar. Although the power of thunder bombs can no longer be compared with Shui Nai's explosive bombs, everyone has their own expertise. Bubble, though the thunder bomb is not outstanding in killing people, its 100% destructive effect on buildings is unmatched by Mina's magic. If Mina's explosive bomb can cause 2000 damage to people, then it may only cause less than 1000 damage to ordinary buildings. And this depends on the type of building. If it is made of very hard stone, the damage may be a little lower. Sir, where did you get this? This kind of thing is also banned in the army. No one has used it for a long time. In the past, it was generally only approved for use in siege warfare. Wakabayashi's words immediately scared Mina. Last time, he used it in the elemental city. If it weren't for the lurking mask, he might have become a wanted criminal in the elemental city, and it might also implicate Uncle Qin. Thinking of the dwarf holy book in Qin's hand, that should not be exposed no matter what, so Mina didn't say much now, just said that it was obtained by chance. Wakabayashi also knew that Mizuna didn't want to talk about it more, so he didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, he had already reminded Mizuna that this thing should not be used indiscriminately. As an adult, he naturally knew the pros and cons of this. After learning that all of Wakabayashi and his team would use this thing, Mina didn't explain any more, and then it was about the personnel arrangement for this operation. This time, Mina and his team planned to throw these thunder bombs directly from a distance to see if they could blow up a corner of the altar. According to Yayan, all altars are relatively fragile. As long as one part of them is destroyed, the effect of the altar will be weakened or even ineffective. If it faces some more complex and large altars, the altar will be blown up due to the power of the gods. And this is why the altars have guards, because without anyone guarding them, they are basically just a building, and it is very easy to destroy them. Finally, after a discussion among the group, it was decided that Mina, the strange power wizard, and Luo Li and Hansen, two swordsmen who mainly rely on strength, would be the throwers, with Wakabayashi, Tianyun, and Dao Yiyudao as cover. We will be divided into 3 teams, throwing thunder bombs from 3 directions, and no matter whether we succeed or fail, as long as we find the enemy coming, we will run away immediately. Do you understand? Dao Yiyudao was the commander-in-chief for the last time, and he immediately waved his hand and assigned this action. This time, Shui Na and Dao Yiyudao were in a group, responsible for the left side, Hansen and Ruo Lin were in a group, responsible for the right side, and Luo Li and Tianyun were in the middle. Although Ruo Lin and the others had some objections to Dao Yiyudao and Shui Na's actions, they were much safer than them with the ring of teleportation, and Shui Na and the others repeatedly promised that they would not mess around, which convinced them. As for the remaining Yayan and the others, they had no choice but to retreat and wait in the distance. Each of them prepared 6 people and took action immediately. Since Shui Na and other players did not have much time today, if their action this time was successful, they could use the player map to find the nearest way and leave the basin directly. If not, Wakabayashi and the others will have to camp here. Although Mina and the others knew that monsters would not move at night in the game, for some reason, they just didn't want to leave Wakabayashi and the others overnight in such a place. If they couldn't destroy this sacrificial ground, they might not be able to live well outside as usual. After all, Wakabayashi gave them the feeling that he was not a piece of data at all, but a living person. Leaving a few good friends in such a place might make people very uneasy. Now, although Mina and the others promised to leave immediately if there was a problem, they had already made up their minds to destroy the altar and send Wakabayashi and the others out. It should be okay here. Dao Yiyudao and Mina, who were wearing ice crystal armor and had stealth skills, were only 100 meters away from the dark altar. Now they could see how many elite poisonous spiders and snakes were around, which was much closer than Wakabayashi and the others. At this distance, whether it is Shui Nai or Dao Yiyudao, under the effect of the power burst, it should be possible to throw the thunder bomb to the core of the altar. If you want to destroy the altar most thoroughly, then you naturally have to find a way to destroy the core of the altar. Doing so is much more effective than just weakening the effect of the altar. Although Yayan did not say that doing so is the most thorough, they all understand that just destroying the periphery of the altar is definitely not as good as destroying its core. Destroying its peripheral buildings will at most weaken the influence of the dark sky, but it may not completely destroy the magic. And in terms of repairing the core area must be much more difficult than repairing the peripheral area. It is precisely because of these considerations that Shui Nai and the others have to take risks and go deeper. Yu Dao, you will throw the thunder bomb later, and I will try with the magic cannon. Shui Nai said while using a water hiding technique for himself, and Yu Dao saw a flash of water light at Shui Nai's position, and he immediately knew his plan. Under the water hidden technique, as long as you don't move and don't use magic or skills that will destroy the water light layer, then the magic will not be broken, and the charging process of the magic cannon is just in this category of not breaking the water light. Hey, can the magic cannon hit buildings? At this time, Yu Dao suddenly asked. Theoretically. I don't know. Shui Na thought about it and said with some lack of confidence. Then you. I'll try to aim at a boss and see if I can use it to knock down the altar. Shui Na was reminded by Yu Dao at this time, so he immediately moved the muzzle of the gun. Okay, then I'm going to throw it. Yu Dao said while activating the thunder bomb, and then threw it fiercely. In the original plan, Shui Na and Yu Dao were the first to launch the attack. The reason is nothing else, because this team is the weakest. So in order to ensure that Mina's team can carry out the plan, they are defined by Wakabayashi as the first strike team, and they will leave directly after that, regardless of whether they succeed or not. However, if Wakabayashi knew that Mina and the others were changing their plans, he would probably come out and fight with those guys guarding the altar at the first time. The thunder bomb thrown by Yu Dao fell directly from the sky in a parabola. The flashing red light on the discus was like a firefly that emits red light in this dark environment. At this time, this kind of red firefly also appeared from the other two directions, and the number was increasing. However, since Mina Wakabayashi and the others did not know where the dark altar was located and how big it was, the thunder bombs they threw out now were not specifically aimed at the same place. The throwing positions were quite scattered, trying to destroy it as much as possible. However, there is one thing in common, that is, the throwing places are all inside these 12 torches, basically filling the space inside the torch as much as possible. The target of Mina's magic cannon was to push those monsters and try to destroy the surrounding buildings. For some reason, Mina always felt that the gloomy torch should be a relatively important building. Especially after hearing Yan say that the dark camp used the undead as sacrifices, he felt that these flames like ghost fire should be the undead. After the first thunder bomb made a clang sound when it fell, the light column of Mina's magic cannon also appeared immediately. I saw a blue light column directly hit the abdomen of an elite venomous snake, and while severely injuring it, it pushed it to a torch on the altar. And just as Mina calculated, this torch could not bear the weight of the venomous snake at all, and was directly crushed by a torch. The blue flame fell to the ground with a click. Afterwards, a painful scream came from under the torch. The scream sounded very harsh and did not sound like a human voice at all. When the scream faded, the pale blue flame went out after the last struggle. Ah! Suddenly, after a torch went out, a roar full of anger and hatred suddenly came from the center of the altar. However, before the shout was finished, it was covered by a series of thunder-like explosions. For a moment, the flames of the thunder bombs immediately filled the altar, and pieces of rubble and unknown things were blown up. Flames and explosions appeared from time to time, and the entire altar became chaotic in an instant. On the side of Mina, Yu Dao threw the last thunder bomb in his hand, and Mina pulled the magic cannon hard, and in the last time, it swept the monsters that saw the light fiercely. Retreat! Shui Nai put away the magic cannon and released a big fireball into the sky, which was a signal to retreat. Afterwards, Shui Nai released the flame wall while retreating, while Yu Dao had already quickly run to the back, ready to use the scroll to pick up Shui Nai who was left behind. In the original plan, there was no such step, but in order to allow Ruolin and the others to have enough time to leave, they are now acting as the object of attraction, attracting the surrounding monsters first. Lao Fan, you retreat first. At this time, Yu Dao had already arranged the flame wall while shouting to Shui Nai who was coming over. Understood. Before Shui Nai finished speaking, he had already activated the teleportation ring and disappeared in front of Yu Dao in an instant. And Yu Dao? When those evil bosses rushed through the flame wall, he directly activated the teleportation ring, leaving the monsters rushing over empty-handed. The mission is completed. The dark altar has become ineffective. Our map can be used. When Shui Nai appeared beside Yan, Xiao Mei immediately said happily. Just now, she suddenly received a system prompt. After that, when she started the map, she immediately found that their map had responded. Chapter 428, Breaking Out of the Basin. In fact, not long after the torch of the Dark Altar was pushed down by Shui Nai, the remaining 11 torches began to struggle and jump uneasily. The height of the flames seemed to be attracted by something and soared upwards. However, when the power was exhausted, the flames immediately became unstable. After that, starting from the fallen torch, one after another went out, as if the pushed-down torch spread the extinguished virus. The torches went out in a strange way. However, this situation was ignored by everyone when a large number of red flames exploded. Now no one can figure out from this situation whether the Dark Altar was ineffective because the core was destroyed first, or because the torches were extinguished first. However, there is one thing that Mina and the others know, that is, they have to escape quickly now. The elites and bosses around the Dark Altar were the most numerous and densest they had seen along the way. Although if they really wanted to resist, it wouldn't be a big problem. As long as there was enough time and with the cooperation of Wakabayashi and the others, they could completely devour them one by one. However, the biggest problem now was that there was not enough time. Mizuna had never tried to log off when being chased by monsters, and he didn't know what would happen when he went online. However, all the veterans warned novice players in the forum, that is, never log off in a pile of monsters, because that would be the same as seeking death. Moreover, the situations these veterans described were just ordinary monsters, which were completely different from the elite and boss level monsters here. As for Wakabayashi and the others, Mizuna didn't know even more. However, thinking that the NPCs in this world had their own rules of action, although the system said that monsters were inactive at night, that was only for players. To be honest, Mizuna had no confidence in the NPCs here. If Wakabayashi and his team hadn't provoked the monsters in the Dark Altar in the end, there shouldn't have been any problem. After all, as long as they didn't get close to the altar, they could theoretically hide for a night without any problems. But now, not only did they provoke them, they also blew up the altar they were guarding, which made them extremely angry and they kept chasing them. Fortunately, after they blew up the altar, the map on the player's body immediately returned to normal. As long as they got out of this basin as quickly as possible, there would be no problem. They could completely use the gourd-shaped terrain of the poisonous insect valley to block the monsters. Is everyone here? Mina grabbed Yayan beside her and held her horizontally. Then, under her instructions, she quickly ran towards the exit in the distance. While running, Mina didn't feel that Yayan in her arms was as stiff as a fossil, but under the effect of the ice crystal armor, he couldn't enjoy the feeling of having a beauty in his arms. Yes, they are all here. Dao Yudao knew that he was asking about Wakabayashi and the others, so when he saw Wakabayashi and the others rushing over, he shouted immediately. Beautiful Fox followed behind Mina, followed by Fox Butterfly and the injured little fox. Now, except for the injured little fox, a swordsman who is not known for his speed, the remaining Beautiful Fox and Fox Butterfly each hold someone in their hands. Now Fox Butterfly is holding Xiaoan, while Beautiful Fox is holding Xiaomei. Although the three of them are holding someone, since the three girls are mages themselves, the equipment on their bodies is not heavy, and the weight themselves is a bit light, all of them can run, and the speed is not slow. As the most perverted mage, he has no problem even if he does not use the power burst now, but the Beautiful Fox, the thief, is a bit reluctant. However, their speed is slightly slower in terms of weight, and they cannot perform at their best level. The rest of the people were all responsible for the rear guard. For example, Dao Yudao kept throwing scrolls, playing with the explosive bombs and ice arrow rain as toys, and bombarding the monsters chasing behind them. The dizziness of the explosive bombs and the deceleration of the ice arrow rain were not fatal to these monsters, but they were very troublesome, causing them to stop and go all the way. If they were not so numerous, they could find ways to surround them from other places, otherwise, I am afraid they would not be able to threaten Mina and his team. However, if there were no people like Wakabayashi, their encirclement would be very threatening to Mina and his team. After all, in terms of speed, the levels of both sides are similar, but in terms of the environment here is obviously favorable to these monsters. The terrain here is not flat, and from time to time, several pieces of dead branches and rocks suddenly appear on the ground. In addition, the light here has not returned to normal, and the gravel and potholes on the ground that are very obstructive have already made the group miserable. If it weren't for Yayan's holy flame white tiger leading the way and illuminating the surrounding environment to a certain extent, it would be a big question whether they could get out in the dark in such an environment. And now, under the attack of Rulan and others, the monsters that were scattered and intended to outflank them had no way to come. In addition to Lan's bow and arrow, the stone spears of Rulin and Yuntian made the monsters hard to defend in the dark chase. Often, after a shot, the monsters had to come down to rest for a while even if they were not seriously injured. However, what made Dao Yudao and others feel depressed now was the huge figure like a hill at the back. That figure had been appearing in the back from the beginning. In the weak light of those magic, its figure could never be seen by people. Apart from knowing that its figure was very huge and that it would utter an unknown language to control the monsters to outflank, nothing else was known. And every time it made a sound after the sound, the monsters chasing them will disperse or gather to a certain extent, and walk in a very orderly manner, just like the tactical dispatch during the march. There were several times when Rulin and his team were diverted by those elite cannon fodders used to die. If Dao Yudao had not reacted in time and used Ice Arrow Rain to freeze those boss-level main forces, Luo Li and Hansen, who were slower to follow, would probably be forced to drag down and fight. Hey, the darkness appeared at the altar and began to disappear. At this time, Xiao Mei, who had been paying attention to the back, immediately found that in the center of this dark basin, a sword-like beam of light appeared. This was the light of sunlight piercing the darkness. This light was not strong, but it was very eye-catching in this dark environment. This sudden and lively beam of light formed the most striking contrast with the lifeless environment around it, beautiful and warm. For a moment, Xiao Mei, who was not tired, was stunned. Afterwards, the beam of light grew larger as the dark sky in the air dissipated. Although the dark sky in the sky lost its source of power, it was still very tenacious. This natural sunlight, which had no mutually exclusive properties, could only illuminate the land after the dark sky completely dissipated. How far is it, Xiao? At this time, the beautiful fox, who was already unable to run, panted and asked Yan. Although the thief profession is very fast in speed, this is only in normal circumstances without any burden. Because the thief's own endurance value is not high, if there is a load, even if the object is not heavy, the endurance will still drop quickly, and it will naturally show fatigue. Among the three of them, only Mina was the most relaxed. In the phantom stealth state, Mina's body was not affected by Yan's presence. In addition, the phantom ring weakened the endurance consumption, which also enabled him, the mage, to fight for a long time. Almost there, about 1 minute left. Yan responded to the beautiful fox immediately. She also knew that the thief's endurance was only a little bit better than that of the mage, and the fox itself was not developing in this direction, so she knew that she could not hold on any longer. However, she was just curious about the fact that Shui Nai was still so energetic, and did not delve into it. After all, Shui Nai had given her so much stimulation that she was numb. "We're there, I can see the cave in front of us." After running for a while, Shui Nai suddenly found that the white light on the half-human-sized holy flame white tiger in front of him was getting bigger and bigger, and it was a little dazzling. So he immediately realized that it was not that the white light on its body was getting stronger, but that it was running towards the cave, and the white light on its body had been covered by the strong light at the cave. "Yudao, notify Rulin and the others, tell them not to fight and run directly to the small lake in the Viper Basin." Seeing that the cave entrance was approaching, Shui Nai immediately issued new orders to Rulin and the others through Dao Yudao. Now he was afraid that Rulin and the others would stay behind to cover the retreat. If so, then their trip would be in vain. Understood. At this time, Shui Nai had already seen the dazzling white light in front of him, and the holy flame white tiger had already rushed out. "Close your eyes," Shui Nai whispered to Yan. The strong light at the cave entrance had a great impact on them who were already accustomed to the darkness. However, fortunately, before they came in, the cave entrance was processed by Luo Li with a big axe, and the area was much larger. As long as they could find the middle position, they would naturally not hit the wall. Shui Nai, who closed his eyes and rushed out, immediately felt the warmth, and then he carefully jogged forward based on his memory. Chapter 429 Inexplicable Things. When Mina and his group of players left the cave, Wakabayashi and his group followed Mina's orders and stayed in the cave at the entrance of the Viper Basin, waiting for tomorrow's action. As for the monsters guarding the dark altar, they finally stopped at the entrance of the basin and did not run out to attack Mina and his group. This surprised Mina and his group very much. After all, this was very inconsistent with their momentum along the way, which was not consistent with their determination to kill them. Mina and his group also ran to the demon spider basin and found that they did not follow them. In the end, they came to the conclusion that those elite poisonous spiders and snakes and monsters like bosses would not leave the area they guarded. By the way, did anyone see the super giant spider clearly just now? Dao Yudao asked this question that he had always wanted to ask but did not have time to ask just now when everyone was safe. Super huge spider? Is that hill-like thing a spider? Xiaomei was the only one who had time to spare, so she asked immediately. Yes, at least I saw a few big spider legs. Dao Yudao said with certainty, but the size of the spider exceeded his imagination, so he wanted to confirm it. It turned out that when he and Mina threw the bomb to cover Mina's teleportation, the huge spider had already run towards them. Afterwards, Dao Yudao found this huge spider under the light of the flame wall. The spider legs of this big spider alone were as high as the flame wall, and coupled with its huge size, the light of the flame wall basically made it impossible for him to see clearly. However, when he saw this Dao Yudao, he was really shocked, so he was very impressed by it. Damn, the flame wall only reached its thighs, is this so exaggerated? The beautiful fox who was running almost to death just now immediately expressed doubts. This spider is so big, how can it be the world? Afterwards, they chatted and gave up the cave, and they planned to find a place outside the cave to log off. Although the NPCs didn't have much guesswork about the players' online and offline time, they didn't know why they didn't want to appear and disappear in front of them. After leaving food and some daily necessities, Shui Nai and the beautiful fox said hello to Ruolin and the others and left the cave. Okay, Yayan and the others are going to log off. You plan to log off there, so we can go together. At this time, Xiao Mei suddenly took Yayan's hand and said suddenly while walking at the back. Shui Nai and Dao Yudao, who were planning to burn the spider venomous snake again at the bottom of the cave, looked at Yayan and Xiao Mei with some confusion. Although there was not much time left, there was still at least about 10 minutes, which was enough for Shui Nai to gain hundreds of thousands of experience points. What are you looking at? It's none of your business when we log off. Xiao Mei immediately faced Dao Yudao's eyes and glared back. Okay, I know. Dao Yudao immediately shrank his neck and dared not ask again. Idiot. Xiaomei glared at Shui Nai after Yayan went offline, and said angrily. This is also my business. Shui Nai asked Dao Yudao beside him innocently, but he didn't know what they were crazy about, so he could only respond with a very innocent look. Oh, I seem to understand something, hehe, so it's like this, alas. The beautiful fox suddenly circled Shui Nai at this time, constantly looking up and down at Shui Nai. Very dangerous eyes, you have to be careful. Dao Yudao finished his words immediately before being kicked away by the beautiful fox, and then ran away. Is Yayan uncomfortable? This is the only question Shui Nai can think of now. Since Yayan came out of the basin, she has been a little depressed, and her head has basically not been raised. She has always looked worried. However, since everyone was discussing how to clear the monsters in the basin tomorrow, no one noticed that Yayan's expression changed when she was walking at the back. Uncomfortable, right? That should count as it. Anyway, feeling uncomfortable in the heart counts as feeling uncomfortable. In addition to the previous sentence, Mina wanted to know more about the words of the beautiful fox, but except for the previous sentence, Mina couldn't hear the words in the latter part. Because that sentence was too quiet, it felt as if the voice was deliberately suppressed to seduce Mina's curiosity. That, saying half and not saying the other half is very hateful. Mina immediately raised an objection. Go ask Yayan yourself, I don't care, goodbye. The beautiful fox was already glowing at this time, and then the figure slowly blurred. Do you know what's going on? Seeing that the beautiful fox disappeared, Mina had to look at the remaining people. Well, sorry, I'm leaving first, goodbye. Xiaoan did not answer Mina's question at this time, but just showed Mina an apologetic smile and went offline. I don't know about this, go ask someone else yourself. The injured little fox said in the same calm tone as before, and then went offline again. I seem to know this, but I can't tell you, otherwise. Hudi said, smiling very brightly, and went offline. Damn. Shui Nai, who was extremely depressed, had to pick up the magic cannon and go to find trouble with the monsters. On the second day, Shui Nai and his team went online as usual, but when they regrouped and came to the front of the cave, they found that Yayan and Xiao Mei were not online. It seems that she is really sick. She seems to be very punctual at ordinary times. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Shui Nai mentioned it to the beautiful fox to see if he could get any news from her. You are sick? What's wrong with a girl's business? You, a grown man, have nothing to do with it. Go down and clear the monsters. Under the power of the beautiful fox's flying kick, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao, who was obviously affected, flew down from the cave together. Damn it, you want to murder me? Dao Yiyu Dao, who was just watching the show, was almost kicked by this sudden kick. The fox was at the point of harm, so he was so angry. However, after being glared at by the beautiful fox and the two swordsmen guarding the cave entrance, he immediately remembered the principle of a good man does not suffer a loss in front of him. So he dragged Rulan and his group who were also watching the show, and ran to find the evil snake. Lao Fan, did you offend them yesterday? I feel that they have become so fierce. Did you? I don't think so. Could it be that we were too aggressive yesterday, so? The only thing that Shui Nai thought of was this. In addition to the fact that they were very adventurous yesterday, he didn't think of other problems. After all, from blowing up the altar to escaping yesterday, it was basically according to the plan, and there was nothing wrong. Haven't we done enough of that kind of thing? Dao Yiyu Dao looked at Rulan and the others staring at him, and said in a low voice. That's right, forget it, I'll ask Ye Yan later. Let's go in first and see if the altar inside is broken. Shui Nai said, while holding the magic cannon and firing at the evil venomous snake over there. Just when Shui Nai and his group, together with Rulan and his group, killed the storm spiders in the magic spider basin, the unscrupulous profiteer also arrived at this time. Fox, we are going directly to Yunwu town now, you can fight the magic spiders first. Dao Yiyu Dao looked at the backpack he had sorted when he left the cave just now, and after confirming that nothing was left out, he immediately prepared to use the scroll to return to the city. Shui Nai next to him also had the scroll in his hand, ready to leave at any time. Oops! Dao Yiyu Dao suddenly shouted as soon as he appeared at the teleportation point. Shui Nai, who reacted, suddenly understood what he meant by this. It turned out that the third teleportation ring had been kept by Ye Yan since yesterday. But she seems to be uncomfortable now, and I don't know if she can go online today. Let's go, don't make a fuss. Shui Nai said as she climbed up the parapet, ignoring Dao Yiyu Dao's fake expression, and went to find the unscrupulous profiteer who came. Poisonous Insect Valley, haven't they walked enough? Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao ran to a corner under the mage tower, and finally found the unscrupulous profiteer hiding here. Do you have to be so sneaky? Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at the three thieves guarding here. In addition to the unscrupulous profiteer, there were 2 level 10 thieves. There is no way. Now the people of the Dark Dragon Guild have come here in bits and pieces since yesterday. Now there are their spies everywhere. If I am not careful, I will fall to the street. Who can I cry to? From now on, my 2 nephews will come to trade with you. I am being watched closely now. The unscrupulous profiteer said helplessly. Now he is not only being watched by the players, but also by the noble NPCs, who also have many thoughts about him, the newly promoted noble. We understand. By the way, do you have the ability to go to the Poisonous Insect Valley by yourself? Sometimes we have too much stuff. If you can move it, the profit will definitely double. Dao Yiyu Dao invited the 2 thief players behind the unscrupulous profiteer at this time, because when he saw these 2 people, he suddenly remembered the things they had thrown away in the past few days, and there was a lot of value there. As for the credibility of these 2 people, Dao Yiyu Dao believed in the vision of the unscrupulous profiteer, so he did not hide anything from them. This, although I also want to. But my 2 nephews, because they changed to the thief profession for convenience some time ago, their levels are a bit low, that Poisonous Insect Valley. Don't worry, of course we won't let them go to die. But our method has high requirements for courage and skills. If you dare, you can go there by yourself. Dao Yiyu Dao immediately told them about the spider ring and the snake ring, and then taught them the things to pay attention to when entering and leaving the poisonous insects. The only problem when entering and leaving the Poisonous Insect Valley is that you will be attacked by a large number of poisonous creatures. As long as their attacks are reduced, everything will be easy to deal with. This is not a big problem. Our store has been purchasing a large number of special items at high prices, so we also have special items for reptiles. If your method works, then there will be no problem. Chapter 430 Daily Cleaning. Afterwards, Mina and the others traded the large amount of materials in their bags to the unscrupulous profiteers, and almost filled their backpacks. Damn, where did you find so many materials? Even if the unscrupulous profiteers had learned that Mina and the others had found a material resource site, they did not expect this to happen. In just one day, they have obtained so many materials, and I heard that the loss is very large. If all these materials are collected, how much will it be? It seems that the poisonous insect valley should be prepared for a large number of players, but it was cleared early by a team of 10 people. Backpack. If our backpack is a little bigger, it will be perfect. Deo Yudeo said this. He was still very jealous of Mina's large backpack. If the profiteers can find more, they will be rich. Well, I will find a way to make backpacks. Unfortunately, NPCs cannot produce such backpacks for players. Otherwise, with so many materials, dozens of them can be made. The unscrupulous profiteer said helplessly. Although he had collected a large number of backpacks before, he only armed Shui Nai and himself. The remaining backpacks have the same space as other ordinary backpacks. It is not very useful to take them. This is simply a drop in the bucket. It can only be a token of appreciation. Shui Nai and Deo Yudeo also know that this player-specific equipment cannot be made by NPCs. It can only be obtained by players completing system tasks or finding treasures. However, the usefulness of large space backpacks has been recognized by everyone. No prodigal son will put these difficult-to-get backpacks on the market. The extra ones will be left to their relatives and friends. Or, let's do the task of that large backpack. With our strength, there should be no big problem. Deo Yudeo suddenly wanted to do the backpack task at this time. Don't do it. The backpacks you mentioned in the backpack mission are just some ordinary backpacks. The probability of getting a large backpack is pitifully small. If there were no activities in the first month of the server opening, which increased the probability of getting a large backpack, it would be a problem for players to have so many large backpacks now. Let me buy them. Although it is slower, it is more practical than those. The unscrupulous profiteer saw that Shui Na and Deo Yudao's eyes suddenly lit up, and knew that what he said had entered Shui Na's heart, so he immediately objected. He had also done backpack missions. Such missions were basically errands, and they were the kind of missions that had to run for several days, and they could not use teleportation. They were basically not what they should do. Now they should try their best to get the resources of this poisonous insect valley in their hands and squeeze the poisonous insect valley first. Well, anyway, now there are 2 more people to transport. I believe the problem will not be too big. Deo Yudeo had to give up when he saw this. Okay, let's transport the things back first. It's a pity that the Lord of Anwei City didn't get a warehouse at this time, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. The unscrupulous profiteer said as he led the 2 people to the teleportation array, ready to go back. This temporary teleportation array has to pay 10 gold coins each time it is used, which is a lot of burden for ordinary people. However, with the current status of the unscrupulous profiteer, there are still some discounts for using this, at least 9 deductions, and there is also a discount for followers. Hey, Lao Fan, Xiaomei and the others are online, why don't you go back and deal with the evil poisonous spider first, and I will take them to the cliff directly later. Deo Yudeo checked the team list at this time and found that Yayan and Xiaomei were already online. Well, then I'll go back first. Shui Na saw that there was nothing else to do here at this time, so he notified in the team chat and activated the teleportation ring. Although Shui Na now has a large number of high-level magic scrolls and can fly through the sky, he still maintains a low-key style and will not do anything that may offend others until the end. As the only player in the flying state, Shui Nai's demon wings are really too cool. Whether it is Xiaomei and other girls or Deo Yudeo and other boys, they are all envious and jealous of this. Now Shui Nai dare not even use it in front of them, so as not to attract more hatred. Hey, what do you mean there are only 2 of you? Where are the others? Shui Nai, who returned to the poisonous insect valley, found that there were only Yayan and Xiaomei in front of him, and the rest of the people were gone. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of fighting in the distance, and the fight is very fierce. Hey, we just came up and haven't adjusted our mentality yet, so let's wait here for a while and fight later. Xiaomei suddenly blocked in front of Yayan and squinted at Shui Nai. That's right, you just came in. By the way, you came so late today, is there something wrong? Shui Nai saw that there were not many people at this time, so she asked this question. As for the problem of adjusting the mentality, basically all players will encounter it. After all, it is still very difficult for people to immediately switch from the rhythm of life in the real world to the rhythm of the game, so Shuai didn't think about this problem anymore. Well, because we are on a long holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival these days, I moved to Yayan's house today to stay for a while, so it's so late. Xiao Mei's answer was perfect, making Shuai lose many opportunities to ask questions about yesterday. By the way, are you free on the Mid-Autumn Festival? Our school has a Mid-Autumn Festival event that day. Are you interested? Just when Shuai was hesitating whether to ask about yesterday's matter or to deal with the evil poisonous spider, Xiao Mei asked this question at this time. Mid-Autumn Festival? I should spend that day at my grandfather's house, so I'm afraid I can't go back. These few days every year, Mina would go to his grandfather's house to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. But this year, he already lived in his grandfather's city and could go there anytime. Is that so? That's a pity. I was planning to introduce you to the beautiful girls in our school. Xiaomei looked at Mina strangely, but her expression made Mina feel a little dangerous. So, he immediately said goodbye and left their hiding place, running to the side of the evil poisonous spider. On the side of the evil poisonous spider, the beautiful fox and her group led a group of people to find trouble with it. With the help of Wakabayashi and others, the immobile evil poisonous snake has become a wooden stake for them to practice their skills. In addition, with their current equipment and levels, except for the crossbow in the beautiful fox's hand, which still cannot break its defense. The remaining physical weapons such as daggers and long swords can already cause considerable damage to it. Mina watched them attack and defend in a measured and orderly manner, and couldn't help wanting to join their battle. When the lightning and stone spears hit the evil poisonous spider's head accurately, the girls from the Fox Fairy Guild who were present immediately found Mina. Join, you guys continue. Seeing that Xiaoyan and the beautiful fox wandering on the side stopped, he immediately reminded them. Boy, do you want to grab the boss? The beautiful fox stabbed the evil poisonous spider and immediately retreated, and the injured little fox and fox butterfly also retreated at this time. Whether it is Mina's magic cannon or his explosive bomb, they are all powerful weapons. People on their side will be injured if they touch them. They don't want to hinder his performance. No way, hey, you said it earlier. Although Mina, who had already reacted, began to slow down his attack rhythm, his previous magic was already powerful, and he still attracted the attention of the evil poisonous spider in an instant. A spider web quickly hit the sky above Shuai, but was blown into pieces by a flaming bomb and scattered. After firing the magic cannon twice in a row, the evil venomous snake finally fell down, and Yayan and the others came over at this time. Shuai, who saw everyone coming, told them that Dao Yiyu would bring 2 thieves after dealing with the evil venomous spider. Shuai, who felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird, quickly gave the storm leather pants, which he had just beaten from the storm demon spider, to the beautiful fox after explaining it, and then took Ruelin and the others to deal with the petrified rock snake first. Tisk, you run slower than a rabbit. The beautiful fox who received the storm leather pants looked at Shuai who had disappeared, and could only curse in a low voice. However, it must be said that this pair of storm leather pants is very suitable for the beautiful fox. This pair of pants not only speeds up the wearer, but also has the ability to reduce stamina consumption like the Mizuna Phantom Ring, with a reduction of 30%. Coupled with the light gravity state of the thief's own light body technique, this is basically the same as the effect of Mizuna's Phantom Ring. Afterwards, the beautiful fox greeted the 2 brought by Dao Yiyu and added them as friends to facilitate their future cooperation. Hey, this is the last rock snake. Now we can prepare to go in there. Mizuna put away his magic cannon, rubbed his arms and lower back, and looked at the basin behind the cave. Long-term use of magic cannons, even Mizuna, who can reduce stamina consumption by half, can't stand it. In addition, the mage's own stamina value is not high and consumes quickly, so he has to keep using potions to maintain his stamina value. Well, then everyone will take a break, and you, are you going to go in and see it, or? Dao Yiyu asked the 2 little thieves who had been following them. Well, no, let's go back. After all, our backpacks are full. Going in again will only cause you unnecessary trouble. Later, we will find some monsters around Yunwu town to practice. If you have any problems, just call us directly. The 2 thieves said as they activated the scroll to return to the city and disappeared in an instant. For these 2 boys who are not much different in age, and are friendly and will not mess around to affect them. Neither the beautiful foxes nor the Mina felt troubled, so they were willing to take them into such a dangerous place. Okay, Today, we must clear out that invincible big spider and explode its things. Dao Yudao pointed at the hole with pride, then lay down and fell asleep directly, intending to speed up his endurance recovery. Chapter 431 Chimera Monster. After a lot of cleaning, the Demon Spider Basin and Rock Snake Basin in the Poisonous Insect Valley are now very clean, and no monsters are left. Although this time's daily cleanup had 2 more thieves coming to gain experience, the amount of experience dropped a lot. However, when the beautiful fox and the thief also have when they saw the ground that had been scraped very clean, they all knew that the wealth that was originally going to be abandoned was now in their backpacks ready to be converted into golden coins. By the way, the price of those materials, isn't the price given by the unscrupulous uncle a bit high? 10 gold coins to buy a group of half-monster materials, which is about 20% higher than the purchase price outside. The beautiful fox, who had a deep understanding of market prices, asked in confusion after hearing the news conveyed by Mina. In this game, the upper limit of a group of ordinary materials obtained from monsters is 20, such as the poison sac and snake fangs of poisonous spiders. The materials on half-monsters are 10 per group, and for more advanced monsters, 5 per group. However, these rules are not fixed. Sometimes, these things will change. For example, the crystal core of the monster, the materials of this part are 1 per group and cannot be overlapped. Well, you don't have to worry about Uncle Wuliang losing money. After all, the materials of these half-monsters are rare and not common. If the tailors have good skills, then at least the equipment made from these materials are blue or above. Although the level 30 equipment is a bit low, with such a large player base, the level 30 blue equipment is still hot selling so far. As long as the price is not set too high, there is no problem in selling it. And using these half-monster materials to make equipment can not only improve the quality of the finished product, but also speed up the proficiency of players who practice these life skills. So if Uncle Wuliang uses this to cultivate life skill players, this is just an initial investment. It's the raw materials of the poison we sold him, which may be a bit of a loss, but considering that the players' demand for poisons and toxicants is not large, this is not a big loss. Dao Yudao was lying on the ground while talking about what he had analyzed, so that everyone could have a deeper understanding of this kind of transaction and deepen the cooperative relationship between the two parties. Is that so? I thought Uncle Wuliang wanted to take care of us. When Xiao Mei first saw that one material was worth 1 gold coin, she immediately thought that Uncle Wuliang deliberately raised the price to buy it. Ethera is a component of care. But he will not lose money. After all, I remember that there was a survey that said that about 40% of players are still living below the poverty line. How many people don trademark T even have a blue equipment in their lifetime? So Uncle Wuliang trademark's business is definitely profitable. Dao Yudao said again. However, Dao Yudao's words are not wrong now. Now the number of registered players in this magic myth has reached 1 million, and it is growing at a rate of tens of thousands every day. In addition, in this world, players consume gold coins very quickly. If the number of gold coins is not enough, I am afraid that they will be unable to move forward. Although this world has enough space to accommodate these new players, it is only based on the premise that the players have enough strength to deal with those powerful monsters. After all, if you can't even save your life, how can you expand your territory and develop your territory? Okay, we should also set off for the next basin. After distributing the gold coins obtained from the harvest of the past few days, Shui Na also began to walk towards the cave entrance. Behind him, there were players or NPCs who got up from the ground one by one. Today, we must clean up this basin. This is the voice in the hearts of these players now. The basins in front can no longer satisfy their appetite now. The 5th basin of the Poison Insect Valley was previously named Boss Basin by Shui Na and other discoverers. However, as they found that the monsters here were mainly elite monsters, they immediately disappeared this name. Today, this basin has been given another new name to facilitate their communication. Desolate Basin, this is the current name of the 5th basin, and it is very appropriate. Although the darkness that has been shrouding the desolate basin has dissipated, the environment here has not recovered at all, and the whole place is full of withered and desolate scenes. The trees that have lost their vitality and the lakes that have dried up to the point of pits are the current scene of the desolate basin. Even though the sun is shining now, it still looks lifeless, as if something is missing. Now here, except for the monsters walking around, there is nothing else that can move. The reason why they thought of this name was entirely because Yayan's casual remark "this place is really too desolate" resonated with the beautiful fox and the others. Should we go directly to fight the altar guards now? Or should we clear them all the way? At this time, the beautiful fox pulled out her dagger from an elite-level venomous snake and asked impatiently. Although the elites here have good experience, fighting too many will only make people feel that there are too many. In addition, their minds are basically not on them now, so they are getting more and more impatient. Let's do this, Wakabayashi. The monsters here will be handed over to you. Don't hold back. Kill those you can kill directly. We will deal with those you can't kill. This is the only way to distinguish between real and fake bosses. Understood. Wakabayashi nodded, took another stone spear from Mina, and inserted it into the backpack made of rock snakeskin behind him. Or, let's call the pets out and let them practice. Xiaomei suddenly thought of her pets at this time. During this period, although they also called them to get experience and upgrade. However, since there is a theory about pet levels and skills in the forum, this theory has no effect on ordinary or temporary pets, but it is a very important theory for the Warcraft pets in Yayan and Xiaomei's hands. In this theory, the pet expert mentioned that if the pet is only allowed to upgrade by getting experience, then the skills that the pet can learn will not only be much less, but there is no way to make the pet improve the power of the skills. This is the same as the player's level and skills. Experience means that the player does not have enough time to practice skills, and naturally there is no skill that matches the level. So after Xiaomei practiced for half a day, she immediately put away the Chaos Wolf and stopped letting it live a life of waiting to die. No player wants to waste their Warcraft pet because of temporary convenience. For pets, their death will not be downgraded like players, that is, once their level is raised, there is no way to come back, and naturally there is no way to learn those skills. For all players, the skills of Warcraft are a very rare treasure, and they are also part of the future powerful strength. Okay, but I suggest you be careful, so, Ruelin. Afterwards, under the arrangement of Dao Yiyudeo, a half-dead elite venomous snake was left behind, allowing Dao Yiyudeo's Ice Bear, Yayan's Holy Flame White Tiger and Xiaomei's Chaos Wolf to hunt. They kept moving at this speed and walked towards the dark altar in the center. Along the way, except for the food left for the monster pets, no other monsters stayed. With Wakabayashi's powerful attack, those elite monsters were killed with just one shot. Wakabayashi's great swordsman's full-strength attack on the vitals had a 100% chance of fatal death. And this was the level suppression of Chinaka. Under this suppression, Wakabayashi's damage to them had reached a level that Mina and others could only look up to. After less than 15 minutes, Mina and others had directly arrived at the range of the Dark Altar yesterday. But now the Dark Altar has changed its name on the map. It is now called Dark Altar Ruins, a dilapidated place with potholes and gravel all over the ground. Fortunately, it's much faster than yesterday. We actually got here when it was raining. In a dry lake a few hundred meters away from the Dark Altar, Shuinai and his friends are now hiding here to rest, and they have to wait for the 3 pets that went out hunting. Hey, damn, what is that thing over there? It looks so disgusting. At this time, Dao Yiyudeo, who was responsible for monitoring the surrounding situation, immediately pointed at the Dark Altar and shouted loudly. What's going on? The startled group of people immediately took out their telescopes and looked over there. Without the darkness surrounding the desolate basin, the vision has returned to normal. Now players can see those big monsters far away even without telescopes. In the desolate basin without the effect of the dark sky, Shuinai and his friends no longer have to worry about the monsters in the dark. In fact, they don't need to worry too much. After all, they have the protection of ice crystal armor, and the thermal energy sensing of snakes is invalid. Although spiders have 8 eyes, they are not much better than players in the dark environment. Otherwise, they would not have stayed there so safely for so long yesterday, and they would not have been able to blow up the Dark Altar in the monster pile. However, even so, they could not like this dark environment. After all, no one would like the surprise when encountering monsters in this situation. Not to mention that humans themselves hate darkness and like light. At this time, everyone immediately discovered the huge body in the center of the Dark Altar yesterday. But what attracted their attention now was not the mountain-like body, but the appearance of the monster. This monster, which chased them out yesterday but never showed up in front of the players, has a very unique and amazing appearance. This monster has a spider's chest and 8 thighs on its chest, but its abdomen is replaced by a black snake tail. This snake tail that does not touch the ground is at least 5 meters long, with steel-like snake scales on it. At a glance I knew it was a tough guy. However, What made everyone feel most disgusted was that the head of this snake spider beast was actually an upright human torso, and it was obviously a female body, a female human body that was magnified more than 10 times. What kind of monster is this? It feels like it is artificially synthesized. When Xiaomei saw this thing that was half human and half monster, she immediately felt that the delicious dinner she had eaten before was about to come out. Damn, there is a big spider mouth on the abdomen of that monster, that is, in front of the spider body. It's so disgusting. At this time, the big monster seemed to feel that Mina and the others were looking at it, and it had turned around and was looking at this side, but everyone immediately saw its front. It's just that the impact of this front on them was too stimulating, especially the mouth parts of the spider on the abdomen of the woman, which made people feel chilled at first sight. This is a chimera synthetic monster. I didn't expect that this technology has not been eliminated. After taking a look, Wakabayashi immediately frowned his thick eyebrows and said with surprise and displeasure. Chapter 432 Snake and Spider Beauty. Synthetic beast? Wasn't this technology destroyed a long time ago? How could it appear here? Lan asked back immediately after hearing his teammate say the word synthetic beast. Book bar. As a former civilian combatant in this 5MAN team, he is quite familiar with this kind of historical matter. It is said that a few decades ago, a new life magic technology suddenly emerged from the Elf Empire. This technology can artificially synthesize 2 or even several creatures to create a new creature chimera monster. However, this terrifying technology was besieged by the 3 empires because it tried to covet and blaspheme the realm belonging to the gods. The technology that was popular for a while also disappeared in the past few decades and has never been heard of again. Well, it should be the product of that life magic technology, because this monster clearly has traces of 3 kinds of creatures. Alas, I didn't expect that this kind of biological weapon has not been completely extinguished. It seems that those ugly guys in the dark have obtained this amazing technology. Wakabayashi put down the telescope in his hand and said with some worry. As soldiers of the human empire, Wakabayashi and his team have a firm heart to defend their country and have a natural hatred for the people of the dark camp in the mouths of players. This is a hatred that transcends race and is directly based on ideas. While Wakabayashi and his team were talking about this chimera, players like Mina and others were also talking about this big boss in the team chat. Well, I want to say that this big monster seems to be a red boss, and from yesterday's situation, its speed is not too fast, so. The beautiful fox has made up her mind at this time to transcend this disgusting monster. Yes, it is definitely a red boss. Otherwise the white bosses around would not be so respectful. Dao Yiyudao immediately added. In fact, Shui Na and the others knew its level just from the faint red light on it, and also knew that this boss might have the skill to use this aura. The boss's red and golden auras have various abilities. Some can directly use the aura to strengthen their ordinary attack and defense abilities, and some can use the aura as magic, using various skills, such as the Skeleton King's summoning of skeletons or the large-scale wood magic of the Tree Demon King. These abilities are extremely lethal to players, especially when used on the boss's already strong attributes. If the player's defense is not enough, it is definitely a suicidal act. How to fight this monster? Should Shui Na fly up and fight directly? Xiaomei glanced at Shui Na, and this method seemed not feasible. For a red boss, its health value itself is an astonishing value. If Shui Na can hit the vital points for 10 seconds with each shot, then there is naturally no problem. But the problem now is that Shui Na in the air simply cannot maintain half of its combat power on the ground. Let's fight guerrilla warfare, but we have to test the waters first to see what it can do. If it's not dangerous, we'll find a way to kill it. If it's dangerous, we'll find a way when the time comes. Dao Yiyudao immediately made this suggestion. To deal with this unknown creature, they naturally have to find out the details first. After that, they immediately picked out a guerrilla team consisting of Shui Na, Dao Yiyudao, the beautiful fox, Hu Dai, Ruolin, Tianyun and Lan. But before the team takes action, they have to find a way to get rid of the small bosses around the big boss, otherwise if something unexpected happens, it will be troublesome. There is one advantage in this poisonous insect valley, that is, the monsters here are refreshed once a day, very punctual. So they don't have to worry about a few bosses suddenly appearing during the action and disrupting their situation. Lan, can you destroy those guys at this distance? Dao Yiyudao asked Lan. As long as those small bosses were destroyed, it would be much easier to just lure away the big boss. As for Lan to destroy the big boss, let's not talk about whether it can be destroyed, just letting the big boss lose half of its original experience points is enough to make them heartbroken. So this time, Dao Yudao planned to arrange Rulin and the others in the back and only deal with those little guys. Well, it's okay. Lan took a look at the surrounding vision. Now the view here is much better than yesterday, and there is no problem with accuracy. Okay, we will attract the big one later, and you will be responsible for dealing with the small ones. And you, if there is no problem at that time, we will send a signal to call you up. Dao Yudao finally said to Yayan and the others. For them, sometimes, fighting a boss with more people may not necessarily bring benefits, and there are also ways to fight with fewer people. Are the scrolls ready? Do you have enough potions? Just as a group of players were rushing to equip themselves, Rulin and the others also got supplies from Shui Nai. Okay, I'll go up and see if there are any places around that can facilitate our actions. At this time, it was time to execute the reconnaissance mission that Shui Nai was responsible for. Although the current vision is very good, in this undulating basin, if you want to get the distribution of the monsters around, there is no better way except to fly up to the sky and look down directly. Shui Nai directly entered the phantom stealth state. In this light gravity state, his jumping ability has reached about 10 meters, but what if he adds a rune up and uses hovering at the same time? Shui Nai, who has been flying hundreds of meters high, immediately took in all the scenery in this basin. This is too amazing. Wakabayashi and the others who could see through Mizuna's sneaking were surprised to see Mizuna getting smaller and smaller in the sky. Some of them didn't believe that this was a height that human beings could reach. With a direct jump, he could reach a height of hundreds of meters. This is the ability that a mage can have. Very good, there is a large blank area in the east, and the nearest monster is several kilometers away. If we fight there, there will be absolutely no problem. Mizuna, who floated down, immediately told what he had just seen. Using magic in broad daylight is not as eye-catching as in the dark, and naturally it will not attract the surrounding monsters. Okay, everyone, move. Fox, you go with Wakabayashi and the others first, and the two of us will act as bait to lure away the big one first. Whether it is the beautiful fox, the thief, or the fox butterfly, the swordsman, their role in this situation is very minor. Too many people acting as bait will make the situation a little out of control. Okay. The beautiful fox also knew her own business, so naturally she didn't ask me to join the small team of Shui Nai and the others. After all, although I had cooperated with them several times, I was not as compatible as them. Shui Nai and Dao Yudao first used stealth to run to the nearby area, and learned from the team chat that the beautiful fox and the others were already ready and waiting for them. Damn, stealth doesn't seem to work. Dao Yudao, who was about 200 meters away from the huge synthetic beast, immediately found that his prey was moving in the direction of the hunter. No, we were really discovered. Shui Nai, who was on the side, clearly saw that the pair of huge grey-white eyes were staring at them, and the small bosses around them also began to stir. Everyone be careful, this big boss can see through stealth, be careful not to hit the wall. Dao Yudao said loudly in the team chat, but in this team, only he, Shui Nai and the beautiful fox can sneak. Although Shui Nai and the others have been discovered by the prey, they are going to approach them, and the current situation just saves them from the next action, so they should just wait for them to come. Lao Fan, be careful, although this big boss seems a little slow in reaction, we don't know if it has hidden strength. If it really doesn't work, you'd better put it down. Dao Yudao looked at the hill that was getting closer and closer, and the scroll in his hand was already stained with sweat. Well, don't worry. The handle in Mina's hand was also covered with sweat. Although it was not the first time for them to face this kind of red boss, it was the first time for them to face such a heavyweight, and it still had a human body, although it only had half of the body. Among all the monsters, humanoid monsters are much weaker than beast monsters in terms of attributes, but they are much smarter than beast monsters, and they can also have a variety of surprising skills. What they are nervous about now is that they don't know what abilities this big boss has. Warning, warning, Wakabayashi and the others said that the speed of this big boss is a little faster than yesterday. He said that this may be because it is slowly adapting to this body, so he wants you to be careful, it may become stronger and stronger. The beautiful fox sent Wakabayashi in the team chat at this time. Warning. Damn, this big boss will become stronger the more you fight, we can't let it go. Dao Yudao said in surprise. For this kind of big boss that has not yet adapted, this is naturally a good time to attack, but this good time must be grasped, otherwise it will be troublesome next time. As the big boss gets closer and closer, Dao Yiyu Dao now knows its name, a name that makes people easily think of the wrong place: Snake Spider Beauty. This Snake Spider Beauty is only one letter different from the femme fatale, but if you consider this name, this Snake Spider Beauty may be a monster that combines viciousness and sinisterness. And Dao Yiyu Dao, who saw this name, kept reminding everyone not to take it lightly. After all, the name of the monster will reflect their abilities and characteristics to a certain extent. No way, Fox, it seems that our crossbows are useless. The big boss's body is also covered with snake scales. Damn, it gives me goosebumps. Indeed, after seeing the true face of the Snake Spider Beauty, both Dao Yiyu Dao and Shui Nai felt a chill in their hearts. Just now, although they had the help of a telescope, they could only get a general idea of the big boss. In addition to knowing that it has long yellow hair and a well-proportioned chest, there is no way to get more detailed. After all, this low-precision telescope cannot allow them to distinguish the fine scales on its body. It seems to be a combination of a snake woman and a spider. When Dao Yiyu Dao said this, Shui Nai had already jumped up, and the blue light of the giant cannon in his hand flashed, and a beam of light directly hit the mouthparts on the abdomen of the Snake Spider Beauty, intending to give it a head start. Chapter 433, Very Poisonous. From the time when Mina suddenly raised her hand to show the magic cannon to the time when the magic cannon was fired, although it was only less than 1 second, but within this 1 second, the Snake Spider Beauty had already instinctively sensed the danger and reacted. I saw that its slender and soft hands, as if it had no bones, had already overlapped its hands at the moment Mina fired the magic cannon, blocking the huge mouth on its abdomen, trying to use its palms covered with snake scales to block the beam of light. However, although it reacted quickly, it did not know the characteristics of the beam of light from the magic cannon. That could not be blocked by 2 hands. This beam of light had a very strong penetrating ability and completely ignored ordinary defense methods. Even if its hands were strong in defense and its snake scales were thicker, it was just a useless effort. However, despite this, the player could only cause 1 damage per attack. Therefore, even if the magic cannon can hit several places at the same time, it will only calculate the one with the greatest damage. Otherwise, if Mina hits from top to bottom and directly penetrates its head, heart, and other vital points, I am afraid that even this boss cannot bear it. This time, the magic cannon's shooting time lasted for 10 seconds, and directly hit 100,000 damage. However, due to the size and weight of the Snake Spider Beauty, the light column of this cannon, which was as big as a bamboo pole in front of it, could not knock it away. For this giant red boss of level 35, it has nearly 1.2 million health points, which is much thicker than the monster bosses of the same level that Mina had seen before. Because the larger the size of the monster of the same level, the more health points it has, the higher the level, the more life points it has. And for this monster of a high level and a large size, it is not a big problem to have 1.2 million health points. Although 100,000 health points are a lot, they are not important to it. The most important thing is that it now knows the power of the magic cannon, so it will be more careful. It is a problem whether Shui Nai will have time to recharge next time. The Snake Spider Beauty who was in pain was screaming wow wow, and there were many snakes and spiders hissing. After that, Shui Nai saw the small bosses under its feet began to rush over desperately, and it seemed that they were going to tear them apart. Some guys even waited directly and began to use their own skills on them, intending to snipe them from a distance or cooperate with their companions. Retreat. Shui Nai, who put away the magic cannon, immediately added an acceleration spell to himself and Dao Yiyu Dao. Anyway, the stealth is no longer effective, and adding an acceleration spell is not a big problem. Be careful, this big boss is about to use a big move. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao, who was using the rain of ice arrows to slow down the small monsters around him so as to highlight the boss's speed, immediately noticed that the cheeks of the Snake Spider Beauty's beauty head suddenly opened wide, and he couldn't help but be alert. The Snake Spider Beauty's fangs were all over her big mouth, and in the middle of the dense fangs was a green, somewhat creepy, disgusting liquid spherical object, and this sphere was still accumulating and expanding. Then the Snake Spider Beauty's head tilted back with a spray, the huge green liquid ball, which was as big as 3 people's arms, shot towards the position where the two were running. And the speed of the shot was also very amazing, and the sound of breaking the wind made people feel uneasy. Venom spray. After seeing this green spherical object, Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao couldn't help but speed up their pace, and the name immediately flashed in their minds. However, this poison ball is obviously much more advanced than the venom spray. Not only is it much larger, but it also appears in a spherical shape. If it is said that it has no special abilities, I am afraid no one will believe it. And as they expected, when they threw the poison ball away from the landing point for about 10 meters, they only heard a slight but rapid pop sound from behind. This sound was like the low sound of an underwater torpedo explosion, very dull. After that, a pattering sound like heavy rain came from the surroundings, but this rain sound was also mixed with a lot of hissing sounds. Ah, it's so hot! Deo Yu Deo, who had been hit, suddenly screamed in pain and poured handfuls of potion into his mouth. Later, when Shui Nai looked back, he found that thousands of little finger-sized, bottomless and white smoke-emitting pits appeared in the open space behind him. It turned out that just now, when the huge poison ball approached the ground, it suddenly exploded, turning the original surface attack into a random point attack, and the range of the attack increased by almost 100 times in an instant. Deo Yu Deo was obviously unlucky. A small drop of poison that had just been blown away touched his arm, and as a result, the ice crystal armor was corroded through in an instant, and it directly touched the skin, and he was poisoned in an instant. After seeing the scene of the explosion core area corroded like a honeycomb, Shui Nai immediately increased the power of this explosive poison ball by several levels. Damn, this venom is so poisonous. And the white smoke is also poisonous, let's retreat quickly. Deo Yu Deo finally stopped the speed of his health decreasing and immediately reminded Shui Nai. No way, that smoke is poisonous, then. Thinking back to the scene of the billowing smoke in the core area of the explosion of the explosive poison ball, Shui Nai shuddered. So, even if we survived the explosion core area, I'm afraid there is no way to get out alive under the thick smoke. Let's run separately and find a way to lure those little guys away first. Deo Yu Deo didn't dare to follow Shui Nai after seeing this terrifying attack. Shui Nai looked at the snake spider beauty who had just fired the explosive poison ball, and she was obviously weak for a short time. Not only could she not fire the second explosive poison ball, but her speed also slowed down. Okay, you go left and I go right. The two of them divided the work and immediately ran in their own directions. Do it. The beautiful fox saw that Mina and the other two had led the snake spider beauty away, and immediately told Wakabayashi and the others to do it. The snake spider beauty now has all her hatred on Mina, but Mina, who is very slippery, not only uses the phantom stealth, but also constantly uses the elite monsters or boss monsters following behind to hinder the actions of the snake spider beauty. The snake spider beauty, whose speed is not as fast as Mina, has no way to release her hatred under the blocking of a group of younger brothers. Unfortunately, this snake spider beauty did not kill her useless younger brother as Mina thought. Be careful, the big boss seems to be releasing the poison ball again. At this time, Mina suddenly received a warning from Xiaomei in her private chat. It turned out that Xiaomei, who is now responsible for the backfield monitoring, immediately warned Mina after discovering that something happened on her side. Looking back, Mina immediately noticed that her cheeks were puffed up again, and her dead fish-like eyes were staring at her while she was running. And this time, her chest was like a balloon, getting bigger and bigger because of the large amount of air she inhaled. The two things were getting tighter and tighter, and the snake scales on them were squeezed and deformed, and became bulging like small bags. Well, this is not a poison ball, right? Mina suddenly realized that the current posture of the snake spider beauty was not the posture when launching explosive poison balls. Because this time, her puffed cheeks were much larger than the previous one, so big that they were not human-like. And she didn't open her big mouth at this time, which was obviously not the explosive poison ball just now. However, it was this unknown that made Mina more cautious. Now she didn't care about using those small bosses. She was like a fly flying, and her movements had no track to follow. It was moving east and west, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making people dizzy, but now Mina had one idea that had not changed, that is, to stay away from the boss who was accumulating power and preparing to use a big move. Distance is a very important element for all players. As long as you can master the distance, then even a weak mage can be the best in the world. But for players facing the boss, distance is a life-saving element. As we all know, all skills have a limit distance and firing rate. As long as you stand at the limit distance, the boss's skills will no longer affect the player. And in terms of firing rate, the farther away from the boss, the longer it takes for the skill to arrive, and the more time you have to dodge. Now what Mina is thinking about is the firing rate. As long as the distance is far enough, he can dodge this attack. However, accidents are everywhere. The tightly closed mouth of the snake spider beauty finally opened, but this time, all the fangs in its mouth were hidden in the thick green poisonous fog. Seeing the poisonous fog rolling in its mouth and constantly overflowing from the corners of its mouth, Mina was shocked and immediately stopped to check her ring. Afterwards, the snake spider beauty's cheeks suddenly shrank inwards to an extreme concave, the abdomen and chest that had been swollen to an astonishing degree also shrank inwards in an instant, becoming almost close to the spine. A column of green smoke mixed with fishy wind sprayed directly from its big mouth to the body of Mina, who had stopped dozens of meters away from it. The huge column of poisonous fog that would continue to spread along the way suddenly enveloped the space in front of it. The area of the poisonous fog attack this time was astonishingly large, and the current large-scale attack was beyond Mina's ability. Although he had been pulling away from each other, and although the speed of the poisonous fog column would be slower and slower, for the person who wanted to attract it, the distance pulled away was far from its limit. No, this distance of dozens of meters should be said to be within the most effective range of the fog column. Because of the rapidly spreading poisonous fog column, Shui Nai didn't even need a second to reach the distance, and the poisonous fog column in front of him hit him, so fast that people were a little caught off guard. And Shui Nai could only barely hold up the firewall to block it slightly. This firewall was obviously no match for the poisonous fog under the ape wind, and was blown towards Shui Nai, its owner. However, just when the firewall was about to collapse, Shui Nai, who had taken out the ring from the backpack and changed it, disappeared behind the already shaky firewall in an instant, and then the firewall was directly extinguished. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and a hero does not suffer a loss in front of him. Shui Nai, who decisively escaped, immediately appeared beside Yayan, and scared Yayan, who had not received the notice, and instinctively stepped back. However, in this irregular dry lake bottom, Yayan's step back just stepped into the empty space, and the whole person lost balance and was about to fall to the ground. Chapter 434 Plan and Error. Sorry, time was tight just now, I hope I didn't scare you. Shui Nai, with white smoke coming out of her body, was holding Yayan's hand with one hand, and pulled her up when she was about to fall to the ground. You don't look good. As Xiao Mei said this, a holy white light directly hit Shui Nai's body. Shui Nai also immediately felt the warmth of the holy light, and his life value, which had been decreasing, was restored in a moment, and his life value, which had reached a dangerous level, was pulled up at once. I almost died. I didn't expect it to be so toxic. Shui Nai also said with some palpitations. It turned out that just now, although the flame wall blocked the momentum of the poisonous fog column, it bought him a little time. However, the invisible and intangible defensive magic of the flame wall itself could not stop the spread of the poisonous fog, and the spreading ability of the poisonous fog was also very strong. He tried his best to hold his breath, but some poisonous fog still penetrated the flame wall and stuck to his body. And he didn't expect the toxicity to be so strong. It could actually corrode its ice crystal armor in an instant, causing multiple corrosive toxin damage to its body. If the mage had less blood, he would have died long ago. Yayan, who heard this, immediately heard the hidden meaning in Xiao Mei's words. She calmed down and felt her cheeks were a little hot. She couldn't help but pull out her hand and step back a few steps, away from the person who embarrassed her. Just now, she was held by Mina because she was distracted for a moment, and she didn't react until Xiao Mei reminded her. Mina, who felt the smooth and warm touch in her hand, didn't turn around, but just let her pull her hand out, as if she didn't feel it. This embarrassing thing of holding a girl's hand and not letting go in time can only be treated as if you don't see it. Yayan, who calmed down, found that Mina's health was still not full, and instinctively cast another healing spell. Yayan's healing technique was much stronger than Xiao Mei's. She actually replenished his health directly and also had the effect of removing the poisoning status. Mina knew this was when Yayan's primary healing skill was upgraded to level 10, the magic enhancement she received could eliminate those minor conditions with a certain probability while using this primary healing skill. Although the poisonous fog of the snake spider beauty is very strong, it attacks in the form of fog, so it is not as lethal as venom, and naturally belongs to a minor condition, but it is a very strong minor condition. This can be said to complement the healing injury effect obtained by her intermediate healing skill at level 10. First use intermediate magic to reduce the state of moderate injuries to a relatively minor state, and then use the primary healing skill to completely treat it. When these two are combined, the general state has no effect in front of her. However, the effects obtained by these two magic enhancements are random, and whether they can succeed depends on luck. If you have bad luck, even if you keep hurting yourself to get the effect of the healing skill, you may not be able to trigger that probability. So now, should we stop the action? The injured little fox frowned and said coldly. Well, I have informed them to stop the action first. After all, the current snake spider beauty is only using the ability of the venomous snake, which is beyond our ability to resist. Let's discuss it again. Shui Nai didn't want to face the poisonous fog that covered the sky and the sun again. Now he and Yayan have used the teleportation ring in their hands. There is no way for him to escape so calmly next time. Damn, Lao Fan, you are really amazing. You can come back intact in that environment. I really have to admire that your life is stronger than Xiao Qiang. Dao Yiyudao, who came back the latest, said this when he saw Shui Nai. It turned out that he had just specially checked the place where Shui Nai and the snake spider beauty had fought, and at the place where Shui Nai escaped, there was a groove several meters deep and dozens of meters long, extending from the snake spider beauty to Shui Nai's side. And judging from the radial grooves that are getting deeper and wider, the concentration of poisonous fog at Mina's location is the highest, because the position where Mina stood before has become a circular pit with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. The depth there has reached more than 10 meters, and the poisonous fog there has not completely dissipated yet, making it impossible for people to approach. The poison of this snake spider beauty is so terrifying that it is basically beyond the ability of current players to resist. In this kind of battle where even corpses will not be left, the player's most powerful human wave tactics basically have no place to stand. Facing this obviously invincible monster, I am afraid there is no better way except to go around it when I see it. However, it is probably impossible for the player to let this red boss go. At least no one is willing to give up without trying all tactics and methods. So, the speed of this snake spider beauty is not too fast, and when it attacks, the charging stage is very obvious. As long as you can predict the explosive poison ball and poison mist column in advance, it is not a big problem to escape at the maximum horsepower at this time. Dao Yiyudao immediately concluded after listening to Mina's information. As for the ability that you mentioned that belongs to the human and spider part, I am afraid it is impossible to know without trying. But there is one thing that can be used, that is, this big monster will weaken after using the big move. This may be most directly related to what Wakabayashi and others said that they have not adapted to this body. Then now, as long as we find a way to find two people, one responsible for control and the other responsible for the main attack, and then the two people's identities will be exchanged to see if we can grind it to death little by little. This is the method that Dao Yiyudao finally concluded, the grinding method. However, fortunately, it is not without gain in the previous battle. At least in the previous fight, almost 60% of the small bosses and elites under the snake spider beauty were lured to death. As long as we can find a way to solve the remaining ones, then the snake spider beauty will become a bachelor commander. How about this, Hudi, you and the injured little fox go to the open space in the east first, and find a way to dig a few deep pits, the deeper the better. At this time, Mina also put forward her own supplementary opinions. How big should it be? The injured little fox asked immediately. She was originally the core combat force of this team, but after coming here, she became a beautiful but not useful vase. The strong self-esteem of the injured little fox made her feel depressed. Well, it would be fine if it was as big as a person. Mina recalled the size of the giant legs of the snake spider beauty and said carefully. No way, it's a big project. Hudi immediately thought of Mina's plan when she heard this, but this plan was too vague. Let's try it first. Although it's a little vague, there is still hope. Well, now I, the beautiful fox and Mina will entangle the snake spider beauty. The rest of the little guys will be taken care of by you. At this time, Dao Yiyudao said to Ruolin and the others. In the previous battle, if they didn't want to get the things that these ordinary bosses exploded, with Ruolin and the others' means, they would have cleared out those small bosses long ago. Okay, but I have to ask, you must be careful. Now Wakabayashi has given up the idea of persuading these adventurous adults. And this is because of what Dao Yiyudao said to them, people who have not experienced life and death are not qualified to own you. It was this domineering sentence that made Wakabayashi and others completely let go of their concerns about the safety of Mina and others. As long as it was not an obvious act of suicide, they would not persuade them. But will the player die in front of the NPC? It seems impossible. At most, they will just be injured and downgraded. So in other words, Mina and others will no longer be restricted by Wakabayashi and others, and can completely fight with NPCs in a different way. This time, it was the beautiful fox who took direct action to lead the snake spider beauty out of the ruins of the Dark Altar. Mina and Dao Yudao used the water hiding technique to ambush on the road, waiting for the arrival of the beautiful fox. I just don't know if the water hiding technique combined with the effect of stealth can deceive the perception of the snake spider beauty. As for Wakabayashi and his team, Lan had already launched the first attack when the beautiful fox was moving. This ice cone arrow directly shot and killed an elite monster. After that, it was Wakabayashi's stone spear. For a moment, the stone spear and arrows immediately caught those elites or small bosses off guard. Although Wakabayashi and his team's sudden attack made the snake spider beauty hesitate, the scroll in the beautiful fox's hand was not vegetarian. Although there was no way to maximize the effect of magic like an authentic magician, it still hurt the snake spider beauty. The screaming snake spider beauty suddenly stared at the beautiful fox not far away, then turned around suddenly, and the huge snake tail behind her swung and hit the beautiful fox directly. After hearing the buzzing sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air, the beautiful fox immediately realized that she had no way to dodge by retreating, so she had to lie down on the ground to see if she could avoid this fatal blow in the air. Although she was not hit by the iron-like tail in the end, the wind pressure generated by the fearful force rolled up a lot of sand and stones and swept towards her. Under this wind pressure, the tiny sand and stones were like the tip of a knife, hitting the beautiful fox directly, making her feel a strong sting. Under this wind pressure, her body was uncontrollably slid to one side. What made her palpitate the most was that after the giant tail swept past, it suddenly pulled upwards, and when it reached the highest point, it smashed down again with a suppressed wind sound, and smashed hard on the ground. This smash not only shook the earth for a while, but the strong wind pressure also split the sand and dust that had been raised before in two, like the boundary between Chu and Han, very clear. Under the wind pressure of this knife, the beautiful fox with a lucky and embarrassed face under the smoke and dust was exposed, as well as the giant tail with a 1 meter long and extremely strong bone cone at the end. It turned out that just now, the last hit of such a perfect two-hit combo was actually the position where the beautiful fox stood after falling down, but this hit also scared the beautiful fox into a cold sweat. It may be that the snake spider beauty was determined to go back to save her subordinates, and she didn't expect that the beautiful fox would be blown away from her original position by the wind pressure because of her light body, but it was precisely these reasons that allowed the beautiful fox to escape. Although the beautiful fox escaped a disaster, it was fortunate, but now the snake spider beauty was walking towards the position of Wakabayashi and others, which was very troublesome. Chapter 435, Discovering Weakness. Damn, this snake spider beauty is too smart. She saw through our plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Dao Yudao, who was discussing countermeasures with Shui Nai, looked at the snake spider beauty who walked away in surprise. So far, among the bosses they have seen, the most intelligent one is Shui Nai's former pet, the Skeleton King. At that time, the intelligence of the Skeleton King was as high as that of an adult. His every move did not have the behavior pattern of pets or those bosses. If it were not for his lack of human instincts, I am afraid no one would know that it was Shui Nai's pet. And that is why there was a situation where the Skeleton King fought against the players later. After all, at that time, no one knew the true identity of the Skeleton King. Well, I'd better go out. With its intelligence, I'm afraid it will chase me and fight me as soon as I appear. Shui Nai also planned to go out at this time. With their attack power, I am afraid there is no way to attract it. There are no players on Ruolin's side now, so they naturally don't know that the snake spider beauty is heading towards them. If the snake spider beauty directly uses a long-range explosive poison ball at this time, I'm afraid that even Ruolin and his team will be injured. Don't move, you are our biggest killer, you can't come out early, let me and the beautiful fox go. Dao Yudao said, and then he appeared directly from the big tree where he was hiding and quickly chased after him. The beautiful fox had already gotten up from the ground, brushing off the dust on her body and using potions to restore the health she had just lost. Afterwards, she saw Dao Yudao, gritted her teeth and rushed forward. For her, the scene just now was extremely impressive. After all, not everyone can face death with equanimity, and not everyone can face death so calmly. Especially for girls who are born afraid of pain, not many people are willing to bear the feeling of death. However, as a member of a team, due to her own problems, not only did she fail to meet the requirements of the plan, but she also had to change the original plan, thus destroying the integrity of the plan to a certain extent. This made her more uncomfortable than facing death directly. For her own face, This is a very serious problem. Even if people like Mina Yayan will not pursue responsibility, she herself will not be so embarrassed to act as if it did not happen. So she has to find a way to regain her face. Even if she dies, she has to find it back. With a shake of her hand, she directly cast an ice arrow rain scroll. The beautiful fox watched as the dozen ice arrows rained down on the snake spider beauty's thigh. However, the frost and deceleration effects of these ice arrows did not have much effect on it. This was the boss's unique level suppression of the player. This level suppression has a similar effect to the level suppression, but the objects of action are different. The effect of this effect is whether the player can fully exert his original strength when attacking, and whether he can increase the probability of special attacks. On the contrary, it weakens this effect. Like this level 35 snake spider beauty, if it faces Shui Na and the others, Shui Na and the others will have level suppression, and the player's skills can cause great damage to it. However, at the boss level, it has level suppression on the player, and the effect of this level suppression is even greater than this level suppression. Generally speaking, the player and ordinary monsters are of the same level, so when facing ordinary monsters, as long as the player is not crazy. When ordinary monsters of the same level fight players, the odds are often 5050. What matters is whether the player has enough strength to match his level. If it is enough, the monster will die. If not, the player will lose. And this strength includes many things, including equipment, skills, whether there are restraining attributes, and combat skills. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even if the player faces elite monsters or boss monsters with level suppression advantages, they will be invincible and can only use group fighting tactics in the end. However, since the player's own strength cannot be measured by ordinary levels or grades, so sometimes, players with enough strength can completely challenge bosses of higher levels, but this is generally rare and uncommon. The current snake spider beauty is a red boss, and its level is much higher than that of the player. Coupled with the boss's own strong attribute advantages, the two are all in effect, and most players can completely implement a second kill action. Just like Wakabayashi treated those elite monsters, he could easily complete the instant kill. Go directly to the vital points, don't use special effects. Seeing that the special effects of the ice arrow rain were ineffective, Dao Yudao immediately reminded to focus on harvesting its health. Since there is no way to slow down, then attack with all your strength. Watching Dao Yudao release the explosive bombs and the flame wall like fireworks, Shui Na also felt a little heartbroken. Now this kind of high-level magic scroll is very valuable, especially in the face of a war using the silence staff. Such a magic scroll often allows players to directly turn the tables. The silence staff has an innate crushing advantage over the player's skills and return to the city scroll, but the player's equipment skills and magic scrolls can become the king-like existence on this battlefield. So in the foreseeable future, equipment with skills will become the favorites of those rich and noble players, and those magic scrolls will also usher in a historical moment. Then again, just when Shui Nai was thinking about what would happen if she took action, the beautiful fox actually jumped onto the snake spider beauty without fear of death when Dao Yudao attracted the snake spider beauty's attention. Seeing the beautiful fox using the crawling technique to stand on the back of the snake spider beauty and show off her power, Dao Yudao and Shui Nai seemed to have just met her for the first day and had forgotten the current occasion. Damn, do it! The beautiful fox, who was a little carsick from being shaken on the back of the snake spider beauty, immediately reminded Dao Yudao, who was distracted. Fox God, you are too strong, please accept my worship. Dao Yudao rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters to avoid the big hands, and said respectfully while rolling. Afterwards, when the snake spider beauty reached out to deal with the beautiful fox, Dao Yudao seized the opportunity and directly launched a flaming bomb stuffed into the mouth parts on its abdomen. After a bang, the snake spider beauty covered her abdomen that was constantly emitting black smoke, screaming in pain, her entire back bent in pain, and the pair of iron tails even smashed the ground behind her. Now the snake spider beauty didn't even have the mind to deal with the beautiful fox. Damn, 20,000 damage value. Dao Yudao looked at the red damage value of in the sky absent-mindedly. This damage is the highest damage Dao Yudao has dealt in this life. The vital point, the mouth parts on its abdomen are the fatal vital point. Dao Yudao, who was interrupted by the painful scream of the snake spider beauty, threw out the second explosive bomb immediately. However, this time, the snake spider beauty, who was already on guard, saw the explosive bomb coming, and immediately slapped the entire explosive bomb with her big hand, exploding it. and the other hand was still tightly covering the abdomen. It seemed that he didn't intend to let Dao Yiyu Dao succeed again. There's a chance, Fox, you go up, I go down, we go together. Dao Yiyu Dao had already discovered the weakness of the snake spider beauty at this time, and if he could restrain her, then the beautiful fox on her back would be much safer. Tisk, can you speak a little nicer? The beautiful fox blushed after hearing his words, but the magic in her hand never stopped bombarding, causing not small or small damage. I say, you Dao, you have to be careful of its spider ability, don't take it lightly. At this time, Mina immediately reminded Dao Yiyu Dao, who was walking on the tightrope in front of the boss. Just as he finished speaking, Dao Yiyu Dao found that the big hand that the snake spider beauty had originally covered her abdomen had been removed, and a few fine silver lights shot out from her mouth parts. I saw that these few silver lights seemed to have life. When approaching Dao Yiyu Dao, they suddenly changed their direct shooting mode and suddenly entangled Dao Yiyu Dao's hands and feet from all directions, and then straightened them instantly. Crow's mouth. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was tightly entangled by 4 bundles of spider silk and dragged towards the huge mouth parts, was not afraid at all. He saw that he activated the 2 explosive bomb scrolls in his hand at the same time when approaching it. The 2 explosive bombs were directly stuffed into its mouth parts, not only blowing off the spider silk, but also making its mouth parts explode with black smoke again. Ah! The snake spider beauty was hit by 10 times the fatality again. This time, she was directly crazy with pain. Her pair of originally grey eyes were now red. I saw that her big hands kept waving at Dao Yiyu Dao, as if she was crazy, as if she had forgotten to protect her vitals. However, Dao Yiyu Dao, who was pressed step by the snake spider beauty, had no chance to attack it. After all, when using magic scrolls, you have to aim to hit the target. However, the spider silk on Dao Yiyu Dao's body made him a little tied up in his movements, and his hands and feet were not very agile. So in a dodge, the snake spider beauty suddenly caught the spider silk entangled on him, and caught him with a pull, and stuffed Dao Yiyu Dao into her mouth again. After 2 booms, the snake spider beauty, who had never known what Dao Yiyu Dao used to attack her, was attacked by 2 explosive bombs again and was injured again. Fox, I'm going to lead it over, you be careful. Dao Yiyu Dao, who turned into a wind element, easily got rid of the spider silk on his body, floated out of the big hand, and ran towards the place where Mina was ambushing. Chapter 436 Battle. The crazy snake spider beauty had completely ignored the little bug on her body. Asterisk, I 1/4 per thousand for it now, its only wish is to eat alive the person who hurt it again and again. As for the little bug on its back, it has not felt any threat yet, so it naturally ignored the little bug that was tickling it. The magic of the beautiful fox that did not hit the vital point basically had no way to achieve much effect like the thief. Although the snake scales of this snake spider beauty do not have as high defense capabilities as the petrified rock snake and the evil venomous snake, its blood volume has reached a point that no one can match. Lao Fan, I'm going over now. How are you preparing over there? The magic cannon can be fired at any time. Okay, but you have to be careful of its spider ability. This ability seems to be a skill for a single target. Don't get hit. Although the thief has only seen one of the abilities of the snake spider beauty belonging to the spider, but thinking of the previous battles with those spider bosses, the spider's ability is often a skill for a single target. I will. Mina said, while looking through the dead tree in front of her to observe the 2 people and the spider approaching. According to the original plan, the 3 of them formed a echelon-style combat team, using the damage hatred method to continuously pull the hatred value to control the snake spider beauty, and then grind her down little by little. This grinding method is the opposite of the human wave tactics. In front of the invincible human wave tactics, only if the number of players reaches an astonishing level, it seems that there is no boss that cannot be defeated. Of course, the level of this boss cannot exceed that of the players by too much, otherwise, a random ordinary attack can kill the strongest player in seconds, and the players don trademark T even have the chance to break the defense, so whether the human wave tactics are effective or not is another matter. For example, if the people of Sahatang and Dark Dragon Guild are allowed to fight against this snake spider beauty boss now, as long as the number of players is sufficient, this snake spider beauty may have nothing to do except to find more people to bury with her or run away directly. Although this behavior of killing 1000 enemies and losing 800 of oneself is not very cost-effective in terms of efficiency, it is undoubtedly the most effective means to fight against the big boss. It is much better than the grinding tactics that you don trademark T know how long it will take, at least at one trademark T make people crazy. So now, although Mina has accepted the grinding tactics of Dao Yiyu Dao, he is constantly trying to speed up the progress of this battle. Now, although Dao Yiyu Dao has discovered the fatal weakness of the snake spider beauty, only Dao Yiyu Dao's wind element incarnation can approach this weakness. As for the others, they may have been caught and stuffed before they even get close. Lao Fan, I'm coming. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was rushing towards a dead tree in front, immediately reminded Shui Nai. Shui Nai, who was calculating the distance between the two sides in his mind, immediately appeared from behind the dead tree after discovering that the snake spider beauty had entered the attack range of the magic cannon, and the magic cannon in his hand also emitted a dark blue beam of light at this moment. Roar! However, when Shui Nai appeared, the snake spider beauty suddenly roared, and then did not chase Dao Yiyu Dao. Her hands instinctively blocked her mouth again, and at the same time, her 8 thighs slid to the left. Hey! Looking at this snake spider beauty who suddenly waited and avoided, Shui Nai also reacted immediately. The beam of light that had hit the spider body on the right side of the snake spider beauty's mouth parts immediately swept across, following the steps of the snake spider beauty, piercing through its hands again and hitting its mouth parts. Ah! The snake spider beauty screamed again. However, this time it may have been hit one after another on its vitals, and it has begun to get used to the pain. Now it actually used the ability of the venomous snake directly after screaming blasting poison ball. Seeing the cheeks of the snake spider beauty bulging again, Mina immediately put away the magic cannon and ran away at the fastest speed. When Dao Yiyu Dao saw this scene, he also ran to the other side to avoid being affected. Now it is the beautiful fox on the back of the snake spider beauty who is still using scrolls one after another to suppress its life recovery speed to the lowest level. But now she has an instinctive fear of the giant tail of the snake spider beauty. Her big eyes are very vigilantly staring at its swaying giant tail, fearing that the giant tail will suddenly attack her. With the length of the giant tail, the back area of the snake spider beauty is within its attack range. Although it obviously won't hit her back hard, even if it is a light one, it is not something that the beautiful fox can eat. Be careful, this time it is an explosive poison ball. In the team chat, Xiaomei's words immediately reached the ears of the people in the battle. Lao Fan, its target is you. Ah! It fired. Just when Dao Yiyu Dao looked back, he immediately found that it basically ignored him. And just when he reminded Shui Nai, the poison ball in the mouth of the snake spider beauty was also fired at this time. Shui Nai, who learned of this situation, immediately turned back and fired a thunder arrow, trying to detonate the explosive poison ball in advance by detonating the explosive bomb. And for safety, a flaming bomb followed the lightning arrow, but with the speed of the lightning arrow, it would take some time for the flaming bomb to catch up. After casting the magic, Shui Nai immediately ran to the other side. Anyway, the farther away from the poison ball, the safer it is. Hey, Lao Fan, your lightning arrow exploded its poison ball. When Dao Yiyu Dao reminded Shui Nai, the unique explosion sound of the flaming bomb also came out at this time. It seems that after the lightning arrow detonated the explosive poison ball, the poison rain hit the flaming bomb behind it, and the flaming bomb was detonated early. Very good, then we have a way to solve this trick. Shui Nai felt relieved immediately after hearing this. Now that we have found a way to restrain one of its big skills, it is time to fight back. Shui Nai and Dao Yiyu Dao acted at the same time at this moment. Dao Yiyu Dao rushed back from a distance, and Shui Nai pulled out the magic cannon and prepared to charge it. However, when Shui Nai pulled out the magic cannon, the originally wilted snake spider beauty seemed to have suddenly taken stimulants, and suddenly shouted loudly from a distance and accelerated. At the same time, a group of the white spider silk was entangled into a ball-like thing, which was contained in the spider mouth parts on its abdomen, as if it was about to launch. Damn, a new skill! Dao Yiyu Dao, who had already rushed to it, turned around and ran away as soon as he saw the white spider ball, fearing that he would become the guinea pig of this new skill. However, it was obvious that Shui Nai was much more dangerous than Dao Yiyu Dao. At least in the eyes of the snake spider beauty now, there was only Shui Nai, and Dao Yiyu Dao was a little bit careless about it. Lao Fan, it seems that you have a good relationship with women. Dao Yiyu Dao, who saw the snake spider beauty chasing Shui Nai, immediately teased Shui Nai who was running desperately in the distance. And he himself had already found a way to jump on the back of the snake spider beauty, intending to gain a foothold in this dangerous place with the beautiful fox. But what Dao Yiyu didn't know was that his words in the team chat made another person in the distance blush. The thief wearing the wind thief also learned from the beautiful fox and directly activated the spider crawling technique that he had just learned, and stuck tightly to the back abdomen of the human torso of the snake spider beauty. As the number of evil spiders they hunted increased, their equipment and skills had almost been collectively replaced. Like the rings and daggers that the evil spiders must explode, the rings and long swords that the evil venomous snakes must explode, these have been popularized in their team, and even the crawling technique, spider suit, and snake scale armor that are more difficult to explode now have surplus. This is also due to the fact that there are enough bosses in this desolate basin. Although the bosses here are much more stingy than those outside, they are much richer than those outside in terms of quantity. I saw that the thief first tried the defense ability of the snake spider beauty with a dagger. Unfortunately, as the beautiful fox said, the thief's dagger was restrained by it and could only produce 1 point of damage to force the defense to break. With such a small amount of damage, even if Dao Yiyu keeps poking, it will take several days to penetrate its health. After that, Dao Yiyu, who refused to admit defeat, tried a few more skills, and then he concentrated on learning how to use the magic scroll from the beautiful fox. Don't be discouraged, it's just that our equipment has not kept up. As long as we can have a set of gold equipment, then we won't be so useless. After the beautiful fox saw that Dao Yiyu also hit the wall, she immediately felt sympathy for him and comforted him directly. When we have a set of gold equipment, I'm afraid we will be out of date by then. Dao Yiyu said a little gloomily. The thief profession is not good at fighting equipment by nature, and if you want to get yellow equipment, you have to face this kind of boss-level creatures. However, the thief has to grind slowly even to fight ordinary monsters, so if you want to fight bosses, don't even think about it. Elite monsters will definitely drop blue equipment, white bosses will definitely drop purple equipment, and gold equipment is mostly dropped from red bosses. Of course, the items dropped by this boss are not fixed, it depends on the strength of the boss. The items dropped by ordinary monster bosses are lower than those dropped by half monsters, and half monsters are lower than those dropped by monsters, it varies. The stronger the boss, the better the items dropped. Especially this kind of boss during the land reclamation, whether in quality or quantity, is not comparable to those domestic animal bosses that have been beaten so badly that even the boss has no face. Of course, now even the domestic animal bosses outside have been kept in captivity, and ordinary players who want to open up meat have to negotiate with those big forces. And land reclamation often means danger, and it is not something that ordinary players have the strength to eat. Because the opening of a new land is often a groping stage, players can only fight on their own, so lone rangers are naturally inferior to those who act in a team. While the beautiful fox and Dao Yiyu were constantly consuming the scrolls in their backpacks, the snake spider beauty finally caught up with Mina, who had slowed down because of the magic cannon. The white silk ball that had been prepared for a long time was also fired at this time. However, at the same time, a faint blue beam of light was also fired. Chapter 437, Trap Killing, Part 1. Mina looked at the white silk ball that was getting closer and closer to him, and he didn't care about the hit rate in his heart. I saw that his feet, which were originally firmly attached to the ground, suddenly lost their strength, and the whole person was directly slid behind him by the reverse thrust of the magic cannon. Mina's retreat was very neat and dodged the attack of the silk ball. From the corner of her eye, Mina saw that the moment the silk ball hit the ground, the dry part behind the silk ball suddenly exploded, and the spider silk spread out from the crack, then rolled up the object in front and wrapped it up again. In the end, the silk ball split into a plane, and then turned into a spider ball. Mina finally realized that if she was hit by the silk ball, she would probably be directly wrapped up by these highly sticky spider silks and completely lose her ability to move. Lost the ability to move. What does losing the ability to move mean? In front of the boss, it means death. Shui Nai, who escaped the catastrophe, immediately adjusted the beam of light from the magic cannon, intending to get some more interest first. Unfortunately, this time, the snake spider beauty obviously did not give him a chance, and planned to attack back. The snake spider beauty rushed forward for a while against the beam of light from the magic cannon, and several silver spider silks suddenly shot out. Although Shui Nai had seen what Dao Yiyu looked like when he was hit, when he experienced it himself, he found that these spider silks were really weird and flexible. Shui Nai once again planned to use the thrust of the magic cannon to dodge the spider silk. Just when he was about to stay away from it this time, the spider silks suddenly accelerated, and the speed was amazing. Looking at the spider silk that was automatically entangled with his hands and feet under his eyelids as if it had life, the spell-casting ring on Shui Nai's finger flashed a red light in an instant and hit the ground. A wall of flame suddenly appeared between Mina and the spider beauty. Just as the spider silk entangled her hands and feet and began to pull her body, Mina had already completed the preparations for the magic cannon to temporarily transform into a jet. The part of the spider silk that had been hardened by the flames, under the reverse thrust of the magic cannon and the pulling force of the spider beauty, broke all at once with a few irresponsible crackling sounds. In this series of actions, Mina and the spider beauty only fought for less than 10 seconds. Roar! The spider beauty, who was watching her prey flying farther and farther, suddenly screamed after losing consciousness, scaring the two people on her back. Such a big battle! Hey, Lao Fan flew! Dao Yudao saw that the coordinate point belonging to Mina was moving away from them quickly from the map, and immediately knew that he had used his air staying ability again. With the combination of the magic cannon and this invincible escape skill, I'm afraid no one dares to say that he can definitely stay. Oh no, Lao Fan flew away, then we are in trouble. At this time, Dao Yudao suddenly felt the muscles under the cold snakeskin of the snake spider beauty on his back twisting, and he began to turn to one side of the city. Although the snake spider beauty had been moving before, it had not tried to turn back to pay attention to them, and now it has free hands. It is time to attack them. Fox, go! Dao Yudao took out a speed-up scroll from his backpack and directly blessed it to the beautiful fox. The beautiful fox is now facing away from Dao Yudao. Although this can prevent the attack of the giant tail, it has no way to deal with the attack of the human torso of the snake spider beauty. In fact, she also thought of sticking to the human torso of the snake spider beauty like Dao Yudao at the beginning. However, out of consideration for her own feelings and psychology, she still did not put her body in such close contact with this disgusting thing, because she would not be able to bear it, and she did not want to suffer any mental sequelae here. In fact, when Dao Yudao attached himself to her, he was also frightened by the cold and deadly body temperature of the snake spider beauty, but boys are more courageous and face-saving than girls, so he just held on. Although the bumps on Dao Yudao's body have never disappeared since he attached himself to her. But it must be said that Dao Yudao attached to this position is much safer than the position of the beautiful fox. Be careful! Damn! The beautiful fox turned around and immediately saw that she was actually looking into the eyes of the snake spider beauty. The face covered with fine snake scales scared her. The human torso of this snake spider beauty can actually rotate 180 degrees directly from the abdomen like a snake. With its current ease, it might even be able to do a 360-degree turn. The beautiful fox cursed and immediately ran to one side, while lightly and nimbly dodging the giant hand of the snake spider beauty. Go! While supporting the beautiful fox, Dao Yudao did not stop the scroll in his hand, and a rain of ice arrows continuously hit the joints of its hands. After a short stalemate, the agile fox had escaped from the snake spider beauty. Seeing the agile skills of the beautiful fox, Dao Yudao could only say good. Even if he was replaced, he might only be able to do this. Although the body of the snake spider beauty is obviously a little uncoordinated now, in this case of stepping on the boss's body and being intercepted by the giant hand. She can not only escape calmly, but also constantly attract hatred during the escape process, which greatly increases Dao Yudao's survival time. Leave it to you. Although the beautiful fox was forced down in the end, her hard work gave Dao Yudao enough time to hold on until Mina came back. Because they all knew that after Mina used the hovering skill, there was no way to control the landing point. She couldn't come down without flying in the air for 20 seconds, and even if she came down, it would take time to catch up. For players, time is never on their side when fighting a boss. The reason is that the boss's blood recovery speed is fast. The only way to reduce its blood recovery speed is to keep the boss in a combat state. However, the combat state of ordinary bosses is easy to disappear. If it does not attack or is not attacked for 30 seconds, its blood bar will brush up and reach the full value. Damn, do you think I'm a mosquito? At this time, Dao Yudao looked at the giant hand that was slapping down in front of him and immediately activated the wind element incarnation. Originally, just now, because the position chosen by Dao Yudao was very tricky, even if the snake spider beauty's body could wrap around bones and preposition, there was no way to bypass it, so he had to give up the idea of catching him alive. For some reason, this snake spider beauty seemed to always treat the player as food, always wanting to capture the player alive before killing him. Just like what it did to the beautiful fox just now, If it used its huge tail and its hands, it would not be difficult to kill the beautiful fox, but it did not do that. Instead it had to use its not very flexible hands to catch her. And now, it is the same. At the beginning it had to turn its head around, and in the end it couldn't do it, so it used ruthlessness. Although it was puzzled, it did not hinder Dao Yiyu Dao's actions. Where is Lao Fan? After the wind element's body was broken apart several times, Dao Yiyu Dao was a little overwhelmed. Once the wind element incarnation is damaged, it will consume endurance to repair. Although it is much better than the upper limit of endurance consumed during attack, with the current endurance of Dao Yiyu Dao, it can't withstand too many blows, and this kind of attack will also bring strong pain. Come on, it's almost there, hold on. Shui Na replied immediately. Fox, where have you been? Come here. Dao Yiyu Dao realized that the beautiful fox was not around at this time, and he couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. There are no scrolls. Now go to Xiaowen to get a batch. Fuck. It hurts. Dao Yiyu Dao, who was beaten up again, has reached his limit. If he was not in the wind element state, he would not be able to drink the medicinal scroll and he would have fought back long ago. Although he has been letting the snake spider beauty attack him to keep it in a fighting state, this self-mutilation behavior can no longer continue. I'm coming. At this time, Shui Nai appeared on the side of the snake spider beauty with the magic cannon in his hand, and as soon as he appeared in this image, the snake spider beauty was immediately scared away. After retreating more than 10 steps with dong dong dong, the snake spider beauty stopped and looked at Shui Nai in front of her. Are you okay? Shui Nai, who was a little guilty, immediately asked Dao Yiyu Dao about his situation with the uncharged magic cannon. It's okay. The task of suppressing its blood recovery is left to you. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had returned to normal, replied while drinking the endurance potion. Okay, leave it to me. I will lead it to the side of Fox Butterfly and the others now. Shui Nai saw that the snake spider beauty was obviously very afraid of him and did not dare to attack him until now, so he had to try to recharge. However, when the magic cannon flashed, the snake spider beauty immediately rushed towards Shui Nai like crazy. It seemed that he thought Shui Nai wanted to use the light column to hit it again. Chapter 438, Trap Killing Part 2. Shui Nai, who put away the magic cannon, turned around and ran away immediately. Bo Shiba, although he also wanted to recharge the magic cannon, his speed with the magic cannon was probably only 3/5 of the usual speed, and there was no way to outrun this monster that could take several meters in one step. Without the magic cannon, Shui Nai could only use magic. Every time Mina turned around, the explosive bombs would be shot out one after another. Mina, who was in a light gravity state, had the ability to stay in the air for a long time if he really wanted to. However, when he was in the air, he would lose his agile dodge ability. After all, he had no way to use the force in the air. And now, Mina did not dare to use this ability with all his strength. He just jumped forward lightly, then turned around and attacked again. Although this time was very short, it was still no problem to suppress its life recovery speed. It was the silk ball and spider silk of the snake spider beauty that made Mina feel very troublesome. These two skills of hers did not need any preparation time at all and could be launched directly. If Mina had just been running forward, she would have been hit long ago. Mina was not like Dao Yiyu Dao, who could ignore these attacks, so he could only avoid them from a distance, and try to use irregular movement directions to evade actions to reduce the possibility of being hit. However, Mina's explosive bombs were not very effective at a long distance. Among all the high-level magic, Mina can only use chain lightning and explosive bombs, but the attack power of Mina's chain lightning is not high. In addition, Dao Yiyu Dao is on the body of the snake spider beauty, so Dao Yiyu Dao may have to bear the consequences of chain lightning. Half the damage of the electric shock. Although Mina still has the magic of Wind Blade, to be honest, Wind Blade is one of the most difficult magics to control. Although it has good attack power and special cutting ability, it often loses its accuracy during flight due to the effect of air convection and wind direction. Fast speed is its advantage, but also its weakness. Once the speed is fast, it often only takes a deviation to cause inaccuracy. It trademarks OK for a closer one, but at a distance of dozens of meters, Mina doesn't trademark T believe that his wind blade has the ability to hit it. In the forum, some players have suggested that in order to take down the wind blade, at least the wind system must be mastered and the essence of the wind mage must be obtained. However, mastering it is still a very long time for Mina now, but now this snake spider beauty has to be dealt with now. Hudy, I'm going over now. You guys hide first. Shui Nai looked at the silk ball that suddenly exploded in front of him, carefully bypassed it, and ran towards the designated place. From the time Shui Nai decided to lead the snake spider beauty over, until now, he has gone around a big circle. The purpose is naturally to give Hudy and the others more time to prepare, and at the same time, he can't let this highly intelligent snake spider beauty discover their plan. Okay, but you have to remember, if you see a dead tree on the ground, you must not enter within a radius of 5 meters. Hudy also told Shui Nai how to identify the traps that had been arranged. Understood. Damn. Ah. Be careful. Just when Shui Nai was distracted by Hudy's response, he suddenly heard Dao Yudeo's exclamation and a tight sound of wind behind him. He looked back and immediately cursed, and then a black shadow was infinitely enlarged in front of him. It turned out that when the snake spider beauty was chasing Shui Nai, I don't know if it was a flash of inspiration or a burst of wisdom. When it passed a dead tree, it suddenly clenched its hands and pulled up the dead tree. After that, the snake spider beauty took the dead tree, which was about 5 meters long, and used it as a baseball bat, and directly hit Mina with a snap. However, Mina's luck was obviously very good. Although it was suddenly hit so hard, the dead tree, which was already withered, could not withstand the force when it hit Mina's ice crystal armor, and the whole tree body collapsed, which dispersed more than half of the huge power of the snake spider beauty. Although he was still knocked away, and his health was knocked down by 60%, at least he was still alive, and the direction of the flying was not wrong, and he was still on the original route. Mina, who was knocked dozens of meters away, had already used the recovery spell several times in the air. After landing lightly on the ground, he immediately dodged the dead tree that was used as a javelin. It must be said that the current snake spider beauty has shown higher and higher coordination as its activity increases. Previously, its hands were completely a decoration except for protecting the vital parts of its abdomen. But now, its big hands are becoming more and more flexible, and now they have become the death warrant for Mina and the others. If they are touched, they will lose half their lives. After taking a look at the map, Mina is now close to the ambush site, and now it is just a matter of leading it over. After releasing a few lightning strikes from a distance, Mina immediately stopped and prepared to use the explosive flame column. The snake spider beauty, who was struck by lightning several times, uprooted a dead tree again and used it as a weapon. However, just when the snake spider beauty suddenly took a step forward, she stopped again, and her big red eyes stared at the 2 big trees not far behind Mina, as if she wanted to see through the 2 trees. Damn it, fox butterfly, you've been discovered. Show up and attract its attention. At this time, Mina knew that the snake spider beauty had already discovered the 2 people hiding behind the tree, so she had to make such an arrangement. Seeing that the snake spider beauty did not come over for some reason, Mina had to throw the explosive flame column on the staff first. The injured little fox and the fox butterfly ran to Mina, and the other ran away, without any intention of looking back. Although the departure of the injured little fox made the snake spider beauty feel very confused, and then it did not act rashly, it instinctively hit the fireball that was shot over. Although the power of the explosive flame bomb is not bad, it is still a little insufficient for the huge snake spider beauty. Unless it hits its vitals, it will only hurt its hands. However, this is only the effect of a general explosive flame bomb, and the current one is Mina's special explosive flame column. When the pale hand slapped the explosive bomb, it immediately turned into a huge ball of flame, covering the hand. The continuous burning effect of the flame wall was already good, and with the power of the explosive bomb, the hand of the snake spider beauty was blackened in an instant. The damage values were accompanied by the painful screams of the snake spider beauty. A voice appeared above its head. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. Kill. At this moment, the snake spider beauty looked at her hand that was blackened by the flames for a while, and then said this sentence in an inarticulate tone. Seeing this big boss who was obviously speaking human words for the first time, although its way of speaking was a little funny, Shui Na felt a chill. Because he saw a pair of eyes full of resentment, hatred, and killing, and all these negative emotions were directed at himself. Damn, be careful, it may use the red aura. Dao Yudao, who was closest to the snake spider beauty, found that the red aura on its body, which was originally motionless, suddenly fluctuated violently at this time. In fact, he didn't need to remind her, the 2 people in front of the snake spider beauty saw it more clearly than him. After the snake spider beauty finished speaking those words, the red light on her body flowed from everywhere to her hands, and then the red light slowly turned into two bright red sword blades on her fingers that were like knives. Retreat, try it according to the plan. Mina looked at the two red light sword blades about 6 meters long, and her heart was beating. He didn't expect that this situation would occur in his trap-killing plan, and judging from its state, it seemed that it had awakened the part of human ability. Now Mina had to find a way to see if the trap-killing plan they came up with could trap it. Fan Chen, I'll go up to help Dao Yi Dao, you be careful. At this time, Hu Dai saw that the snake spider beauty didn't look at her at all, and knew that she couldn't attract attention like Mina, so she had to find something to do. Hey, be careful. Mina also knew that it wouldn't be of much use for her to stay here, so she had to do it this way. The fox butterfly, who was retreating quickly with Mina, left Mina at this time, allowing the snake spider beauty to focus her attack on him. Watching the red aura sword slashing in front of him, Mina had to concentrate his attention to the extreme, carefully calculating the length of the aura sword, and at the same time, he had to fight back with magic. At this time, there was a swish sound, and the stone spear in Mina's hand was smoothly cut in half again. Mina threw this half of the stone spear directly at the abdomen of the snake spider beauty. Although it was bounced away by two crossed big hands halfway, it successfully allowed Mina to pull away again. The snake spider beauty who activated the red aura did not have much bonus in speed, but she was able to keep up with Mina in flexibility, which made Mina feel too much pressure. Hudi, haven't you arrived yet? At this time, Mina, who had been dragging here for a while, couldn't help asking. Now he didn't want to wait even a second. We're here. You have to be careful. There's a big trap there. Hudi, who had been hacking at the snake spider beauty, immediately reminded Mina. We're here. Mina didn't want to fight back at this time, and immediately turned around and went towards the trap. Dead tree? Is that it? Mina, who had just turned around, immediately saw a dead tree lying horizontally on the open space in front of him. But Mina couldn't see any traces of the trap on the ground, which made Mina, who was preparing to use the water mist technique at the beginning, a little slow to react. However, she knew that Hudi and the others would definitely make the trap perfect, otherwise the trap would not be effective. Instantly entered the phantom stealth state, Mina immediately rushed forward and jumped. Hey, isn't it this? When Shuai saw that the four legs on the left side of the snake spider beauty had entered the range of the trap, but nothing happened there, he was a little stunned, and the thunder ice prepared on the staff almost went out of control. Just as Shuai was about to retreat to distance herself, the snake spider beauty also took a step forward at this time, but the ground on her left side suddenly sank, and the snake spider beauty, who suddenly lost her balance, sank half of her body in an instant. Fuck, who dug this trap? Shuai looked at the small ball of thunder ice on his staff, and then looked at the huge trap, which obviously didn't match his imagination. Chapter 439 Huge Pit. According to Shuai's understanding, if the injured little fox and fox butterfly could dig a few 2-meter deep pits, he would already think it was amazing. Because it is very difficult to dig a deep pit in this situation without tools and with a tight time, so he planned his pit-killing action according to this idea. Just use a few holes that can just cover its thighs to affect its speed and try to control it. However, such a large area of trap is obviously impossible to be made by them. Let Trademark S not talk about whether this huge pit can be dug out by 2 weapons. Besides, it is probably not possible for them to dig such a large pit in time. What about the earth dug out? There is no earth found here, such a professional trap is probably not something that the 2 female players can dig out. So now only professional soldiers like Wakabayashi are left. Well, it was done by Luo Li and Hansen. They dug their weapons directly into it and finished it with a loud shout. It seems that they used fighting spirit to play it. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The fox butterfly on the snake spider beauty was almost thrown out by the previous move. By the way, they also asked us not to tell you. The fox butterfly, who was a little dizzy from being shaken, suddenly interrupted at this time, and her face was a little red. Her meaning was already very clear, that is, she hoped that Mina and others would help her keep this secret. Are there more pits like this? At this time, Mina also found that the snake spider beauty who was trapped in the ground could not climb out for a while. The 2 red aura swords were seen swinging in the air for a while, cutting grooves on the relatively hard ground, but there was no way to return to the normal state of both hands. The 4 legs on its left side were also stomping around, but the weight of its huge body made it difficult to pull out. There are a few more that they made, but they are far away. This pit dug by professionals completely took into account the body shape, height, and weight of the snake spider beauty, and the snake spider beauty was just trapped in it, but there was no way to get out easily. And because the size of this space is only a little bigger than the size of the snake spider beauty, in this compact space, the snake spider beauty, who is pressed by her own weight, has no way to get out immediately. Now is the best time for them to use this time to launch their attacks. Although I don't know if the intervention of Wakabayashi and others in this boss fight will lead to a halving of experience points, but now it has become like this, half is half, better than nothing. As the explosive bombs and flame walls continue to pour out of the Mina staff, one by one, the damage is also constantly appearing on the head of the snake spider beauty. In view of the fact that Mina's magic cannon always caused a strong reaction from the snake spider beauty, he didn't want to disturb the stable battle situation, so he didn't take out the magic cannon again. Now, under the strong suppression of Mina's magic, although Dao Yiyu Dao and Hu Dai's attack power is also very strong, they are still not as good as Mina's total damage value, so Mina's attention is still on Mina. I saw the two red aura swords constantly slashing in the air in front of Mina, as if they wanted to cut Mina into pieces from a distance. As for Mina, in order to guard against the sudden extension of the aura sword, he didn't dare to get close to them at all, but just used magic to attack it from a distance. Alas, it seems that I have to think of a way to learn advanced ice magic. Mina glanced at the dense dark clouds in the sky and the lightning that appeared from time to time. It was already noon, and it was time for rain. Once it rained, Mina's fire magic would be useless. I'm coming. Just when Mina felt sorry for not learning ice magic before, the beautiful fox came over at this time. For a moment, the two people guarding the ground, one set fire, and the other shot ice arrows, and they were divided into the left and right sides, forming a pincer attack. And the closest Dao Yiyu Dao and Hu Dai were already working together. Since Dao Yiyu Dao's dagger could not break the defense of the snake spider beauty, but Hu Dai's long sword could penetrate it, Dao Yiyu Dao also went to hit the wounds cut by Hu Dai at this time. The injury mode of monsters is different from that of players. Players have thin skin, and one knife down is often a wound. But it is different for monsters. For players who have thick skin like the snake spider beauty, they often have to chop dozens or hundreds of times in the same place to thin the skin in this place, so that the meat inside can be exposed, making the monster injured. If you hit the injured position again, you can often get the effect of ignoring defense, which is what players often call the armor cutting effect. If the armor cutting state deepens, it will enter a state of continuous bleeding. It is already very difficult to get an armor cutting effect on a monster, let alone a continuous bleeding state. Regarding this effect, Shui Na had tried it when dealing with the wild boar kings in the wild boar territory before. Now Dao Yiyu Dao has taken over the good place where Hu Dai spent hundreds of knives to cut through the skin, and the daggers in both hands have almost turned into two invisible whirlwinds. Puff puff puff. A series of meat-cutting sounds kept ringing behind the snake spider beauty, and small numbers kept popping up above its head. Although Dao Yiyu Dao's attack power was much lower than that of the other three, it was better than nothing. However, his thief control skills did not have any effect at all. Everyone! Be careful, it may come out. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had been sticking to the snake spider beauty, found that its body, which was originally trapped very tightly, suddenly showed some signs of moving significantly. He walked carefully to the edge and saw that after several minutes of hard digging, the snake spider beauty finally dug up the soil under the big pit, so that it had enough space to move. Now it is trying hard to stand up. So fast. Shui Na took a look at the life value of the snake spider beauty. Although they attacked fiercely just now, its high defense and sufficient life made them feel more and more powerless. After fighting for so long, they only knocked off 10% of its life value on the original basis. The snake spider beauty now has at least 60% of its life value, but how many chances are there to beat it to this level again? Shui Na doesn't believe that this snake spider beauty will fall into the trap again. And most importantly, as the rain approaches, the activity of the fire element in the atmosphere is very low, making the power of Shui Na's fire magic weaker and weaker. Now the snake spider beauty has begun to turn around frequently to look at the beautiful fox opposite, and the Kigwang long sword in her hand has begun to point from Shui Na to the beautiful fox. It's coming out, you have to be careful. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately reminded the two people on the ground. He was on the snake spider beauty, and he was very sensitive to the movements of the snake spider beauty, and it was easy to discover its behavior. I will kill you. The snake spider beauty staggered out of the pit, crawling out of the magic. As soon as she came out, she roared at Shui Nai and the beautiful fox. Among all the people, they were the most harmful and dangerous to it. At this time, the first drop of cold rain appeared in the sky, hitting Shui Nai's face, making Shui Nai complain in her heart. Yudao, you guys hold on first, I'll go prepare the magic cannon. Shui Nai said as he ran to the back of a small hill. Not only did he add water hiding and stealth to himself, but he also cast several water mist spells around himself when the rain was not heavy. Shui Nai did this to ensure that his magic cannon would not be discovered by the snake spider beauty, thereby causing it to go crazy, so that he would have enough opportunities to fire another shot. Chapter 440, Capture Alive. It's finally raining, so its venomous snake skills can't threaten us. Feeling the number of raindrops hitting his cheeks getting denser and denser, Dao Yudao also began to be full of gratitude for the heavy rain. Although this heavy rain extinguished Shui Nai's fire magic, his strongest power was no longer this fire magic, so he was not as pessimistic as Shui Nai. In the current situation, as long as he works harder for a few more hours, he can get rid of its health. The most regrettable thing now is that Xiaoyu and Poxio, two masters of killing bosses, did not come, otherwise it would be much easier to kill the boss with their joining. Hey, Lao Fan, something is wrong. At this time, Dao Yudao suddenly found that the snake spider beauty under his feet had not moved for a while. It seemed that it had not moved since it came out of the giant pit and said those few words. No, if you want to be more precise, it seemed that it did not move when the rain was heavy. Indeed, when the rain poured down like a heavy downpour, washing away all the dust on the people, the snake spider beauty was chasing the beautiful fox and suddenly stopped. It's very wrong, it's not going to use a big move. The beautiful fox had already fled far away at this time, looking at the huge black figure through the rain curtain, and said with great suspicion. In other words, the venomous snake has 2 moves, and the spider has 2 moves, so what about the human ability now? I'm afraid there will be 2 moves, and the red sword just now should be one of them, which means that there is another move that it has not used. And it should be related to the red light, which is the unique ability of the red boss. Hudi, you go down first, and come up when there is no problem. Obviously, Dao Yudao also thought of this problem. This snake spider beauty cannot be defined as an ordinary monster, although it will easily get angry at ordinary times. But it will behave like a normal person at some times, very smart. If it is in this situation now, then I'm afraid the reason why it is not moving now may be to attract all the people, and then use the big move to solve all the troubles at once. Aren't you leaving? Hudi also reminded Dao Yudao that although Dao Yudao's speed under the Wind Thief suit is much faster than hers, this is not instant movement after all. No matter how fast it is, it may be too late. I have a resurrection necklace, but I haven't used it yet. Dao Yudao took out the cross necklace from his neck and said proudly. After the fox butterfly looked at him deeply, it went down and met up with the beautiful fox. Even if there is a resurrection necklace, the lost experience is not so easy to get back, and for this kind of big boss that can dissipate the player's body into nothingness, the resurrection necklace may not be useful. However, there must be someone here now, otherwise, in such a heavy rain, no one can know its latest dynamics in time. Lao Fan, are you ready? Now this snake spider beauty has been looking at the sky for some reason. Find a time to act. Dao Yudao observed the snake spider beauty while paying attention to the wound at his feet. The boss's life recovery speed is much stronger than that of ordinary monsters, which also means that its wound will be easier to recover than ordinary monsters, so now Dao Yudao has to see if the wound has healed, otherwise he will not be able to break the defense. However, he didn't dare to act first. If this snake spider beauty really lost consciousness because of such a heavy rain, and he acted rashly, it would waste such precious time. I'm ready, but the rain is too heavy. I'm afraid I won't be able to hit it. You have to be careful. This rain was heavier than ever before, so heavy that people couldn't even see the space in front of them, as if countless layers of bead curtains appeared in front of them. In addition, the heavy rain itself made people's eyes full of rain, and it made people's vision unclear. Fuck, can I be careful? If I get hit, I will have to be resurrected. You should hit the head or chest, not the abdomen. When Dao Yudao heard this, he immediately retreated. The effect of this magic cannon was very abnormal. He didn't want to be hit by this magic cannon and then die heroically. In fact, Mina also planned to attack its head. After all, if he missed at this time, Dao would be dead, and hitting the head or other vitals would be the same anyway. It was just that because he found that the snake spider beauty's lower pelvis was not flexible, he kept aiming there to reduce the possibility of being dodged. Damn, this rain is too heavy, and the ice arrow rain can't be used. At this time, the beautiful fox, who had already used the ice arrow rain once on the open space, immediately found that the ice arrow rain had not flown out 1 meter before it was washed away by the raindrops and exploded, freezing the surrounding rain. Due to the characteristics of the ice arrow rain, although the effect of the ice arrow rain will be greatly enhanced in rainy days, it cannot fly for too long in this rain, because the energy in the ice arrows will be triggered by the rain in advance, thus exploding into a ball of ice mist, triggering the effect of frost. Now, in other words, this ice arrow rain can no longer be used at a long distance. It seems that the beautiful fox has to get close to the snake spider beauty to exert her ability. Looking at the snake spider beauty who has put away the red sword, Shui Nai suddenly feels that the breath emanating from the snake spider beauty is no longer as cold as before. But through the rain curtain, he can't see the expression of the snake spider beauty now. In a place where Mina couldn't see, the huge head of the snake spider beauty was looking up at the sky with its eyes closed, and the rain kept washing its body. And its expression had a hint of gentleness. Although this expression was a little scary under the snake scales, it was indeed a gentle expression, as if it was enjoying the refreshing feeling brought by the rain. At this moment, a faint blue beam of light suddenly appeared in its chest. The beam of light with strong penetrating ability instantly penetrated its chest and shot towards the sky. Although this sudden beam of light made it feel fatal pain, it also illuminated its heart and made it feel back in this world. It suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the beam of light like a sharp sword. It looked at the light of the beam of light and the beautiful raindrops that were illuminated. There was nostalgia, confusion, and anger at its current appearance. Looking at its current appearance of being neither human nor ghost, it instinctively rejected it, but it knew that it had no way to change this fact. Ah, why is this happening, why? A huge sound wave accompanied by a flash of red light shook the rain in the entire space around the snake spider beauty. The rain in the entire space lost the influence of gravity in an instant, and in the next instant, these floating raindrops, driven by the red light, scattered in all directions like an explosion. The raindrops driven by the red light scattered like bullets. However, these raindrops, at this time, really had the killing effect of bullets. I saw that Mina, who was hit by these raindrops, had 1 point of damage on his body. Although the damage was not high, the number of raindrops here was numerous. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, Mina's health was knocked down by 2/3 by the dense raindrops, but he was in a dizzy state and had no way to restore his health. Yes, he is in a dizzy state now. Just when the snake spider beauty burst out that huge wave, he and Dao, who were closest to her, were both knocked unconscious by the air wave. Fortunately, both Dao and Shui Nai had higher health points than ordinary mages and thieves, so they were still alive when the rain of bullets ended. Although there were a lot of raindrops here, a large number of bullet raindrops still did not hit Shui Nai and the others, and the raindrops that hit the surroundings instead dispersed the raindrops outside the sound waves and exploded into small groups of mist. Are you okay? The 2 beautiful foxes who were outside the attack range of the sound waves but were also attacked by the rain of bullets did not have any big problems with the support of potions. So when they saw the mist rising around them, they immediately asked about the situation inside. I'm fine, but I can't move for the time being. Dao said bitterly, he didn't expect this to happen. I was captured alive, but it seems nothing happened. The more bitter tone than Dao surprised everyone. Wait, we'll come over now. The beautiful fox ran over immediately after hearing this. No need, the situation of the snake spider beauty is very problematic now, you wait outside first, it's best not to provoke her first. At this time, seeing the expression of the snake spider beauty, Shui Nai immediately reminded everyone. What's the situation? Dao, who couldn't move yet, had no idea about Shui Nai's situation. But there was one thing they could be sure of, that is, Shui Nai hadn't had any trouble yet. Chapter 441 Rain. Shui Nai, who was caught in the hands of the snake spider beauty, didn't know what was going on, but he was not afraid at all. Soaking in books. However, even if he was afraid now, it would be useless. After all, he was in the hands of this boss. Once it got angry and squeezed hard, he couldn't run away. In addition, the boss's death-free effect means that even if the beautiful foxes come over, it will be useless. And as Mina said before, not stimulating it now can make it live longer. Moreover, the most important thing is that Mina seems to have understood something from the expression of the snake spider beauty, but these things are like the sudden inspiration in his mind, which disappears after a flash. Now he just can't catch this inspiration in his mind, so he can only wait and see. Looking at the expression of the snake spider beauty holding the magic cannon and recalling, Mina feels more and more that there is something wrong with this monster. Logically speaking, it should be just a monster spawned by the system. Although monsters also have wisdom, this kind of human expression can only be possessed by players or NPCs. For now, Mina knows that some NPCs may become the final boss of a certain plot, but this kind of boss is often unique and will not appear again after being defeated, but will explode absolutely superb things. However, this unique boss often has its own soul. In other words, these bosses are actually complete creatures with their own consciousness in this world. They are the only life, and an existence similar to the player. Mizuna has encountered many such bosses, such as the rebel generals such as Wakabayashi. If the original plot is to develop, Mizuna has to kill them to get the task rewards of this world. But Mizuna did not do so, but got 5 absolutely loyal servants, which is richer than the original reward. What about now? Mizuna has no intention of subduing this snake spider beauty. Not to mention whether it can be subdued, just its terrifying appearance, he has no idea. When Mizuna thought of this, he immediately felt that he had caught something in his mind again. Do you know about this magic cannon? Mizuna looked at the reminiscent expression of the snake spider beauty at this time, and suddenly made up his mind and asked softly. Although he had told the beautiful fox not to stimulate it before, as the person involved, he felt that long pain was still too painful, so it was better to have a short pain directly. Anyway, Dao Yiyu Dao has woken up now, so there is nothing to worry about. In addition, under the protection of the red aura shield, Shui Nai can see very clearly that the snake spider beauty carefully took the finger-sized magic cannon in her hand with 2 fingers and carefully examined it. Although there is no substantial change in the grey eyes as before, Shui Nai found that there is a hint of human flavor in it, and it is no longer as dead as before. Are you, from Yunwu town? A hoarse and low voice came out of the mouth of the snake spider beauty, and this time it was very clear. Sure enough. After hearing this, Shui Nai immediately flashed this word in his mind, but he couldn't say it casually now. Shui Nai looked at the snake spider beauty and nodded directly, which was considered a sign of something. Yunwu town, Yunwu town. Just as the snake spider beauty tried to recall at this moment, the red aura that was originally radiating from the surroundings to block the rain also returned to its body at this time. Immediately, the rain curtain in the sky separated the faces of Mina and the snake spider beauty in an instant. Mina, who was hit by the rain and couldn't open his eyes, could only feel his body moving slowly in the rain. And then, he suddenly felt that his feet actually touched a piece of solid ground. However, when Mina stepped on the ground, he immediately felt that this ground was not hard, and there were waves of pulsation, which were transmitted back to the brain from Mina's feet. When he thought that he was standing on the snake-scale palm of the snake spider beauty, he felt that there seemed to be a chill under his feet, rushing up from the soles of his feet, and bumps appeared one by one wherever he passed. It's raining again. I haven't seen rain for a long time. It seems that I haven't felt the rain since I became this ghost. I really miss the rainy days in Yunwu town. At that time, we often... The snake spider beauty suddenly talked to Shui Nai about the past with some nostalgia. However, Shui Nai didn't dare to reply to it. She could only listen quietly and write down the people and things it mentioned. Although he has gained freedom now, as long as he is braver, he can leave the devil's palm at any time and resume the hunting action just now. But after knowing that this boss has recalled his memory and regained control of this body, he has lost interest in hunting it. Although the NPCs and monsters in this world are made up of codes, Shui Nai has no way to regard these NPCs with their own consciousness as monsters. I am afraid that most players of this game will have this mentality. Can you tell me about the current situation in Yunwu town? At this time, the snake spider beauty suddenly lowered her head and asked. Looking at the shadow of the huge head of the snake spider beauty in the rain, Shui Na thought about it and told it truthfully. Although Yunwu town has received assistance from the elemental city, the main culprits have not appeared so far. These culprits who have not appeared are the biggest crisis of Yunwu town. After listening to Shui Nai's words, the snake spider beauty did not reply again, but just stood quietly in the rain, as if thinking deeply. At this time, the beautiful foxes and fox butterflies around also obeyed Shui Nai's arrangement and left the snake spider beauty far away. You should not be a native of Yunwu town. I didn't expect that Uncle Big Hammer would give you this thing. The palm of the snake spider beauty suddenly shook slightly, causing the magic cannon not far from Shui Nai to slowly roll to Shui Nai's feet. Shui Nai looked at the magic cannon, thought for a moment, and put the magic cannon into the space bracelet. I remember that the mages in Yunwu town don't like to use this kind of external objects, so I will use this thing temporarily. Shui Nai remembered the question just now, so she answered it. Shui Nai's reply was very natural, and she didn't think of ways to deceive the snake spider beauty because of it. Although he was a little unnatural at the beginning, there was no discrimination. Yes. Although the elder is very optimistic about this technology, it requires too much magic power, and we mages basically have no way to use it for a long time. I remember that I played this before, but unfortunately, the magic power has never been able to meet the requirements. The snake spider beauty spoke more and more quietly, and finally Shui Nai couldn't even hear the sound, making the surrounding rain sound the main theme here again. Can you answer a question for me? At this time, the still snake spider beauty suddenly asked a question, very suddenly. Well, yes. When Shui Nai heard this, he seemed to hear the determination in it, which made him feel a little uneasy. I am not ugly now. Shui Nai was silent, but in the next moment, Shui Nai took a deep breath. Although this caused a lot of rain to choke her trachea, Shui Nai still endured this situation and said loudly. Yes? But now Yunwu town needs your strength, if possible. You are really honest. Although I also want to go back, I will never go back even if I die in this state. Moreover, I can control this body now, but it does not mean that I can still control it in the future. That dark elf has completely turned me into his property. I can't go against his will. Or, I'll call the elder over, he should have a way. No need, to be honest, the reason why I am here today is all my own fault. I don't have the face to face the elder anymore, and I don't want Yunwu town to suffer more damage because of me. It's my own fault. At this time, Shui Nai suddenly remembered the traitor incident that the elder mentioned at the beginning. I don't think the great elder will blame you. You've suffered enough now. If it's the great elder, he will definitely be able to help you. In fact, the first person Mina thought of was the old wizard. With his great magical powers, it should be possible to save this former human. It can't be saved. The other half of my soul is in the hands of that dark elf. As long as he wants, I will lose myself at any time and even live a life worse than death. I'm afraid I will turn back into the loyal monster just now and help him do all the bad things. I don't want to go on like this. So can I ask you for a favor? Can you kill me? The snake spider beauty said calmly. Chapter 442 Gift. When the rainy day ended, the snake spider beauty, who was once named Yujing, also passed away with the sunshine after the rainy day. In the case of the snake spider beauty, the reason why she was able to regain control of her body now was entirely because the sudden rain affected the shackles imprisoned on her soul, allowing the soul that had been dormant to be unsealed. As a person born in Yunwu town, they are born with a very strange connection with rain. And just now, it was this strange connection that awakened her soul and temporarily lifted the shackles on that soul. It's just that this time is only a short rainy day. When the rainy day is over, it's probably time for her to become a snake spider beauty. Although at this time, Mina immediately contacted Xiaoyu and went to the town to find the elder or the old wizard. But the news they got was that they and the village chief Fal had not returned for several days. Now, there were not many people left in Yunwu town except for a few mages in charge of the water mirror system. In other words, no one could come now. And Yuking only had a dozen minutes of wakefulness on this rainy day. Afterwards, Shui Na tried the skill of the light of life, but found that it had no effect at all. Although the beautiful fox and Yayan knew about this, they had no way to help Shui Na. For now, except for Shui Na, the rest of the people had no chance of killing the snake spider beauty before the rainy day ended. As for Wakabayashi and the others, neither Shui Na nor the beautiful fox thought of asking them to kill such an innocent woman, so they were arranged by Shui Na to go outside to hunt those little monsters. I understand. As Shui Na said this, Yu Qing finally welcomed the last sunshine in her life at the end of the rainy day. Thank you very much, this way, I can go find him. This was Yu Qing's last words. Afterwards, Shui Na and the others seemed to see a translucent figure floating out of the body of the snake spider beauty, overlapping with another figure from the dark altar, and disappearing in the sunny sky. Shui Nai and the others who knew Yu Qing's entire life also knew what she meant by this sentence. The reason why Yu Qing betrayed Yunwu town was entirely because she wanted to resurrect her beloved man, but this resurrection ruined Yu Qing's life. Back then, Yu Qing was driven out by the people of Yunwu town because her lover violated the rules of Yunwu town. Although Yu Qing was not implicated, she planted a seed of resentment in her heart at this time. However, what made this seed take root and sprout was that Yu Qing's beloved man died in a foreign land due to an accident shortly after leaving Yunwu town, and his body could not return to the hometown that raised him. It was all these things that made Yu Qing become a traitor without any hesitation after she learned that she could take revenge on this place that made her hate so much and resurrect her lover. She made a lot of efforts for the dark forces to enter Yunwu town. But in the end, what she got was a ruthless deception and a life worse than death. Yes, this snake spider beauty is actually the ultimate combination of life and death. With the strong body and the soul of the undead, it is combined into the powerful boss now. Not only does it have the power of monsters, the absolute loyalty of the undead, but also the wisdom of humans. If Shui Na and others had not destroyed this dark sky at the beginning, I am afraid they would have been driven away long ago. And just when Yu Qing took her last breath, all the players present received messages from two systems. System: since the snake spider beauty, Yu Qing, did not resist before her death, it was determined to be a suicide, so all players who participated in the action will not be able to gain experience or obtain her corpse materials. System: since the snake spider beauty, Yu Qing, received your help before her death and was finally liberated, you have received the system's mysterious reward and Yu Qing's relics, please cherish them. With the appearance of these two messages, players such as Mina received their own mysterious rewards, a very exquisite gift box. After a burst of white light, Yu Qing's huge corpse slowly shrank in the white light, and finally turned into a low stone tablet, one side of which was engraved with Yu Qing's tomb. On top of the stone tablet, 3 things that should be Yu Qing's remains were quietly placed there, waiting for everyone to take them. Okay, now we also roughly know the secret of this poisonous insect valley, so we have to solve this problem first. After all, if the Dark Elf completes this experiment, I'm afraid Yunwu town will be in big trouble. Shui Na also summarized at this time. Through the previous conversation with Yu Qing before her death, Shui Na and the others already knew about the poisonous insect valley and got Yu Qing's last hint. This must be solved, but the problem of traitors must also be guarded against. But I really didn't expect that among the 7 elders, although 2 have become traitors, this won't work. Dao Yudao also interrupted at this time. Although the biological weapons here put a lot of pressure on Yunwu town, those traitors are even more of a blow to Yunwu town. Once these traitors suddenly become fierce, even Fowl will be stabbed in the back. A traitor from 10 years ago could actually use the psychology of the residents of Yunwu town to easily bring out their dark side. This traitor is not simple. In fact, from the beginning, Shui Nai didn't believe that a person who betrayed 10 years ago could make Yunwu town, which has 7 people with the lowest cultivation level and the level of magicians, like it is now. But if there is an elder level traitor, then this will be much easier to deal with. After all, it is difficult to guard against thieves at home. However, the power of this traitor cannot be underestimated. After all, being able to get help from an elder level figure as a traitor is a powerful performance in itself. This, I have asked Xiaoyu to pay attention to it, but now the elders of Yunwu town are not here, so it seems that there will be some problems for this information to reach them. Shui Nai naturally notified Xiaoyu, who was outside after receiving the news. By the way, what are you going to do with these relics of Yu Qing? At this time, the beautiful fox also saw the 3 things in Shui Nai's hand, and asked curiously. Well, this skill book can be used by Xiao Wen. This is an advanced continuous magic of the ice system, Ice Rain. Shui Nai smiled and handed a skill book to Xiao Wen. He knew that the beautiful fox liked to divide the spoils after the battle. This Ice Rain was the magic created by Yu Qing's lover when he went out to practice, but it was this magic that made him expelled by the tribe and eventually caused the current tragedy. However, Shui Nai did not intend to say this. As the designated recipient of the relics of Yu Qing, he could know the meaning of these 3 items. Continuous magic, is it the same as the fire storm? Xiao Wen asked doubtfully. She had never used continuous magic. To be honest, this kind of magic, it seems that no mage has ever used it in the forum. So far, only Shui Nai has received a fire storm. This shows how rare this kind of magic is. Well, yes, although the power is not as strong as the firestorm, it has a large-scale deceleration effect. Well, if it is a continuous magic, then forget it. This magic is not suitable for me. Let alone the chanting time, just standing still is already very dangerous for me. So you should learn this magic. After Xiaoyan looked at the properties of this magic, he returned the ice rain to Shui Nai without hesitation. This magic is indeed not suitable for me. In fact, the most suitable one for it is Shui Nai. However, Shui Nai has already set his sights on another thing, so he did not choose this first. Let's not talk about this first, let's see what else is below. The beautiful fox took a green bead from Shui Nai's hand at this time. This bead is only the size of a thumb, but it exudes a strong breath of life. Hey, what is this thing, and there is no way to see its properties. The beautiful fox looked at the bead in the palm of his hand with some confusion at this time, and then asked Shui Nai directly. Shui Nai just smiled, and first took out another bead from her backpack, but this one was red. Dragon Ball. The beautiful fox was very much looking forward to this very famous Dragon Ball in Shui Nai's hand. Because so far, no player has been able to reincarnate into a dragon clan. In fact, she had wanted to let the injured little fox reincarnate and try. But later, after she learned from Ye Yan what this Dragon Ball meant to Shui Nai, she didn't think about it anymore. Yes, this thing is the Dragon Ball. After that, Shui Nai told her about getting the Flame Dragon Ball and the Flame Dragon's possession. So, if the player takes this thing, he can get the Dragon Soul in this Dragon Ball. Xiao Mei's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Yes, and I heard that this thing has different effects on players of each profession. If it is a mage, he may get the element bonus and resistance of the system, if it is a warrior, he can get the bonus of the fighting spirit of the system, and if it is a thief, he will get the attribute bonus. Shui Nai didn't hiding, he told all the information he got from the old wizard. So you wanted this before? The beautiful fox immediately remembered this. Yes, because I just got a hint, it was left by Yuking. She said that the bead in her body can resonate with my soul, and said that I may have the power to control the power of this bead. It turned out that Yuking's Dragon Ball was added by the Dark Elf when she synthesized her with other monsters. The purpose is to make this root wood attribute Dragon Ball full of vitality as the life core to support this huge body, to prevent the undead from withering and decaying due to the incompatibility of the undead with this body, and turn this synthetic beast into an undead creature and lose its power. Damn, taking such an important thing for experiment, that guy must be crazy. Dao Yudao saw this bead, he didn't expect that someone would use this thing that is more precious than a treasure to do this ghost experiment. But then again, if it weren't for the heavy rain, I'm afraid that with the strength of Mina and the others, they would not be able to defeat the snake spider beauty in the end. Then even if that Frankenstein took the most precious things for experiments, it would not be their turn to say anything. And in the underground cave just below the dark altar, a dark figure suddenly appeared beside a stone platform, looking at the suddenly broken crystal ball and the escaped thing on the stone platform, his brows could not help but frown tightly. Chapter 443 Mysterious Gift Box. Finally, after a unanimous decision, this wood attributed Dragon Ball still belongs to Mina, to see if he can create the strongest magician. Bubble asterisk, I 1/4 per thousand. Although Xiaomei and the others also wanted to get this beautiful Dragon Ball, this Dragon Ball did not have much use for them. For priests like Xiaomei, if they wanted this Dragon Ball, they would only get a Dragon Soul. Although they didn't know the specific effect of the Dragon Soul, they knew that the bonus effect on wood magic would definitely not work. And this effect is a passive bonus, which is the essence of the Dragon Ball crystal. As for a swordsman like Hyudi, unfortunately, she was already moving towards the goal of specializing in fire-type fighting spirit. Now she was asked to give up her previous efforts and accept a wood-type fighting spirit with low output but faster life recovery. She was not so bold, so she also withdrew. Xiaoyan also withdrew for the same reason. And the injured Xiaohu had no chance. She couldn't practice high-level fighting spirit, and it was even more impossible for her to play the effect of the Dragon Ball. What a pity, the thief basically has no chance to play the ability of this thing. Dao Yudao, the thief, also knew that the Dragon Ball was better in the hands of the thief than in the hands of the warrior. Although this thing cannot check its properties, it has certain abilities. For example, if an injured person holds it, his health will be restored faster. Mina explained the effect of the Dragon Ball in her hand while educating her teammates. So that if they find this kind of treasure in the future, they can get it in their hands as soon as possible. If Mina hadn't reminded that this thing was a Dragon Ball, I'm afraid even the thief would only treat it as a more special decoration. For this kind of treasure that does not show its properties because of its high level, it is impossible to know the origin of these things if you don't get the corresponding task. However, these things will not show their properties, but it does not mean that they have no properties, so as long as you use your own feelings, you can roughly know whether these things are treasures. For example, Mina's previous Dragon Ball of the Flame Dragon, this thing came into Mina's hands because the player did not know the goods, but it was finally discovered by the old wizard. But if it fell into the hands of Mizuna at this level, he would definitely find that the Dragon Ball of the Flame Dragon actually contained an extremely powerful flame aura, and then collect it. However, Mizuna's level at that time was too low, so he did not find this problem, and it was finally taken away by the old wizard. Although it finally returned to Mizuna's hands, the Dragon Ball at this time had been processed by the old wizard and became a prop for the reincarnation of the Dragon People. Otherwise, the Dragon Ball would have become a magic weapon in Mizuna's hand. Dragon Balls are actually the crystal cores of high-level dragons. Ordinary crystal cores cannot be used directly without being processed. However, as one of the most advanced materials in this world, Dragon Balls have some abilities different from low-level crystal cores, that is, they can be equipped directly. For high-level crystal core materials like Dragon Balls, they can be equipped directly in the accessories column without bonuses, or they can be directly embedded in items like gems. However, since the Dragon Ball is an extremely high-grade material, it is unknown whether anyone would do this. However, there is one thing that can be known, that is, Mina, who knows the secret of the Dragon Ball, will never do this. A crystal core that can be equipped directly. The beautiful fox, who has already beaten several crystal cores, is about to try a crystal core of a demon spider. And as Mina said, the crystal core of the goods cannot be equipped at all, but this Dragon Ball with nothing displayed can be equipped in the accessories column. However, even if it is equipped, the effect of the Dragon Ball is not displayed. In the end, the beautiful fox cut herself with a knife and found that her life recovery speed was about 50% faster. So, if you have wood magic at that time, and you hold this thing, won't it also have the effect of adding wood magic? Xiaomei also tried it and asked immediately. It is estimated to be like this, but since I have never tried it before, I dare not be sure. Mina did not dare to say too sure. After all, he only knows this Dragon Ball more than ordinary players, and this is based on the knowledge of the old wizard. He is not sure whether it has this effect on the player. But the old wizard said that the Dragon Ball can be used as a magic weapon. Although he has not tried it, he believes it in his heart. At present, the number of magic weapons of the wizard has not been popularized, because the equipment requirements of magic weapons are relatively high, and you must have a certain degree of strength to equip them. The most popular magic weapon now is the magic ball, but this purely auxiliary magic weapon is not very meaningful. Because the magic power it can provide is not even as good as a bottle of magic recovery potion, and it is only used in the duel field. After putting the 2 Dragon Balls into the deepest part of the backpack, Shui Nai took the third item to everyone at this time. It trademarks not that Shui Nai is stingy and unwilling to let others equip this wood-attributed Dragon Ball, but he is not sure whether the dark elf he will face later has the ability to steal. After all, this Dragon Ball originally belonged to it. Once he finds out that his people are equipped with Dragon Balls, it will be troublesome. And if he can have a pair of eyes that can find the items in his backpack like the old wizard, then Shui Nai and others don't have to hide it. Anyway, it trademarks the same wherever it is. The third item left by Yu Qing is a diary, which records her life over the years and the things that happened during the period before her death. Among them, in the last part of the diary, Yu Qing recorded the list of those who participated in the rebellion. At that time, as long as this diary is handed over to the elders, the traitors who participated in the rebellion can be wiped out. However, since Yu Qing's status in this incident is not high, she did not know what the ultimate goal of the Dark Camp was. Although all the items were distributed this time, Shui Nai got them. However, the crowd did not care or dissatisfaction about this. After all, without Shui Nai, it would not be possible to reach this point, and these items are indeed very suitable for Shui Nai to use. Okay, it's time for everyone to open the mysterious gift box. By the way, it seems that I haven't opened a gift box since the server was opened for a month. Dao Yiyu Dao took out a palm-sized gift box from his backpack and looked at it with some nostalgia. Dao Yiyu Dao's greedy expression immediately changed the atmosphere of everyone. At the beginning, Everyone was somewhat touched by Yuking's death, especially after everyone learned the whole story. They felt even more sorry for Yuking's experience. However, as gamers, they had no way to change the already established plot, and could only watch silently, with a feeling of powerlessness pressing down on everyone's heads. Although the beautiful fox had previously tried to use Yuking's items to divert everyone's attention, it was obviously unsuccessful. And now the expression of Dao Yiyu Dao just achieved this goal. So, everyone began to take out their own mysterious gift boxes. It was also called a mysterious reward, and it also looked like a gift box, but this mysterious reward was a little different from the activities in the first month of the server opening. Because this time's gift box actually has the right to choose. This time's gift box has 3 options, namely main attribute enhancement, equipment acquisition, and special exchange. Among them, in the option of strengthening the main attribute, players can choose random allocation or targeted allocation. Random allocation means that the system randomly adds points to the 4 basic attributes, and only one attribute can be added at a time, and the number of points added is 25 points. And targeted allocation means that the 15 attribute points are allocated by the player himself, and several attributes can be added at the same time. As for equipment acquisition, players can only choose the type of equipment, and then the system will randomly draw an equipment that matches the player's level. Although there is no way to choose, the lowest level of this equipment will be gold, and there is a 20% chance to obtain dark gold equipment. However, this option is not attractive to the people who have basically mastered the equipment library of the Poison Insect Valley. As for the special exchange, you can exchange some materials, skill books, and other things that are close to your level. This option may be very good for other players, but it doesn't mean much to Mina. Materials, he doesn't need these. Skill books, you can get them here if you play. As for other things, he has not found any good things in this option. However, from the exclamations that burst out from time to time in the team chat, it can be found that this option seems to vary from person to person. Damn, disguise, a top quality skill book for high-level thieves. At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao, who was very silent on the side, turned to the last page and found that there was a top quality skill book in the last option. He was originally very depressed by the previous choices, and he immediately shouted, and then chose this disguise without thinking. Disguise? Let me see first. When the beautiful fox heard this, she immediately closed her selection panel, flew over, and snatched it all at once. Disguise is a skill exclusively for thieves, which allows players to use some materials to fabricate and modify a player's appearance and information to a certain extent, so that they can get a new identity to a certain extent, which is convenient for thieves to act. If this skill is used together with the subsequent shape-shifting, the thief can change in 1,000 ways, making it even more unpredictable and hard to guard against. Be gentle, be careful, don't learn it. Dao Yiyu Dao didn't expect that. He was too excited for a moment and was successfully attacked by the fox, and he was a little distressed. However, now the skill book is in her hand. As long as she tries harder, she can directly learn this skill, so now he can only swallow his saliva and speak carefully. This disguise skill is very difficult to get, and I haven't heard of any monsters that can drop this skill book. Basically, there is no other way to get it except inheriting it from NPCs. Just to get something from NPCs, players will not get a goose feather unless they sell their flesh and kidneys. Tisk, what's so rare, I'll give it back to you. The beautiful fox said, and ran to open her gift box, but her words were so sour that people couldn't help laughing. Lao Fan, do you have any flour to bring over? At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao, who had learned the art of disguise quickly, immediately planned to put it into practice. Chapter 444 Alter Teleportation Array. It sounds like the art of disguise is somewhat similar to the human skin mask that Shui Na used before, but the human skin mask cannot escape the detection of the reconnaissance technique, nor can it hide its own information. But now this art of disguise is okay. If you really want to say what it is similar to, it is a combination of a human skin mask and a lurking mask. It can change its appearance like a human skin mask, and it can use false information to deceive the player's reconnaissance technique, thereby concealing its identity. To be honest, if this art of disguise can last longer, it will be perfect. After taking a look at her current appearance in the mirror, Shui Na had to say that Dao Yiyu Dao's makeup skills still need to be improved. Shui Na's current appearance does not need reconnaissance techniques, and anyone with a discerning eye can tell that he has problems. A face that is asymmetrical and full of pits is even more spooky than the ghosts in ghost movies. Anyone who sees it will scream and beat it as a monster. If it weren't for the name displayed on his current attribute panel as Xiaowen, Fan Chen, he would not believe that this is his current identity. Lao Fan, attack me! At this time, Dao Yiyu Dao patted the flower on his hands, ran to the side, and prepared to test the next project. Shui Nai looked at the only bag of flour he was going to use to deal with the thieves and was wasted. He could only say that Dao Yiyu Dao's craftsmanship was too wasteful. A large bag of extra flour was used half, but the effect was only to create a face that was neither human nor ghost. After taking a look at the skill bar, Shui Nai thought about it and used the ice rain technique that he had just learned. Although the ice rain technique is an advanced magic, its damage calculation method is the lowest among all the magics Shui Nai currently has. Originally, there was no such thing, because the calculation method of this continuous magic is different from the magic of firestorm that counts seconds. It counts the number. One drop of ice rain is an attack, but the power of these ice rains is related to the spirit value. For example, the power of each point of ice rain in the current level 1 ice rain is 10% x spirit value plus 5x ice rain level. With Shui Nai's current spirit value of only about 250, it is only 30 points of damage. Although an ice rain can be used for up to 30 seconds, and the number of ice rain during the period will reach tens of thousands, but these 30 points of magic damage are not very useful for ordinary players. And this is just like the countless misses above Dao Yiyu Dao's head. Under the rain of ice crystals, Dao Yiyu Dao just stood in this ice crystal rain very safely. Except for being covered with frost, there was no problem at all, and even his blood did not fall. The ice rain that could not even break the defense was just because its large-scale deceleration effect was relatively it works well. Lao Fan, your magic is too weak. Dao Yiyu Dao was standing in the ice rain with a diameter of several meters. Although it was a bit cold around him, he did not find any damage to his health. It's because your magic defense is too high, and you can't force blood loss. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. If the ice rain spell only used the forced blood loss effect, the ice rain spell with thousands of attacks could kill most players with this alone. Well, fortunately, the monster's magic defense is not too high, otherwise your trick would be useless. Dao Yiyu Dao did not expect that this ice rain spell would be so useless. Magic without lethality is useless even with special effects. By the way, how is the experiment? At this time, the beautiful fox also came to ask. Very successful. The data I modified with the disguise technique will not have any problems even if it is a malicious PK, but the attacker should still be marked as red. Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at his record system. Just now, it was clearly Shui Nai who made the move, but the system showed the name of Xiaowen. This skill is amazing. No, I want to learn it too. At this time, the beautiful fox took out her gift box again, and the gift box flashed and disappeared. What was left was a skill book with disguise technique written on it. You. After seeing this, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately put away his original proud thoughts. After all, he was used as a guinea pig by others, and no one would be happy and proud. Then after the repeated attempts of the two thieves, Shui Nai and the others had a certain understanding of the disguise technique. The effective time of the level 1 disguise technique is 1 hour. As long as the player's disguise measures are not destroyed during this 1 hour, it will not fail except for death. Although the level 1 disguise can only modify the player's name, Dao Yiyu Dao mentioned that the advanced disguise can not only modify the name and gender, but also modify the occupation and other identities, which can make people really change. However, the problem of the appearance effect of the disguise is related to the player's craftsmanship. The effect created by a master of makeup like the beautiful fox is 10 times that of Dao Yiyu Dao. Although it takes a long time, it can be done vividly. If you just look at the appearance, I'm afraid no one will find the problem. After that, the rest of the people also used the mysterious gift box. Like Mina, he directly used the random attribute enhancement effect. Anyway, for him, he can make good use of the 4 basic attributes, so his choice is the most straightforward. And his luck is not bad, directly adding 25 points of spirit value. Yayan and Xiao Mei chose special exchange, exchanged for the contribution value of the Holy Book, and thus obtained several new magic tricks in the Holy Book. Xiaoan chose attribute enhancement like Mina, but she did not choose random enhancement. Instead, she allocated 15 attribute points by herself, and increased all attributes by double digits, paving the way for the future. For mages, if they want to use powerful equipment later, then the strength and agility will become a big chasm, and they must reach a certain level before they can equip it. As for Hudi and the injured little fox, both of them chose passive skill books, one is Fire Fighting Spirit Enhancement, and the other chose Shield Armor Soul. These two passive skills are the best in high-level skill books. For example, Fire Fighting Spirit Enhancement can enhance the effect of Fighting Spirit by 20% when learners use Fire Fighting Spirit. And Shield Armor Soul can increase the effect of defense by 30% when using defensive posture. Although these two skills are not as perverted as easy skills, they are also very suitable for them to use, and these skills are rare. One is strong attack, and the other is solid defense, which has brought out the ability of this group. Okay, everyone has rested, and it's time to go to the next level. At this time, Deo Yudeo saw that everyone had dealt with their own affairs and rested. At this time, everyone was in the strongest state. Desolate Basin, Dark Altar Ruins. Sir, we have thoroughly investigated this basin and there is no other way out. And here, we found a teleportation array, just as Miss Yuking said. At this time, Wakabayashi and his group, who had stayed at the Dark Altar Ruins early in the morning, immediately reported the situation. The ruins of this Dark Altar have been cleaned up by Wakabayashi and his group. Although the altar is still badly damaged, the core position, that is, when Mina and his group destroyed the altar, the snake spider beauty lurked, has not been damaged at all. And there is the teleportation array to enter the next level. According to Yuking, this altar is connected to the cave below this basin, and the activation method is to inject magic directly by the mage. Okay, but we have to have a few people guarding here to prevent any accidents. Mina glanced around the altar. Although the altar of the dead had been cleaned up by Wakabayashi and the others, there were still some skeleton bones and the like left on the ground. However, for those of them who have experienced the land of liches, this little bit of bone has no effect. Finally, after everyone's discussion, Hansen and the injured little fox stayed behind to guard the teleportation array of the ruins. Although Wakabayashi and the others also said that it was enough to leave Hansen, the barrier-free communication ability between players was what Mina and the others wanted most. With the injured little fox here, they can know anything that happens in the teleportation array at the first time. Then, everyone is ready, I'm going to open the teleportation array. Mina, holding the staff, said immediately. Everyone had weapons in hand at this time, and all skills were ready to be used at any time, just waiting for the teleportation to start. Let's go. Mina whispered, and the magic power was directly transmitted from both hands to the explosive magic wand in his hand, and then from this two-handed staff to the teleportation array on the ground. When the teleportation array emitted a strong white light when it was running, the group standing on the teleportation array disappeared in the white light. Chapter 445 Wood Magic. When the white light of the teleportation disappeared, Shui Nai and his group of 11 people had already arrived in a dimly lit cave. Bubble. Disperse. The 4 people of Wakabayashi at the outermost periphery immediately dispersed forward, firmly protecting the people behind them while also allowing everyone to have a space to perform. How is it, can this teleportation array be used? Deo Yudeo asked immediately. Shui Nai, who had just come down, immediately checked whether the teleportation array in the cave could be used. Although Yu Qing said that this teleportation array was bidirectional, for safety reasons, Shui Nai still studied it carefully to ensure that this magic array could be used. It can be used, and it is consistent with the one above. Shui Nai answered immediately. Then let's go. Deo Yudeo immediately took the lead and walked down. Humph, you little reptiles who overestimate your own abilities. In an open space deep in this huge cave, a water mirror floating in the air was reflecting the images of Mina and her group, while a person lurking in the dark looked at them with disdain and walked away. All guards, kill these invaders immediately. After giving this order, the slender black shadow immediately turned around and returned to his original job. Due to the dim light in this place, only 4 huge figures were seen standing still in front of the black shadow. These 4 huge figures were emitting waves of deterrence and the aura halo representing the boss. 2 gold and 2 red, if Mina and the others came here, I am afraid they would be shocked as soon as they saw these huge figures. Because there are 2 giant shadows here, which are about the same size as the snake spider beauty. The people who came out of the teleportation array immediately set out from the teleportation array according to the battle formation and walked towards the deepest part of the cave. From the player's map, Shui Nai and the others learned that this teleportation array was the entrance to this map, located in the farthest corner of this map. Damn, do the guys in the dark camp like darkness so much? I really don't understand why there are players who like this style. Dao Yudao was hit by a stone on the road again because he didn't look at the road, and he was in so much pain that he even cried. You'd better be careful. The terrain here is very dangerous. It seems that fighting here is not good for thieves. Shui Nai took advantage of the light of the fireball on the staff and took a serious look at the surrounding environment. This cave here is obviously not repaired, and the sharp stones on the ground show that no one has cleaned it here. Sharp stalagmites are like the fangs of wild beasts, scattered around this cave. The terrain here is narrow, and the rocks on the side are also angular, so it is basically impossible to run here. Be careful, something is approaching the corner ahead. Ruo Lin, who was walking in the front, immediately sent an alarm to remind everyone to be careful. Hearing this, Shui Nai and the others immediately gathered their formation and protected several mages tightly in the back. Shui Nai and Xiao Wen added wind coats and ice crystal armor to Ruo Lin and his group who were guarding in front, improving their defensive capabilities. Yayan and Xiao Mei were responsible for adding defensive magic and combat enhancement magic respectively, which once again brought Ruo Lin and his group's combat and defensive capabilities to the extreme. After that, Shui Nai's ice rain technique also began to prepare at this time. Ruo Lin, what is coming, can you hear it? Dao Yudao was taking on the role of a warrior at this time, so he was closer to Ruo Lin and the others. Now Dao Yudao was holding a stone spear in one hand and an ice shield in the other, and he was wearing ice crystal armor, which made him look like a real warrior. In addition to his agility and over 100 strength points, if he didn't have the skills of a warrior, he would have pretended to be a real warrior. It should be spiders and snakes again. Wakabayashi smiled bitterly. In this narrow environment, dealing with spiders and poisonous snakes is not a good idea. I guess, the ones coming this time must be magic spiders and rock snakes, but I don't know if those elite magic spiders and rock snakes will it cast magic? If it can, then we will be in big trouble. It is not a good idea to face the baptism of magic in this environment. Is it coming? At this moment, under the brilliance of magic, two huge long legs stretched out from a corner not far away, followed by two huge fangs and a spider head covered with green lines. Seeing this group of people, they immediately knew that this was a wood-attributed magic spider, but it was just an ordinary half-magic beast magic spider, and it was a magic spider boss, so they had to test it. Damn, you got it right. The beautiful fox immediately raised the crossbow and shot wildly at its head that had just come out. Ding ding ding. After hearing a burst of metal collisions, all the crossbow arrows that hit the target of the beautiful fox were bounced back. Fuck, it's a real thing. Just as the beautiful fox attacked, Shui Nai released the ice rain that she had prepared long ago. However, when he saw the crossbow arrows that were rebounded, he knew in his heart that his magic was no longer effective. Using this ice rain to fight the monster boss is simply uncomfortable. Countless ice rains covered the space in this passage, but only exploded countless misses on the spider boss, and even the forced blood deduction effect could not be triggered. Ruo Lin, do it. When Shui Nai saw that her magic had no effect, she immediately asked Ruo Lin, who was guarding in front, to attack. In this narrow space, Shui Nai dared not use explosive bombs, and here, only Xiao Wen's ice arrow rain had a greater lethality, but her power as a mage was very limited. And Yayan and Xiao Mei and others did not have much combat power against this kind of monster. Understood. When Wakabayashi saw Mizuna pull out the magic cannon, he immediately knew what his master was thinking. A stone spear and a bow and arrow easily pinned the wood-attributed magic spider in the corner, leaving it no way to turn around. At this time, Xiaowen's ice arrow rain and Xiao Mei's holy light hammer also passed by. However, the magic spider boss, who has extremely high magic defense capabilities, basically did not cause much damage to it with these magic attacks. Everyone retreat first, be careful of the wood magic on the ground. At this time, Shui Nai saw that Dao Yudao was going to rush over, and immediately reminded him. Wood magic, like earth magic, has the effect of coming out directly from the ground, making it hard to defend. In addition, wood magic itself has the characteristic of entanglement. Once entangled, it is not so easy to get out. And just as Shui Nai expected, the injured demon spider immediately launched a magic counterattack. I saw a group of green light balls suddenly appear beside it, and then these light balls quickly drilled into the ground in the next moment. For a while, green vines emerged from the ground and began to entangle the closest creatures. However, these thumb-sized vines did not affect Ruo Lin and others in the front. Ruo Lin and others struggled directly, and the vines on their bodies flew away like fragments. On the contrary, although Dao Yiyu Dao had a higher strength value, he had no sharp weapon in his hand, and he could not break free in a short time. He was soon tied up like a dumpling by those vines. Damn it! In the end, it was Mina who instantly cast a wall of fire, burning the vines to ashes. Don't underestimate these low-level magics. Although the wood-type vines have no lethality, they are very difficult to deal with. As the only primary magic without lethality, this vine naturally has its perverted features, and it is also the best thing to cooperate with other players. These vines have a certain amount of health, and the higher the level of vine magic, the thicker the health and the stronger the ability to resist attacks. Vine magic not only has the effect of imprisoning the enemy, but also can limit the casting of some close-range skills to a certain extent. When PK, it often makes the players who are hit lose their combat effectiveness, but these vines are very afraid of fire. Once they touch fire, their health will drop rapidly. Hey, this move? Damn, it's healing. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had just come down from the vines, immediately found that the demon spider boss was glowing green, and under this green light, the injuries it had suffered were slowly recovering. However, there was no way to take out the things inserted in its body through this magic, and it still had no way to change its fate. This is an intermediate wood magic, life absorption, which can absorb the life energy of the surrounding plants and restore its own health. Shuai saw that the vines around it were withering rapidly, and immediately knew this magic. What is the advanced wood magic, do you know? Dao Yiyu Dao, who had already retreated at this time, immediately asked. Poisonous thorns. A poisonous thorn emerges from the ground and attacks the enemy. It can attack the enemy multiple times, and the attacks are poisonous. Although the attack power is not strong, it is very disgusting. Shuai said immediately, for these magics, since he learned that the spider boss could use these magics, he had specially gone to learn them. Is it this one? Damn, it seems to be a brother to the tentacles. Dao Yiyu Dao pointed to a thorny thorn not far in front of him and threw a flame wall from a distance. The flame wall burned it and made it swing wildly, but the people who were far away from its attack range only saw the poisonous thorns constantly slapping the surrounding space. It doesn't seem to be very strong. Dao Yiyu Dao glanced at the wood ash on the ground and said in confusion. If it's a player who takes action, you will know what the trouble is. First summon vines, then a poisonous thorn, and you can play with people to the point of life and death. Shuai had seen the battle videos of those wood magic masters, and knew that once this wood magic was really used, it would be very disgusting. Ruo Lin, get out of the way. Shuai aimed the fully charged magic cannon in his hand directly at the spider boss, ready to fire at any time. With the magic cannon, in this narrow environment, it is Mina's forte. These spider bosses were born here, and their fate has long been determined. Chapter 446, Probe. After picking up the three things that the Aoki spider boss exploded from the ground, Mina and his group distributed the spoils while moving forward. This Aoki spider exploded a 40level golden elemental wizard staff, the Qing Guangwood staff. The effect of this staff is very good. It not only adds 350 points of magic damage, but also adds 20 points of spirit value. It also has two good special effects, one is a passive state, and the other is an active skill. Status: Aoki Guardian, passive. The owner will be protected by the wood element, the life recovery speed will increase by 50%, and the poison resistance will increase by 30 points. Equipment skill: Vine Entanglement, active. Every 20 minutes, a vine with a constant life value of 1500 points can be summoned to bind the opponent. A vine with 1500 HP is about the effect of a vine spell at level 20. Although it is a little weak against monsters of dozens of levels, it is still a good choice. If the vine appears in the right position, it can completely block the attack method of a boss, and the boss who loses the main attack method will lose the means to untie the restraints. Xiao Wen, do you want this? Mina handed the green light wooden staff to Xiao Wen. This staff is more suitable for Xiao Wen. Okay. Xiao Wen did not act pretentiously, and took it happily and replaced his own staff that no longer matched his level. That poisonous thorn, you don't want to learn it. At this time, the beautiful fox walking with the magician asked a little strangely. According to Mina's style in the past, he should learn this new magic as soon as he got it. Don't learn it for now. This magic can only be used in conjunction with the vine spell. Besides, this magic will not attack the caster, and other creatures will be attacked indiscriminately as long as they approach. In this environment, learning it will only add trouble. Shui Na explained. In fact, the most important thing is that the wood and earth magics have a very long chanting time, and Shui Na is used to the instant life. For this kind of magic that takes time to chant, it is still felt that it should not be used on the battlefield. After all, the companions around him have long been accustomed to his instant magic, and a small mistake may affect the operation of a team. Be careful, something is approaching underground. Ruolin suddenly shouted in front of this passage. Yayan. Shui Na heard this and called out to Yayan. I understand. I saw that a holy light appeared on the staffs of Yayan and Xiaomei at the same time, and in these two light groups, there was a golden luster, which was the petrification elimination technique they had just learned. Just right for dealing with these rock snakes coming from underground. Although Xiaomei's petrification elimination technique cannot maintain long-term effective protection like Yayan, it can still be used to remove petrification. When a creature suspected to be a petrified rock snake appeared in the middle of this team, everyone attacked at the first time. However, except for the magic of Shui Nai and Xiao Wen, the crossbow attacks of other players such as Hu Dai, Mei Li Hu and Dao Yiyu Dao were all of little benefit. Damn, it's a real thing again. Looking at the crossbow that was bounced back, Dao Yiyu Dao was once again shrouded in powerlessness. However, due to Ruolin and others' early action, no major problems occurred. It's just that when firing the magic cannon, the angle must be adjusted to avoid accidental killing. When the group made the petrified rock snake disappear, Shui Nai and others once again obtained a rock essence, a high-level passive skill book rock skin and a low-level skill book stone arrow. Since Mina had already taken the rock snake essence twice, this time, the beautiful fox made the first choice. Afterwards, the beautiful fox asked for a rock essence for the injured little fox, and Dao Yiyu Dao asked for rock skin. In fact, the beautiful fox wanted to fight for this skill book for Hudi, but since Dao Yiyu Dao spoke up, she had to fight for it later. On the way afterwards, Mina and his friends encountered several boss-level magic spiders and petrified rock snakes. Although they were all safe and sound, and the harvest was good, this was when facing an odd number of bosses. When they went deeper into the cave, as the space of the cave expanded, the probability of several bosses appearing at the same time was also increasing. Finally, when facing 3 bosses at the same time, something happened to Wakabayashi and his people. This time, the explosive demon spider, the frost demon spider and a petrified rock snake were dispatched at the same time. Although Ruolin and his team fought desperately to solve the frost demon spider, Lan, who was the weakest and affected by the freezing, was hit by a flaming bomb of the explosive flame demon spider. When Lan was blown away, coupled with the harsh terrain around him. When he retreated to the back, his body was already bleeding, and one of his hands was half crippled by the explosion, with bones exposed. If it weren't for Shui Na's ring of life, I'm afraid it would be a problem whether Lan could draw the bow again. Retreat, let's go back upstairs to rest before coming down, this time the espionage operation is almost over. Shui Na's life light has been used up, and Yayan and Xiao Mei's holy light healing magic has little effect on the serious injuries of NPCs, so he dare not let Ruolin and his team take risks again. In addition, they didn't think about clearing this cave in the first time at the beginning. Although Yu Qing said that the Dark Elf's experiment is almost coming to an end, if they rush in rashly, I'm afraid it will only be more harm than good. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Shui Nai didn't want to face the final boss of the poisonous insect valley with a lost army. Ruolin and his team were responsible for the rear, and Shui Nai and his team quickly rushed to the teleportation array, leaving only Dao Yiyu Dao behind as a communicator. Ruolin, you can go. When Shui Nai and his team were about to reach the teleportation array, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately reminded Ruolin and his team not to provoke a fight. Although Ruolin and his team's combat power was very high, the boss's death-free effect made Ruolin and his team eat them to death. Ruolin first used a stone spear to nail the petrified rock snake to the wall of the cave, and then after dodging 2 explosive bombs, he immediately ran back with his brothers. After returning to the ground, Shui Nai and his team walked towards the poisonous snake basin while reviewing the previous battle. The light problem, I think we should bring more lighting tools next time we go down. This time we suffered because we could not understand the number and situation of the enemy. Although there was Wakabayashi's reminder, Wakabayashi and others only knew when there was a problem each time, but could not accurately predict the number and situation. Dao Yiyu Dao said his own problem. Although the magic of Shui Nai and Yayan and other mages can provide light, these lights are unstable. They often change due to movement problems, which seriously affects their vision. Okay, I'll ask Uncle Wu Yang to see if he has any good things to recommend. Shui Nai immediately thought of Wu Yang's grocery store, which is known for its unique variety. Now Wu Yang has slowly grown from a grocery store, and it has become more and more subdivided. Not only does he have his own pharmacy, equipment store, but also his own small auction house. As he becomes more and more detailed, his grocery store has more and more goods to choose from. Since the unscrupulous profiteer became big, in order to get some novel things to honor Uncle Chin and get some new technology from Uncle Chin, he started bartering early and got a lot of strange items from players. Although he didn't get many top-quality things, he collected a lot of props with different functions. Some of them were cracked by Uncle Chin, and the first beneficiary was naturally the unscrupulous profiteer. From Chin, he got a lot of craft design drawings. Although these crafts are good and bad, they are fatally attractive to those life skill players. Everyone says that life skills are difficult to practice, which is mainly because most players can't get various design drawings. And the result of practicing and practicing is those things, naturally there are more and more counterfeit goods, and the selling price is getting lower and lower. In the end, many players even lose the cost of materials. Without income, there is naturally no motivation. But the unscrupulous profiteer is different. As long as he has something new, he can often come up with a complete design drawing the next day. With the blueprints, life skill players naturally have a new way out. And it is precisely the momentum of the unscrupulous profiteer's unlimited supply of blueprints that has allowed him to have a group of outstanding and loyal life skill players. In addition, the unscrupulous profiteer, the boss, has a lot of subordinates really have nothing to choose from. As long as the materials and funds are reasonable, they are in almost unlimited supply, and there are also salaries to pay. As a result, his subordinates are completely centered on him as the boss, and they would never change jobs. However, the unscrupulous profiteers have no way to deal with scum like spies. They can only use various means to separate these scum from their team to ensure the purity of their team. Now, Mina knows that he plans to set up a chamber of commerce. First, in the form of a small guild, he will connect his players, customers, and other life skill players, intending to use this to stabilize the prices in a region and coordinate the conflicts of interest between the same industry. However, the pressure is also huge. After all, for this huge cake, many large organizations hope to share a part, and naturally they will use various means to squeeze the new organization of unscrupulous profiteers. After returning to the venomous snake basin, after leaving Wakabayashi and others to rest in the cave, Mina and others began to fight venomous snakes and spiders in the spider basin. Seeing that no less than half of the spiders in the basin were missing, they knew that they didn't have much time left to control the poisonous insect valley. From Yu Ying Qingshan's report at the beginning, they also learned that someone had been attacking the poisonous insect valley today. Through Yu Ying Qingshan's description, Shui Nai and the others knew the approximate professions of the team today. Elemental summoners who can summon elemental creatures, hunters who can recruit wild beasts to fight for them, and berserkers who are similar to swordsmen but have higher lethality and speed. These three emerging professions have been the objects of competition for large guilds and organizations so far. Damn, so it's the Dark Dragon guys. According to Yu Ying Qingshan's introduction, Dao Yiyu Dao immediately knew that this was the emblem of the Dark Dragon Guild. However, the strange thing is that this time, there were only people from the Dark Dragon Guild, and no one from the Sahaitang was seen. Chapter 447 Return. After coming out of the game, Mina couldn't help but think that her current level was only one step away from level 50. Although she had killed dozens of bosses in the past few days, Wakabayashi intervened and had to share the experience equally, which greatly reduced the experience she received. Mina now understood why the people in those big guilds were so keen on clearing the field. For a big guild with such a huge base of people, it is basically impossible for all members to improve without occupying a few experience treasures. However, in this game, the death rate of players is also a little higher. There have been several times when players from the same organization on the leaderboard often experience collective demotions, which is what players call a group wipe. In this game, equipment is relatively easy to get, but experience is getting harder and harder. As the level increases, players have to open new maps. In these new maps, equipment alone is not enough, and those without any technical content are often the first to be eliminated. As for Mina, once he reaches level 50, it means that he has entered the bottom of the player level ranking list. This ranking list is a proof of strength, although his name is destined not to appear here. This player level ranking list is different from the human level ranking list. Its target is the highest level players in the entire game world. This ranking list has quietly appeared in the player ranking list since the Undead Empire declared war on the human empire. The purpose of the game system publishing this ranking list is naturally to allow people from the two camps to have a mutual understanding, and at the same time, it also increases the difficulty of the two camps in confronting each other. Now, all players who appear on this ranking list will be fully investigated by major forces. Whether it is for the enemy or their own people, all major forces hope to know themselves and the enemy, and maximize their benefits in future encounters. Looking at the electronic calendar on the bedside, it will be Mid-Autumn Festival in a few days. Although the meaning of these festivals has faded now, the older generation is paying more and more attention to it. After this morning's class, the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday will begin tomorrow, and Shui Na has already made an appointment with his grandfather to stay for a few days. Looking at the course schedule posted on the headboard, Shui Na's freshman classes are all scheduled in the morning, and the free time in the afternoon is at the students' disposal. This arrangement of the college not only allows students to have a more efficient use of time, but also allows students to have more time to manage. Shui Na thought about it and felt that he could use the afternoon time to go back to his hometown to clean up. Anyway, with the current level of traffic development, it only takes half an hour to go back and forth between the two places. Just as Shui Na was about to clean up the bedroom so that it would be convenient to leave after school, the phone on his desk rang. "Hello, Tai Feng, what's up?" Although the two rarely communicated, their feelings would slowly settle in this situation. "You shouldn't have classes in the afternoon." "No." "Then do you plan to go back and lie down? Let's find a few friends to have a small party." "When?" Shui Na asked. He knew that Tai Feng would not use the time of the night to fight in the game world, and this party was obviously a temporary uprising, so the time would not be today. "Tomorrow morning. At my hotel, just come then." Tai Feng saw Shui Na's tone and immediately knew that he was interested. Although this would delay him for a day, it was in his available time, and at most he could just call his grandfather. So they happily made an appointment and went back together after school. When the bell rang in the morning, Shui Na immediately followed the crowd to the square at the school gate. Although tomorrow is the long Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, most of the freshmen plan to use today's time to go home for the holiday, and most people hope to use the lunch time at noon to avoid the traffic rush hour, so this makes the school gate, which is not usually crowded all of a sudden. Among them, most of the students here were waiting for the bus. Mina, carrying a grey backpack, stood quietly by the small lake at the school gate, waiting for Tai Feng to arrive. Nowadays, urban people emphasize rhythm and efficiency, so most of the students waiting for people to pick them up in this square soon left. "Mina. Long time no see." At this time, Mina, who was thinking about something under the tree, suddenly heard a crisp and gentle voice, and this voice was very familiar to him, and he couldn't help but look up. "Well, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, Xiaoyu." It seems that Xiaoyu came slowly from the direction of the girls' dormitory area, and Mina didn't know how to talk to her. Saying that we haven't seen each other for a long time is a bit problematic. After all, in the game, they are in the same town, and the last meeting was only more than 10 hours ago. But if it is said that in the real world, they haven't seen each other for several months. Since Mina and Xiaoyu are both freshmen of the same class, the class time is the same, and their respective teaching areas are also far apart. In addition, Mina usually stays in the library or works on her professional machinery in the dormitory, so they have never met. To be honest, it seems that today is the first time we meet on this campus. Xiaoyu gently pushed the hair on her forehead behind her ears, revealing bright and clear eyes. "Yes, but I have heard a lot about your name." Mina glanced at Xiaoyu, who was wearing a goose yellow dress, which was very different from the characters in the game who often dressed in cyan costumes. "Then I wonder, what is your name?" Xiaoyu wanted to hear what Mina said about herself. Mina first leaned towards the tree trunk, leaving a large area of shade so that Xiaoyu could avoid the autumn heat in the sky. "This, such as class flower, student union newcomer flower, etc." Saying this in front of a girl made Mina a little embarrassed, but it must be said that Xiaoyu did have the capital. Although everyone has different aesthetics, most people like to follow those authorities, so there are things like the authoritative certification top 10 beauties list. And now Xiaoyu is on this so-called beauty list, and this beauty list is the kind that does not distinguish between rankings, but only focuses on popularity. So it's this, I thought it was another daimyo. Xiaoyu blushed, but felt a little disappointed. By the way, are you waiting for someone? Are you going back? Mina saw that the atmosphere was a bit heavy at this time, so she found a topic to ask. Yet. Xiaoyu did not elaborate, but just responded softly. Just when Mina didn't know what to say, a floating car stopped in front of the two, but this was not the car Mina was waiting for. Hey, Xiaoyu, are you waiting for a car? How about I give you a ride? At this time, the window of the floating car automatically lowered, revealing a head. Mina glanced at the young man. He was a very fashionable man, but Mina didn't like his eyes. Because these eyes showed greed when they saw Xiaoyu's beautiful body. No, I have an appointment. When Xiaoyu saw the car coming, she immediately put away her smile and her expression became a little cold again, as if she wanted to keep people away from her. The boy who had clearly seen the faint and gentle smile on Xiaoyu's face just now, after seeing her usual expression again, a trace of meaningless haze flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly covered up by him. Haha. Then I won't bother you. I wish you a happy holiday. The boy who was driving said in a sincere tone. Thank you. Xiaoyu was not moved by it. She just replied indifferently and didn't say anything more, and didn't even plan to give him a blessing. See you later. Looking at the boy who ran away in embarrassment, she suddenly felt a little happy. Your classmate? Mina looked at Xiaoyu's relaxed white face and couldn't help but admire her skill in changing her face. No, just a very annoying person. At this time, Xiaoyu saw Mina looking at her face and couldn't help but lower her head. However, Mina's next sentence made Xiaoyu know that she had misunderstood. It seems that you are tired of pretending. Mina knew that Xiaoyu's heart was not so cold, but because of the frequent harassment from those crazy bees and butterflies in the past, she had to arm herself with icebergs to reduce the harassment from those guys. Yes. But there is no way, otherwise, these flies will not give up. Xiaoyu, with a hot face, said in a low voice. Sorry, I kept you waiting. After Xiaoyu changed her expression 3 times and refused the ride 3 times, Taifeng's car finally came at this time. You guys? Shui Na asked in confusion, and looked at Xiaoyu beside her with doubts in her eyes. Can't I wait for Taifeng here like you? Xiaoyu looked at Shui Na cunningly, and rolled her eyes at Shui Na, and quickly got into the car. In fact, she was a little guilty now, after all, she had just kept it a secret from him. Sit in the back, I know you probably didn't have lunch. So I bought some cakes just now and almost missed the time. Taifeng, who arranged the 2 of them in the back seat, immediately took out a few bags of freshly baked bread and cakes from the passenger seat. You even prepared this? Shui Na looked at Taifeng, and her heart couldn't help but warm. As a person who has always been taciturn, Shui Na seldom eats with others, and as a friend for many years, Taifeng also understands his character very well. And this is why he chose to go back at this time, just to let him have a companion for dinner. I feel this is quite interesting. Xiaoyu obviously knew this situation, so she was not polite. Anyway, the people here are all old classmates, and she has nothing to be reserved about. She directly asked for a cake and prepared to take care of her hungry stomach. Chapter 448 Cousin. The 3 of them let the car enter automatic navigation while eating cakes and chatting, and the topic of the 3 people began to transition from the fun of campus life to the most popular game world now. By the way, Xiaoyu, I heard that you have offended the people at the headquarters of Sahaitang during this period. Do you want someone from our class to go over and help? At this time, Taifeng saw that the time was almost right, so he asked Xiaoyu. With the foundation of their side now, it is not impossible to fight against Sahaitang, which has not completed the merger. For the large guilds with tens of thousands of people in the previous life, if they want to be reborn in the new game, they must break up into small pieces and bypass the number limit of the early guilds. This kind of guilds, with the previous core as the team, slowly merge in the form of small guilds. Although this may disperse resources, it is the most vital. Because in the process of development of these small guilds of the same organization, they can often absorb more new talents, and at the same time, multi-line development can easily make full use of surrounding resources and reduce unnecessary waste. However, this development model has a big problem, that is, merger. If you want to merge the personnel of the subordinate small guilds, there will often be many problems. No one is willing to be someone's subordinate for a lifetime, and no one is willing to give up the power they have worked hard to manage and strive for, so at this time of merger, the most common thing is separation and independence. And these independent small guilds, if they can withstand the hardships, can often develop into a new guild and have an equal dialogue with the old guild. Therefore, when these big guilds have not completed the merger, a fatal blow can often put these big guilds into an irreparable situation. For example, like the current Sahatang, this guild was said to have more than 100,000 registered members in the previous life. And now, if the boss of the Sahatang headquarters is killed or the guild is destroyed, then there will be many problems for the headquarters to regain the previous members. In a word, the dignity of the big guild cannot be challenged, and once it is successfully challenged, it is the time for the guild to decline. That's why Tai Feng said just now. With their current strength in the Orc Empire, they can definitely fight with the Sahatang, which has not yet grown up. After all, a guild that absorbs a large number of people is often a mixture of good and bad people. If you want to get up as a whole, it is impossible without a lot of time and energy. No need. Xiaoyu didn't say much and directly refused. Hehe, you're still the same. Forget it, your strength won't be too bad anyway. Tai Feng just shrugged and ignored it after hearing this. By the way, Xiaoyu, have you ever thought about why the big guilds in this game seem to have changed their presidents this time? Like Shenlong, Yahuang, these guys don't seem to be the same as they were in the previous life, it feels very weird. Tai Feng found a topic again. I don't know, anyway, it seems like this, maybe they want to train a successor. Xiaoyu didn't think much about it, just replied casually. Shui Na, we have talked so much, are you interested in playing with us, or I will take you? Anyway, I found a very hidden leveling field over there, I guarantee that you can quickly reach level 50, now most of our class has gone there. Tai Feng suddenly invited Shui Nai at this time, and he had always thought that Shui Nai had not played the game. It seems that the two of them are so warm and Shui Nai was embarrassed to interrupt them at first, so he was listening to them just now. What he thought about the most was naturally the relationship between the two of them. In normal times, although Tai Feng and Xiaoyu can talk a few words, they are not as familiar as they are now, as if the two of them deliberately hide their relationship when there are outsiders. Let's talk about it later. Shui Nai instinctively planned to keep it a secret. This may be because the lie has been told, and he instinctively chose to escape again. At first, he didn't tell Tai Feng because he didn't want to implicate him, but now, he didn't know how to face him, so he chose to escape. That's a pity. By the way, is the guild in our class still the same as before? At this time, Xiaoyu glanced at Shui Nai who was somewhat evasive, and suddenly interrupted Tai Feng's speech. Yes, basically, apart from those people in our high school, the rest are those young men who admire you. In fact, I am under a lot of pressure for this. After all, our guild will have problems sooner or later without you as a spiritual pillar. Tai Feng also wanted Shui Nai to know more, so he spoke in more detail. It's none of my business. If those people are still there, I will never go back. Xiaoyu responded directly. This is a bit difficult. Although I brought those people in, they are not people I can manipulate. After all, their backgrounds are much more famous than mine. I don't care, that's your business. Xiaoyu didn't listen and insisted on her own ideas. Okay, I surrender to you. It's really troublesome to be your cousin. Humph. Xiaoyu snorted directly, ignored it, and had a temper like a young lady. Cousin. At this time, Shui Nai, who had repeated Tai Feng's words several times, immediately looked at the two in surprise, and almost spit out the coffee she had just taken. Hehe, you didn't expect it. Tai Feng turned back from the driver's seat proudly at this time, and looked at Shui Nai's surprised expression with interest. Then why? Shui Nai asked in confusion, because no one in the class knew about their relationship. Well, you also know that the relationship on my side is a bit complicated, and the situation on Xiaoyu's side is also a bit complicated, so our families can only do this for now. I don't know why Tai Feng told Shui Nai about this. Xiaoyu didn't say anything at this time, just sat quietly aside, looking at the scenery outside the car window. Shui Nai knew the situation on Tai Feng's side. As a former underworld family, although Tai Feng's side is no longer in contact with this, that layer of relationship is not so easy to get rid of, and this is also the reason why Tai Feng almost entered the underworld before. As for Xiaoyu, he only knew that she seemed to be very rich, and she must be a powerful person. Otherwise, she would have to bring a few bodyguards when traveling, which is not something that ordinary rich people would do. However, he didn't understand why no one knew about Xiaoyu's identity. According to what he learned from other classmates, Xiaoyu's family was still rich, but not to this extent. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt that the more he thought about it, the more confused he was. By the way, Shuinai, do you have something to do when you go home? If you have nothing to do, come to my house. I just ordered a virtual fighting system a few days ago, and I plan to ask you to teach me the martial arts you know. Well, I'm afraid that won't work. I haven't been back for a few months. I have to clean everything up, otherwise I won't have a place to sleep at night. Mina thought about it and decided that it would be better to solve the problem at home first. As for teaching him martial arts, Mina didn't believe Tai Feng's words. Maybe when he got there, he might just give him a helmet and let him enter the game, which would be troublesome. Looking at Tai Feng's disappointed expression, Mina was relieved. I can't tell him now, I have to wait. Mina thought to herself. I haven't been back for a few months. No place to sleep. Xiaoyu, who heard this, looked at Mina strangely, then looked at Tai Feng, with questions in her eyes. After returning home, Mina immediately started cleaning. Hey! It seems that I have to buy a cleaning robot. Cleaning like this is too tiring. Wipe the sweat off his head, Mina looked around at the somewhat empty but familiar home, and felt a little happy. Although his grandfather had said that he hoped he would rent it out so that he wouldn't have to come back to clean it. But Mina never agreed, just to make this place his home forever. After taking a cold shower, Mina had to prepare for dinner. He looked at his wallet. During this period of time, with the income from the game and some work-study activities at school, he is now a little wealthy. Let's go out for a meal, so that we don't have to wash those kitchen utensils. After the cleansing just now, Shuinai doesn't want to clean again. Shuinai, wearing a game helmet, appeared in the game world on time again. Just as Shuinai was waiting for everyone to go online, two voices sounded in the underground cave in the deepest part of the poisonous insect valley. My lord, the seven-colored magic spider has been debugged, but because its power is too strong, I am afraid that I may not be able to control it, so I destroyed its intelligence. If the seven-colored magic spider is not controlled by someone now, I am afraid it will. A darkness said respectfully in front of a water mirror. I understand, then you bring your baby now and come to help us. Now we are under too much pressure. After all, this is not our home court, and it is too ugly to fight. But, my lord, the other monsters are only one step away. When they attack at the same time, let alone Yunmu town, even if the army of the human empire comes, we will have a fighting force. Then how long will it take you? 5 days, just cultivate for another 5 days, and then debug, they can fight. 5 days, but unfortunately we don't trademark T have 5 days. Now the Lich Master has been entangled by the stinking stone Yangzhen. Our undead army has also been caught up by the church branch of the elemental city, and now our strength has been greatly weakened. And now, I don't trademark T know where they borrowed a sage trademark S book from. If this continues, we will definitely lose. We must rely on our own strength to snatch that thing, otherwise we will die. But, sir. Buts, I only give you half an hour, you get ready and come to assist us, otherwise wait to help us collect the bodies. Sir, I will set up this place right away, and then I will meet you. The darkness said painfully, looking at the 4 huge black shadows in front of him, feeling reluctant. I will be back, you have to wait for me. Just as the shadow gave the following instructions, a huge 7-colored magic spider suddenly appeared in front of the shadow and took him into its mouth. Afterwards, a strong green light appeared, and the huge creature called the 7-colored magic spider disappeared in the green light, leaving only 3 huge experimental subjects emitting a unique light. Chapter 449 Magic Shadow. The 7-colored magic spider used instant teleportation directly from the underground cave and arrived outside the Yunmu mountain area in an instant. In a hidden forest in the Yunmu mountain area, a group of NPCs and players from the dark camp were watching the 7-colored magic spider that fell from the sky with the breath and aura of a golden boss. This huge and powerful creature that suddenly appeared immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone was talking about it for a while. Lance Fa, it seems you succeeded. A dark thief wearing black clothes and 2 daggers as black as the night sky on his waist immediately looked at the colorful spider with admiration. Master Moying. The man called Lance Fa, after coming down from the mouth of the colorful spider, immediately took off his hood respectfully and bowed his head to salute the thief who spoke. After taking off his hood, Lansfa immediately revealed his pointed ears, but the color of his hair on his head was not black, which represented darkness, but green, which represented life. This also showed that he was a forest elf who turned to darkness, not an original dark elf. No need to be polite. If the situation had not changed, I would not have the heart to call you out. Moying waved his hand casually, signaling everyone to be quiet. And as Moying waved his hand, Lansfa, who always had sharp eyes, immediately discovered the burnt scars on Moying's palm. Master Moying, your hands. As a thief, their hands are everything to them. No thief would not protect their hands desperately. But now with the strength of this Moying, his hands were still injured by someone, then. It's okay, I was tricked by that elder. If I know who gave the Book of Thunder to that old man, I will definitely tear him into pieces. When Moying thought that his hands were almost destroyed by the forbidden spell level thunder magic, he immediately felt angry. Thunder, isn't that elder a water mage? How can he use the Book of Thunder? Lansfa immediately thought of the problem. A water mage who specializes in water magic elemental mages cannot use the sage books of other mages. Elemental Heart. Have you forgotten? Your 7-colored magic spider also has an elemental heart. Moying immediately reminded him that mages with elemental hearts would not be subject to these restrictions. This is impossible. How could the elemental heart be in this stubborn old man? He is a well-known old man who wants to promote water magic. How could it be possible? In the information in Lansfa, he did not receive any information that the elder of Yunwu town has an elemental heart. Maybe he is just an expert in mines. With his hundreds of years of life, he should have had some adventures outside. But this is no longer something we need to consider. Now that we have the 7-colored magic spider, we can withstand the pressure from those aliens. Moying and his group, who have been suppressed by the power of Yunwu town and the players, have long been exhausted. Although Moying and his team also have some players from the Dark Camp, in this situation where there are no supplies and no resurrection points available, even the players have to face the situation of fewer and fewer people. And this is also the reason why Moying and his team can't resist. Without the Dark Camp players to fight against the Holy Light Camp players, they basically can't split themselves to resist the high-end combat power of Yunwu town. Maybe the combat power of the players is far from being the opponent of these high-level NPCs, but if the players want to make trouble, then even these high-level NPCs will have a headache. However, the most regrettable thing is that your plan for the Poisonous Insect Valley seems to have failed, otherwise, Yunwu town would not have sent out so many people now. Moying also blamed his capable subordinate. However, as his old friend for many years, he also knew that once he entered the research state, even if there was an earthquake, he would only come out of the laboratory, and only extreme methods could make him come out. At the beginning, their tactics of using wild beasts to besiege Yunwu town were very successful. They controlled the elders of Yunwu town and eroded their strength bit by bit. Not only could they tire them out, but they could also buffer enough time for the large army behind them to come. According to the plan, as long as the power of the aliens is used reasonably, the day when Yunwu town will be broken is numbered. However, with the Lich Master being blocked, the undead army being stopped, and the intervention of the elemental city, the power of Yunwu town is getting stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the Lich Master's determination to get that thing. With Moying's personality, he doesn't want to fight in this environment anymore, because it's basically looking for death. Now, because the attacks of those aliens are too fierce, Moying has a headache, and he has no backup, so he has to use Lansfa's treasure early. I'm sorry, Lord Moying, I didn't expect my pet to be defeated by those little reptiles. It seems that my skills are still flawed. In fact, Lansfa was also very puzzled. With his own skills, those poisonous creatures guarding outside the Poisonous Insect Valley have been specially strengthened to reproduce, and they can completely use numbers to crush the enemy. Although this greatly reduces the survival time of these poisonous creatures, as long as the mother body is not killed and as long as it does not exceed the mother body's tolerance, the Poisonous Insect Valley should be unbreakable. But he never expected that the defense system he set up was not only broken by others, but also the line of defense that he thought was the strongest was broken. However, it is a pity that he did not spend time studying the fighting style of Mina and others, so he did not know the secret of the magic cannon in Mina's hand. Otherwise, he would not just think that his skills were not up to standard, resulting in the transformation of the monsters not performing to the original level. In fact, the plan of Mo Ying and Lan Si Fa for the Poisonous Insect Valley is very simple, that is, let the poisonous creatures that have been enhanced by the extreme reproduction accumulate in the Poisonous Insect Valley for a period of time, and then cooperate with the siege of the beasts to sweep across the entire Yunwu town. However, it was the continuous sweep of Mina and others that turned all the poisonous creatures in the Poisonous Insect Valley into their own materials, thus triggering this hidden plot task. Not only did they control the number of poisonous creatures in the Poisonous Insect Valley, but they also let the system automatically modify the original plot according to the situation. Alas, the fault is not yours, it's just that we are unlucky. Mo Ying thought of his series of plans, but was also disturbed by a series of troubles, causing the plan to be delayed again and again. Master Mo Ying, from your tone just now, it seems that Master Lansfa should have other important matters. Although I am not talented, I still hope that you two masters can hand over the control of this colorful spider to me, so that I can have the opportunity to avenge my brothers and sisters. At this time, a player suddenly came out of his team, walked in front of Mo Ying and others, and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. The man was dressed in black armor, holding a bone staff in his hand, but with a long sword on his waist. He was dressed like the death swordsman who had fought with Shui Na and Dao Yi Yudao, Long Tian. With the undead magic of the necromancer and the skills of the dark swordsman, this profession of the death swordsman has to be said to be the survival king on the battlefield. And Zheng, it is his professional characteristics that have enabled him to survive in this away game with serious disadvantages. As a strong man, Long Tian naturally knows the effect of owning this powerful monster. So he spoke at this time to see if he could get it in his hands. Let alone the issue of the Heart of Elements, the identity of this golden monster boss is much stronger than that of ordinary monster pets. A golden boss as a pet is a synonym for invincibility. Long Tian doesn't believe that any player can beat a golden boss level pet with player wisdom. However, he also knows that it is obviously unlikely to get this boss. And as he expected, when Long Tian asked this question, Lansfa's face changed immediately, but he didn't say anything rude. I'm very sorry. Although the 7-colored magic spider has been completed, I still have to collect enough data from it to facilitate my next transformation. Lansfa looked at the greatest product of his life, and he would not give it to others so easily, even if it was borrowed. Well, I was impulsive. Long Tian also saw Lansfa's expression just now, so he immediately added a sentence to save his impression in his mind. Okay, Long Tian, you are quite strong. If we can go back alive this time, you can ask him to help you transform a pet. This will be more suitable for you. This 7-colored magic spider is his favorite and can't be given to you. Mo Ying also knew the thoughts of Long Tian and others, so he naturally had to find a way to control them. Yes, sir, I will definitely work hard. Long Tian, who lowered his head, had a gleam of light in his eyes. By the way, how is your laboratory? Since they can break in, I'm afraid. Mo Ying asked with some concern. He knew that in the final plan of the Poison Insect Valley, there was a magic beast with the same combat power as the 7-colored magic spider. If this magic beast fell into the hands of the enemy, then... Don't worry, I have strengthened the defense of the laboratory. In that environment, even those lucky guys may have their luck run out. Lansfa said confidently. In the cave, his loyal men have an absolute home advantage, and most importantly, he specially strengthened these guards before leaving. Although this will make them age and die early, it can more or less support him to go back. As long as the transformation of the other 3 magic beasts is completed by then, everything will be worth it. And if Lansfa knew that Mina and the others were now planning to go to his underground laboratory again, I wonder what he would say. However, Mo Ying didn't have the time to give him that. He suddenly stood up and said to all the people here, everyone, you have rested enough, and it's time to attack. Yes, sir. At this time, everyone stood up and went to prepare. Looking around, Mo Ying saw the tired look of his men and the broken equipment, and he felt bad. From the beginning, they had planned to consume the energy of Yunwu town. But he didn't expect that the situation would be reversed so quickly. But in order to complete the order of Lord Lich, these sacrifices are necessary. Mo Ying, actually, I think you can try to snatch that thing yourself, otherwise we will be the first to be unable to bear it if we continue like this. As someone who knew the Lich's plan this time, Lansfa naturally knew the reason why Mo Ying attracted the enemy's attention. Mo Ying planned to attract all the attention of Yunwu town, and then use the insider to get that thing, but this plan was obviously not that easy. I'm afraid this will alert the enemy. After all, we are not familiar with those magic restrictions. In addition, we don't even know where the thing is, so there is no way to steal it. Let's just lure everyone outside like this. When the Lich comes, everything will be easy. Moying could only sigh. This kind of task is not ordinary difficult for him as a thief. Chapter 450 See the Dragon Again. Just when the Dark Camp was preparing to attack the players of the Holy Light Camp stationed outside the Yunwu mountain area again, Shui Na had already made arrangements in the Poisonous Insect Valley. In view of the fact that people from the Dark Dragon Guild came to scout the place yesterday, Shui Na and his team had to spend some effort this time to find a way to lure the evil poisonous spiders and evil poisonous snakes to guard the gate. With these two powerful bosses in charge, I'm afraid that even the new professional team of the Dark Dragon Guild will return empty-handed. Because although that team has great growth potential, due to their short development time, their average level is only around 30. If it weren't for the skills of hunters and elemental summoners that allow them to remotely control those creatures, I'm afraid it would be a big problem whether they can come to this poisonous insect valley to evacuate the wild. However, whether it is hunters or elemental summoners, they are the beasts or summoned beasts controlled by themselves have a distance limit. This is also the main reason why they dare not go deep. And Mina and the others also know that the upper limit of the number of beasts controlled by hunters and elemental summoners is related to their level. For example, the number of beasts that hunters can recruit is level/10 plus professional level, and according to their current level, they can only recruit up to 5 beasts. Similarly, the elemental summoners are the same. And because their level is not high, whether they are recruited or summoned by themselves, their strength is also very limited. If they had not formed an effective team, I am afraid that whether they can break in is a problem. Elemental summoners are the professions with the strongest growth potential among all professions. Although all their strength is on elemental summoned beasts, as their levels rise, the power of summoned beasts and the advantages in the number of summoned beasts will become more and more obvious, which is a very abnormal situation. However, the situation of summoners themselves, which is not much better than that of mages, has become the shortcoming of summoners dominating the world. The summoner itself has no attack power. Basically, if any profession approaches it, it will be in great trouble. Therefore, the elemental summoner is now a more precious profession than the mage. A summoner without protection has no ability to survive. After arranging the people at the door of their own house, they immediately slaughtered the magic spider basin, exploded a frost magic spider, and got a golden mage robe suitable for Xiaoyan. This ice silk robe not only has a good attribute bonus, but also can enhance the power and special effects of ice magic. However, the most rare thing is that this golden equipment also has a passive defensive magic cold armor. All creatures approaching the range of the cold armor will be affected by the cold. Not only will their speed be weakened, but they will also be hurt by the cold. It trademarks just that this piece of clothing is powerful, but it makes it difficult for Xiaoyan to have companions around him. Too strong, too strong. This is the final conclusion of Dao Yudao on this ice silk robe. The power of ice magic and the special effects have been enhanced by 20%. In addition to this defensive magic that keeps strangers away, it is already a top-notch item. Xiaoyan, who got 2 top-notch equipment in a row, was also very happy. Although he was a little dissatisfied with the cold armor that could not be eliminated, he was very satisfied overall, and this satisfaction was reflected in killing monsters. Yudao, the unscrupulous uncle is coming. Should we go now or wait? Shui Na looked at the demon spider basin that had just been cleaned up, and the rock snake basin behind was not cleaned up. Tell him to wait a while. Anyway, we still have a lot of space in our backpacks, so fill it up first. Dao Yudao thought for a moment and said. Well, he said to let his 2 nephews come in first, and he said that he saw a dragon at the teleportation array just now and asked us to be careful. It is now very difficult to enter the poisonous insect valley. With the evil poisonous snakes guarding the door, if you want to sneak in by crawling or something like that, if you don't have the corresponding means to deal with it, the difficulty has risen sharply. Damn, the dragon is coming. It seems that the Tianchengziachuan guild has been defeated. Dao Yudao gave all the furs of the ice spider in his backpack to Xiaoyan at this time, and stuffed the remaining furs into Shui Nai's backpack. It seems that this is the case, otherwise he would not have the leisure to come here. Shui Nai also knew about the competition for the new professional reincarnation point. Now the reincarnation point near the elemental city is a place that the Dark Dragon Guild and Tianchengziachuan must fight for. During this period of time, Shenlong and his group did not have time to come here because of the problem of this reincarnation point. That's why the Dragon King led a group of members here, but I don't know whether the Dragon King was unlucky or Shui Nai was lucky. The Dragon King, who came here to seek revenge, actually met Bishop Yvonne halfway, and then he was directly taken to be cannon fodder to fight the undead army. Damn, if that's the case, it seems that this poison insect valley is a bit dangerous now. Otherwise, let's think of a way to divert their attention, otherwise this place will be broken through sooner or later. Hearing this, Dao Yudao immediately thought of the vicious situation when the Dark Dragon Guild fought monsters and robbed the territory. The Dark Dragon Guild often uses the player corpse tactic the most when opening up the wasteland. Use the death of low-level players to exchange for the safety of most players. Although this method of fighting has a great loss, the high-level combat power can basically be preserved. As long as there is no powerful boss, this tactic must be invincible. And now, this small poison insect valley can't stand the tossing of so many people in this big guild, and once the resources here are discovered, I'm afraid they will have no place to stand here. Okay, we will lead them outside later. I heard that the two major camps outside are fighting fiercely. I don't believe that they will flee when they see the people from the dark camp. When Shui Na thought of this, he immediately planned to count the people from the two major camps. Okay, let's deal with the Rock Snake Basin first, after. Trading with the unscrupulous profiteer, Shui Na first asked Dao Yudao to go back and give the lighting tools here to Ruolin and the others so that they could go to the underground cave first. After that, Shui Na deliberately walked around Yunwu town for a few rounds and talked with several NPCs. Lao Fan, the people from the Dark Dragon Guild have gone back, be careful. Dao Yudao, who went one step ahead, immediately found that the people from the Dark Dragon Guild retreated from the direction of the poisonous insect valley. Fan Chen, come out and fight if you have the guts. Just when Shui Na saw the dark crowd of the Dark Dragon Guild from a distance, he suddenly heard this sentence in the regional channel. Hearing this somewhat familiar tone, Shui Nai's heart actually had a slight fluctuation. As an enemy who had not seen him for a long time, Shui Na actually felt like an old friend when she saw him, but this feeling made Shui Na very strange. Sorry, you are not my opponent yet. I have a mission now and can't mess with you. Shui Na, standing on the parapet, looked at the group of people coming from a distance with some amusement. Is it possible to ask him to go out alone to fight with this group of people? In addition, it is the time when the beasts are besieging the city. If he goes down to fight them, wouldn't it be dancing with the beasts? Although he has the ability to kill them all, it is too time-consuming, and they have other uses. Shui Na doesn't want to consume them at this time. Hey, Yu Huang, you. At this time, Shui Na suddenly found another acquaintance in this team. Seeing that he was originally the president of Sahaitang, Shui Na was also a little stunned. But when he saw that the emblem on Yu Wang's chest had changed to the emblem of the Dark Dragon Guild, he understood a little bit. Humph, I am now a subordinate of Shenlong, and our previous agreement is invalid. Looking at Yu Wang's twitching mouth, Shui Na also knew that Yu Huang should hate himself very much now. Because of a duel with him, the future of a guild leader was ruined. For him, who was so conceited, this was something that made him feel worse than death. Whatever, I didn't think you would let me go anyway. Shui Na said indifferently, but the magic in his hand did not slow down at all, and beat the beasts below one by one. With the level suppression, Shui Na had no pressure at all for the beasts below. Shui Na had to focus on the surrounding environment to prevent herself from being taken advantage of by thieves. The people of the Dark Dragon Guild below also had to shift their attention from Shui Na because of the beasts approaching. Shui Na, who was on the parapet, saw the intervention of the Dark Dragon Guild, and he was free to look carefully at the personnel configuration of the Dark Dragon Guild. Among them, only about 30% were warriors, that is, more than 60 people, including the Berserker. Elemental summoners and hunters accounted for 30%, and the rest were elemental mages and priests. Seeing that there were no thieves or members of other races inside, Shui Na had to pay more attention again, and at the same time, he moved closer to the 3 high-level water mages around him. Because they had previously communicated through the regional channel, the 3 NPC mages did not know that the people below were here to seek revenge. When they saw someone selflessly helping, their pressure was greatly reduced. After taking a breath, they all gave Shui Na and other players the most sincere smile to thank them. Shui Na, who was on the parapet, finally saw the power of the elemental summoner in person. The dozen or so elemental summoners guarded by a group of people waved their staffs at the same time, and the elemental beasts that were only the size of fists floating in the air were summoned. These elemental summoned beasts are all at the level of magic beasts, but because they are only elemental bodies, they do not have crystal cores, and naturally they are weaker than those physical magic beasts in terms of strength. However, the elemental body ignores general physical damage, which gives them extremely strong survivability. I saw these low-level elemental summoned beasts immediately floated out of the protective circle formed by the temporarily recruited beasts from the air and drifted to the outermost. I saw these elemental summoned beasts of different colors, using primary magic as a basic means of attack, constantly smashing into the beasts. Looking at the magic attacks of various departments, Mina now knew why the elemental summoner was included in the profession of mage. Strong, this is Mina's first impression. Although the attack power of these primary elemental summoned beasts is obviously insufficient, but each person summons 3, this advantage in number can already make up for the problem of insufficient single attack power. In addition, as long as the summoners have enough mental power, they can completely keep the battle area away from themselves, thereby reducing the danger during the battle. However, there is one thing that Mina may not know, that is, when the elemental summoned beast uses magic attacks, it will continuously consume the summoner's own magic power, and this is also the reason why the summoner keeps drinking potions after summoning the summoned beast.